Chapter 29. Kim travelled the distance faster on foot than Bryant in the car. She passed Dr. Bate and Keats loading boxes into a van. The doctor turned to face her. "You know, Detective Inspector, at this rate I may have to consider a restraining order." "How's piss off grab you?" she asked, without stopping. "Yeah, you were right," he said to Keats. She had no idea what Keats had been right about, and at this precise moment she couldn't be less interested. She aimed for the group of people 40 feet west of the first tent. The location behind the equipment storage tent meant their activity was obstructed from the view of the press. She thanked the Lord for small mercies. "What's going on?" Kerris drew her to one side. Gareth was checking the rest of the area just to be sure. He got to this point, and the magnetometer detected a second anomaly. "Jesus Christ," Kim said, running her hand through her hair. "Is there something else it could be?" Kerris shrugged. "There's always that chance, but we won't know until we start digging. In the meantime, there's something else I'd like you to see." Kim followed Kerris into the utility tent. Fold-out tables had been erected and held small Tupperware boxes. A couple were empty, but most were filled with varying amounts of soil. "We have some small metal fragments that I need to explore further, but I thought this might interest you." Kerris reached for one of the small Tupperware boxes that held fine dirt and what looked like Maltesers. "What are they?" Kerris took one out and held it at Kim's eyeline. It was a perfect pink circle with yellow dots. Kim tipped her head. "A bead?" Kerris nodded. "How many?" "7 so far." "Bracelet?" Kerris shrugged and smiled. "That's your job, Detective. Of course, there's always the possibility that they are totally separate contexts." "Separate what?" Kerris closed her eyes for a second. "Remember what I told you about the wall?" Yes. Kim recalled something about events happening in layers. "So you're saying the beads could be completely unrelated to the body?" "Perhaps." "When can I have photographs?" "Everything taken today will be with you first thing in the morning." Kim nodded and headed out of the tent. Yellow paint had been sprayed around the area the machine had indicated. She turned as Kerris came to stand beside her. "Why is no one digging yet?" "It's almost 3. We have half an hour of daylight left, not enough time." "Are you kidding? You're just going to leave her down there?" Kerris turned to her, surprised. "Firstly, we're not yet sure it isn't a dead dog," Kerris said, using Kim's own example of the previous day. "And secondly, if there is another body down there, it would be foolhardy to assign a sex when the first one—" "What is it with you scientists? Is there a special class at university called the extraction of free thinking?" "If we start disturbing the soil now, knowing we're not able to complete it, we run the risk of exposing the site to the elements. Valuable evidence may be lost." Kim shook her head. "You're all the same, like little android clones who rely on—" "I can assure you that we are not all the same. Yesterday we did it your way, but today we do it mine." Kim glowered at her. Kerris folded her arms. "I understand your impatience, Detective. In fact, I've seen it firsthand. But I will not be bullied into making mistakes. In addition, my team left their homes at 4 this morning to be here. A team needs rest." Kerris began to walk away but returned. "I promise she's safe for one more night." "Thank you, Kerris." "You're welcome, Kim." She headed over to Bryant and Dawson and pulled them to one side. "Okay, guys, they're winding down here for the day. This is going to break wide open tomorrow if we find another body down there. Go home and get some rest while you can. From tomorrow this is going to be non-stop, so make sure to let family members know that your shift rota is a distant memory." "No problem, Gov," Dawson offered brightly. His eyes were dark and a little bloodshot, but he was learning his lesson. "Okay, Bryant?" "As ever, Gov." "Right, briefing at 7. Someone let Stacey know." As Kim walked away from them both, she quietly seethed inside. Waiting was not an activity she did well. Chapter 30. It was almost midnight when Kim entered the garage. The quiet family street beyond had settled into cosy silence. She switched on her iPod and chose Chopin's Nocturnes. The solo piano pieces would ease her through the early morning hours until her body demanded sleep. After leaving the crime scene, she had returned to the station unable to do nothing while there was the potential of another body lying in the ground. Eventually she had returned home and vacuumed the house throughout. She had mopped the kitchen and used half a bottle of Sillet Bang on the work surfaces. 2 washing cycles had ended and the clothes had been dried, ironed and hung in her wardrobe. The nervous energy had still raged around her body, prompting her to fix a broken shelf in the bathroom, rearrange the furniture in the lounge and tidy out the airing cupboard at the top of the stairs. Probably just need to cleanse, she thought, stepping into her favourite room of the entire house. To her left was the ninja, reversed into the space, poised for their next adventure. For a moment Kim visualised herself lying into the body of the bike, her breasts and stomach against the petrol tank, her thighs clutched around the leather seat, bending the bike into a series of tight turns, her knees an inch from the ground. The coordination of her hands and feet working together to control the beast took every ounce of concentration and erased everything else from her mind. Riding the ninja was like breaking in a spirited horse. It was a question of control, of taming a rebel. Bryant had once told her that she liked to argue with fate. He said fate had dictated that she was beautiful, and yet she fought against it by doing nothing to enhance her looks. He said fate had decided that she couldn't cook, and yet she tried complex dishes every week. But only she knew that fate had decreed that she would die young. So far she had fought against it, and won. There were times when the fates chased her to make her what she should have been when she was 6 years old, a statistic. So every now and again she tempted them, goaded them into catching her as they had tried to back then. The restoration of the Triumph Thunderbird was a labour of love, a testament to two people who had tried to make her feel safe, who had tried to love her. The Thunderbird was an emotional journey that bathed her spirit. In this one room of her house, the stresses and challenges of the working day eased out of her muscles, leaving her relaxed and content. Here she did not have to be the analytical detective dissecting every clue, or the leader of her team guiding and prodding to get the best results. Here she did not have to justify her ability to do a job she truly loved, or battle to mask the social skills she so sorely lacked. Here she was happy. She crossed her legs and began to assess the pieces that had taken 5 months to gather. The 93 genuine Triumph parts would all fit together to form a crankshaft casing. Now all she had to do was figure out how. Within the overall challenge of restoring a classic motorbike came smaller tasks along the way. The crankshaft casing was the heart of the machine, so she began as she always did, with a puzzle within a puzzle. She grouped similar type parts together. 20 minutes later, the washers, gaskets, springs, valves, tubes and pistons were all separated. She opened the diagram that would help guide her through the challenge. Normally the process jumped off the page like a three-dimensional hologram. Her mind was able to assess the most logical starting point and she would build from there. Tonight the instructions remained a muddle of numbers, arrows and shapes. After 10 minutes of scowling at it, the page still resembled the writings of the Rosetta Stone. Damn it. No matter how hard Kim fought, she knew this case was having an unsettling effect on her. She uncrossed her legs and leaned back against the wall. Perhaps it was the amount of time spent in such close proximity to Mikey's grave. Although she took fresh flowers every week, she had locked away those memories when she was 6 years old. Like a bomb linked to a motion sensor, there would never be a good time to open that package. Every psychologist she'd been sent to had tried to break open that box and had failed. Despite their assurances that she needed to talk about the trauma in order to heal, she had resisted, because they had all been wrong. For a few years following Mikey's death, Kim had been passed around the mental health profession like a puzzle that could not be fathomed. Looking back, she often wondered if a set of steak knives had been on offer for the professional who could break open the surviving twin of the worst case of neglect the Black Country had ever seen. She suspected there was no such prize for putting the child back together again. Silence and aggression had been her best friends. Kim had turned into a difficult child, and that had been her intention. She hadn't wanted to be coddled and loved and understood. She hadn't wanted to form bonds with foster parents, mock siblings or paid carers. She'd wanted to be left alone. Until foster family number 4. Keith and Erica Spencer were a middle-aged couple when they started fostering. Kim had been their first foster child, and as it would turn out, their last. They were both teachers who had consciously chosen to have no children. Instead, they had spent every spare moment travelling the world on motorcycles. After the death of one of their friends, they had decided it was time to curtail the constant travel, but their passion for bikes had remained. When she was placed with them at 10 years of age, Kim had donned her spikes, ready for the usual onslaught of long probing chats and measured understanding. She spent the first 3 months in her room, honing her rejection skills, waiting for their intervention. When it didn't come, Kim found herself venturing downstairs for short periods of time, almost like an animal checking to see if it was safe to come out of hibernation. If either of them were surprised, they didn't show it. On one such foray, she was mildly interested to find Keith restoring an old motorbike in the garage. Initially, she sat at the furthest point just watching. Without turning, Keith explained what he was doing. She never answered, but he carried on anyway. Each day she moved closer towards his work area, until eventually she was sitting right beside him, cross-legged. If Keith was in the garage, so was she. Gradually Kim started asking questions about the mechanics of the machine, eager to understand how it all came together. Keith showed her diagrams and then demonstrated the practice. Eric would often have to drag them from the garage to eat her latest gastronomic delight from the countless cookbooks that lined the kitchen shelves. She would roll her eyes fondly while Kim continued to ask questions as they ate, to the gentle sound of Erica's classical music collection. Kim had been with the couple for about 18 months when Keith turned to her and said, "OK, you've watched me do it plenty of times. Do you think you could fit that nut and washer into the exhaust housing?" He moved out of her way and went to get drinks from the kitchen. With that first turn of the nut, her passion was born. Lost in the process, she continued to sort through the parts strewn across the garage floor, eventually fitting another couple of bits to the bike. A soft chuckle caused her to turn. Both of them stood in the doorway watching her. Erica was teary. Keith came and took his place beside her. "Yeah, I think you got the clever genes from me, sweetie," he said, nudging Kim sideways. And although she knew it to be impossible, the words had brought an ache to her throat, as she had thought of how happy she and Mikey could have been had the fates been kinder. 2 weeks before her 13th birthday, her foster mother had brought a hot chocolate to her bedroom and simply placed it on her bedside cabinet. On her way out, Erica had paused at the door. Without turning, her hand had clutched the door handle. "Kim, you do know how much we love you, don't you?" Kim had said nothing, but had stared hard at Erica's back. "We could not care more deeply if you were our biological child, and we will never try and change you. We love you just the way you are, okay?" Kim nodded as the words brought tears to her eyes. Without her knowledge, this middle-aged couple had touched her heart and offered the first foundations of stability she had ever known. 2 days later, Keith and Erica were killed in a motorway pile-up. Later, she found out that they'd been on their way home from an appointment with a solicitor who specialised in adoption law. Within an hour of the accident, Kim was packed up and returned to the social care system like an unwanted package. There was no celebration, no fanfare upon her return, no acknowledgement of her 3-year hiatus. A nod here and there, and the latest spare bed. Kim wiped a tear that had escaped and travelled down her cheek. This was the problem with journeys to her past. Any happy memories led to tragedy and loss, the reason she didn't visit all that often. The aroma of the coffee pot called from the kitchen. She pushed herself to her feet and took her mug for a refill. As she poured the liquid into the mug, her eyes moved across the vast collection of cookery books that lined her kitchen shelves. Suddenly the words that were 21 years too late escaped from between her lips. "Erica, I loved you too." Chapter 31. Nicola Adamson took a sip of Southern Comfort. Normally she didn't touch alcohol while she was working, but tonight she could not shake the stiffness in her bones. Her joints had been fused together and her muscles injected with cement. The atmosphere in the club had been electric. A group of Swiss bankers had landed, flush with excitement and cash. The music was thumping and the laughter was infectious. The rest of the girls were busy mingling with the patrons, their smiles genuine and open. All the signs dictated it would be an enjoyable night for all. It was the kind of atmosphere whereby her work required no effort at all, usually. Nicola knew she was struggling to throw off the argument with her sister. It had started over something so inconsequential she couldn't even recall, but had developed into a massive row that had stopped short of physical blows. Beth had predictably used the guilt card, quoting what Nicola had and what Beth had not. Eventually Beth had left the flat in a fit of rage and had not returned before Nicola left for work. Although Beth was an adult and perfectly able to take care of herself, Nicola knew she was still the big sister, the protector. Despite the animosity between them, she was worried and she couldn't help it. "Hey, Nick, you okay?" She jumped slightly. "I'm fine, Lou." The club owner was an ex-wrestler, which was not disguised by the shirt and suit he wore every night to work. It was his venue, and one he'd started from scratch. Lou had a vision of an upmarket club where attractive ladies danced for the enjoyment of customers. He'd had 3 principles from day one, and they applied to the employees as stringently as the patrons: no nudity, no touching, and no disrespect. For his employees there was a 4th rule: no drugs. He himself chose to oversee the implementation of the first 3, and a monthly drugs test took care of the 4th. His principles formed his business plan and his mission statement, and he always led by example. No girl that Nicola knew of had ever been made to feel uncomfortable in Lou's presence. "You're not yourself tonight, girl?" She considered lying, but her boss knew her too well. "Just a bit distracted, Lou. Do you want to work the bar?" Nicola shook her head, nodded, and then sighed. Honestly, she didn't know what she wanted to do. He indicated for her to follow him through the door behind the bar. Once in the relative peace of the corridor, he stopped walking. Mary Ellen, an ex-model from San Diego, squeezed between them. Lou waited until she was out of earshot. "This got anything to do with your sister?" Nicola felt her jaw drop. "How do you know about Beth?" He looked up and down the corridor. "Look, I wasn't going to say anything, but she was here earlier today." Nicola felt her mouth dry up. "She was here?" Lou nodded. "Demanded I let you go so you could do something more meaningful with your life." "Oh, God, no," Nicola breathed. She could feel the heat climbing up her face. She'd never felt so humiliated in her life. "What did you say to her?" "I told her you were a big girl and perfectly capable of making your own decisions." "Thanks, Lou. I'm so sorry. Did she say anything else?" "Yeah, she called me a few names and accused me of exploiting you. Nothing I haven't heard before." He rolled his eyes. Nicola smiled. "And you said?" "I thanked her for her comments and asked if there was anything else I could help her with." Nicola laughed out loud. It was a welcome release and an antidote to the tension that had built in her body. Despite his good humour, she was mortified that Beth had brought their family issues to her place of work. "Look, Lou, my heart's not in it tonight, so it's probably best if I get home." He nodded, his understanding. "I'll tell you what, out of you two, I'm glad I got you, because your sister is one pissed-off lady." "I know," Nicola said quietly, while thinking to herself, "You have no idea." She began walking towards the changing room at the end of the hall. "Oh, Nick!" She turned. "Watch yourself." "I get the feeling that she's really pissed off at you." Nicola sighed heavily and repeated her earlier thought. "You really have no idea." Chapter 32. "OK, Kev, you first," Kim instructed. She had already briefed them about the crime scene of the previous day and the discovery of the conifer that linked both crimes. Keris had been true to her word, and the photographs had been received just after 6:30. An aerial view of the site had been taped to the whiteboard. Dawson stood and traced the line from the location of the first grave to the edge of the map. "This is victim number 1. Although there's been no formal identification of sex, we believe from the clothing and the recovery of beads that the body is more likely to be female and that she's been down there for approximately 10 years. The body has now been removed from the site and is at the lab with Keats and Dr. Bate. So far, we know for certain she was decapitated." "Gruesome," Stacey said. Dawson made notes on the whiteboard as he talked. It bothered Kim that the heading was still Victim 1. The bones had once formed a person. There had been muscles and skin, perhaps a birthmark. There had been a face with expressions. It was not just bones. This girl had spent enough of her life anonymous, and it angered Kim that she still had no name. Kim recalled clearly her own realization of just how invisible care kids were. When she was 8 years old, she had ventured into the linen room for a fresh pillowcase. Her gaze had caught a sheet of paper attached to a clipboard. The front page and the sheets behind were diagrams of each of the 7 bedrooms. Each bed was drawn on and numbered: bed 1, bed 2, bed 3, with tick boxes below. She had wondered why her name was not listed instead of bed 19. Kim quickly realised that it was too much bother to label them according to the girl's name. The occupant changed, but the location of the bed did not. Kim had perched herself on a wooden stool and leaned on the ironing board to write in every girl's name next to the bed they occupied. 2 days later, a cursory check in the linen room had revealed fresh, clean pages: bed 1, bed 2, bed 3. Her space, her identity, her one little area of safety so easily erased. It was a lesson that she'd never forgotten. She refocused her attention on Dawson as he pointed at the board. "This is where the second mass has been detected, approximately 50 feet from the first." He drew a line to the edge of the map, but marked it only with an asterisk. Her whole body reacted to his use of the word mass, but she fought it down. As yet there was no body. "Thanks, Kev. Today the archaeological team will conduct a full survey of the site to make sure there are no more." "Do you expect more bodies, Gov?" Kim shrugged. She really had no idea. "Stace, did you manage to look at the tape?" "Yeah, it might have been used for the original recording of Ben-Hur. It's been taped over hundreds of times. I've got a friend who might be able to clean it up a bit, but he's not on our register of approved—" "Send it anyway. From an evidentiary point of view, it's worse than useless, because we can never prove foul play in the death of Mary Andrews, but it might just give us something." Stacey nodded and made a note. "Nothing more on Teresa Wyatt. I've got her phone records and there's no calls in or out that can't be accounted for. Forensically, they found nothing at the scene except for a couple of shoe prints, double-trodden." Their killer had taken the time to retread his initial footsteps to further confuse any identification, as if the damage done by the fire service wasn't bad enough. "Both clever and impatient," Kim observed. "Why impatient?" Bryant asked. "The discovery of Teresa Wyatt's body was expedited by arson so that she was found within an hour of her death. Tom Curtis would have most likely died had he continued to drink the whiskey, but that wasn't good enough for our guy." "He wants us to know he's angry," Bryant mused. "He certainly has something to say." "Well, let's stop him before he says it to anyone else," Stacey added, hitting a few keys on the computer. "OK, following on from Kev's work, I can confirm Richard Croft from Crestwood is most definitely the Conservative MP for Bromsgrove." "Bloody hell," Kim said. Woody was going to love this. "And I've got an address for both him and the second night watchman." The printer kicked into life and Bryant grabbed the single sheet. "I also have the most up-to-date records of the girls at Crestwood from a local GP, but to be honest, I'm getting better info from Facebook of who was there at the end." "Keep on that, Stace. It may prove useful in helping us identify our first victim. Someone may recognise the beads. For us today, the focus is on the staff members. There's nothing to suggest that the ex-occupants are in any danger. Bryant and I have already spoken to William Payne. He has a severely disabled daughter, loved his job but didn't see the other staff members all that often. He's recently been the victim of an attempted break-in which, based on the level of security at his home, makes no sense. Kev, pay him an advisory visit when you get back to site." Dawson nodded his understanding. Kim stood. "So, we all know what we're doing, yep?" Kim stepped into the bowl to grab her jacket. "Come on, Bryant. We're off to the lab to see if Dr. Spock has anything else to tell us." Bryant followed her out the door. "Easy, Gov, it's barely 7:30. Give the guy a chance." "He'll be there," she said, reaching the bottom of the stairs. She took a deep breath as she opened the passenger side door. Who the hell knew what they'd turn up today? Chapter 33. As Kim entered the autopsy suite, she blinked 3 times to adjust her vision. The overload of stainless steel was like a dozen flashbulbs all going off at once. "This place gives me the creeps." She turned to Bryant. "When did you turn into such a little girl?" "Always been that way, Gov." The pathology suite had recently been modernised and now held 4 separate bays positioned like a small hospital ward. Each area came complete with a sink, table, wall cabinets and a tray of tools. Many of the instruments looked harmless and not unlike the scissors and scalpels used in routine surgery, but others, like the skull chisel, bone saw and rib cutters, looked like they'd been plucked from the imagination of Wes Craven. Unlike the wards in the main part of the hospital, there were no curtains around each bay. These customers cared nothing for false modesty. The recovered skeleton was laid out in form and looked somehow more forlorn than in the ground. Now the bones were displayed in a sterile environment, being scrutinised, analysed and studied. It seemed just another indignity to be suffered. The table was long and had a lip all the way around that gave the impression of an oversized turkey dish. Kim had the overwhelming urge to cover the bones over. The ceiling light was pulled down to shoulder height and reminded Kim of the type used at the dentist. Dr. Bate measured the right femur and noted the measurement on a clipboard. "Someone's been busy." "Early bird catches the worm, as they say, unless you're an entomologist, and then you would be just plain weird." Kim clutched her chest. "Doc, did you just try and make a funny? You did, didn't you?" The white coat hung open, revealing a pair of faded jeans and a green and blue striped rugby shirt. Detective, are you this sarcastic to everyone you meet? She thought for 2 seconds. I certainly try to be. He turned to face her fully. How have you been this successful by being so rude, arrogant, obnoxious? Hey, easy there, Doc. I have bad points as well. Tell him, Bryant. She does have... So, what can you tell us about our victim this morning? Kim interrupted. The doctor shook his head in despair and turned away. Well, for a start, the bones will often reveal more about a victim's life than their death. We can estimate how long they lived, illness, old injuries, height, build, if any deformities were present. The age of death inherently affects decay. The younger the person, the faster they will decay. With children, their bones are smaller, they contain less mineral. Conversely, an obese person will decay faster because of the large amounts of flesh available to feed microorganisms and maggots. Fabulous. Now, is there anything you can tell us that will actually help? The doctor threw his head back and roared with laughter. I'll say one thing for you, Detective. You're consistent. Kim said nothing and just waited while he put on a pair of simple black-framed glasses. We have 2 fractured metatarsals on the left foot, an injury more consistent with playing football, but this was not an old injury. No fusion of the bones had occurred. Could it be from kicking something? Bryant asked. It could be, but a normal person would kick with their right foot unless they'd been trained to use both feet equally. He moved up the table closer to the head. I've already shown you the fracture in the cervical vertebrae, so we know that the victim was beheaded at some stage. It was a savage attack, and the blow that severed the bone was not the first. He took a magnifying glass. If you look at C1 and C2, you'll see what I mean. Kim leaned down beside him. There was a visible ridge in the bone of C1. Do you see? Kim nodded, noting the smell of mint on his breath. Here, hold this, he said, passing her the magnifier. He gently turned the body slightly so that the bones of the neck were sideways on. Now look at C2. He held the body in place while she lowered the glass over the top area of the neck bones closest to the skull. Again she saw a clear ridge. Kim stepped back as a sick feeling began to build in her stomach. But the injury you showed me yesterday was not on the side of the neck. The doctor nodded, and for just a second their gaze held in understanding. I don't get it, Bryant said, leaning over the table for a closer look. She was alive, Kim murmured. She was moving around when he was trying to take her head off. Sick bastard, Bryant exhaled, shaking his head. Could the injury to the foot have been caused by being stamped on to render the victim less mobile? That would explain why the victim was writhing on the ground but unable to get away. That would seem to be a logical conclusion. Be careful you don't commit there, Doc. I can't confirm that theory, Detective, in the absence of any soft tissue, but I can state that I have not identified any other obvious cause of death. How long has she been down there? As little as 5 years, possibly as many as 12. Kim was unimpressed. Look, if I could give you a day, month and year, I would, but decomposition is affected by many variables: heat, soil, content, age, illness, infection. Like yourself, I would like to find everybody with a photograph, full medical history, a passport, and the recent utility bill, but unfortunately this is what we've got. Kim was unperturbed by his outburst. So what exactly have we got, Doc? My educated estimation is that we have the body of a non-adult, no older than 15 years of age. Educated estimation? Is that scientific jargon for a guess? He shook his head. No, I testify in a court to that conclusion. My guess is this is the body of a female. Kim was puzzled. But yesterday you said there is no scientific rationale. Is this because of the beads? He shook his head. Keris brought this over last night. He held up a plastic bag containing a piece of cloth. She peered closer. There was a design. It's part of a sock. Wool decays much more slowly than other fabrics. But I still don't... Under the microscope, I can just make out the remnants of a pink butterfly. That'll do for me, Kim said, as she turned and left the lab. Chapter 34. I didn't like the girl from the moment I saw her. There was something pitiable about her, pathetic, and she was ugly. Everything on her body was a size too small. Her toes wore a tear at the tip of her shoes. Her denim skirt showed a little too much thigh. Even her torso seemed too small for the long limbs that sprung from it. She was the last girl I expected to cause me a problem. She was so inconsequential that I barely remember her name. She wasn't the first and she wasn't the last, but there was something truly satisfying about ending her misery. She was a girl that no one was ever going to love and no one ever had. Born to a 15-year-old mother on the Holly Tree estate, the fates had been rather unkind. After giving birth to a second child 5 years later, the mother had fled. Paternal rejection came 6 years later, when her father dumped her at Crestwood with one bin bag of accrued worldly goods. He made it clear that there would be no weekend visits or hope of return. The girl stood at the reception desk as her father gave her away, old enough to understand. He walked away with no hug, touch or farewell, but at the very last minute he turned and stared at her. Hard. Did she for one brief minute hope for regret, for some kind of explanation, a justification she could understand? Did she hope for the promise of her father's return, even if it was false? He walked back and pulled her aside. "Listen, kid, the only thing I can say to steer you right is try hard with the books, 'cause you ain't never gonna get a man." And then he was gone. She stole around her peers like a shadow, eager to ingratiate herself, desperate for love or anything that looked remotely like it. Her limited knowledge of affection dictated that the attention she received from other girls elicited a pathetic gratitude and an undying loyalty that brought forth gifts of food, allowance, anything her two cronies asked for. She trailed after them like a puppy lurcher, and they let her. It is amusing that the most inconsequential girl ever to walk the earth is now of some importance. Everyone is looking to her for answers, and I am happy to have given her that gift. She said to me one night, "I have a secret about Tracy." I said, "I have one too." I asked her to meet me once the others were asleep. I told her it was our secret and that I had a surprise for her. Bunnies at the lake. The technique never failed. At 1:30 a.m. I watched as the back door opened. A shaft of light lit the gangly body from behind, making her silhouette look like a cartoon character. She tiptoed towards me. I smiled to myself. This girl was no challenge. Her desperation for attention was sickening. "I've got something to tell you," she whispered. "Go on," I said eagerly, entering into her game. "I don't think Tracy ran away." "Really?" I said, feigning surprise. This was not news. The girl had been telling anyone who couldn't escape her quickly enough that she didn't think Tracy had run away. Her stupid, awkward face was a mask of studiousness. "See, she ain't that kind of person, and she left behind her iPod. I found it at the bottom of her bed." This was not what I expected her to say, but damn it, how had I missed that? The stupid cow had always had it hanging from her ear. Undoubtedly stolen. It had been her prized possession. "What did you do with it?" I asked. "It's in my cupboard so nobody nicks it." "Have you mentioned this to anyone else?" She shook her head. "No one cares. It's like she never existed." Of course it was, and that was just how I wanted it. But now there was the damn iPod. I smiled widely at her. "You're a very clever girl." The darkness surrounding us did not hide the redness that infused her cheeks. She smiled, eager to please, to be of some use, no matter. "And there's something else. She wouldn't run off because she was—" "Shh," I said, placing my finger to my lips. I leaned in closer to her, a co-conspirator, a friend. "You're right, Tracy didn't run away, and I know where she is." I held out my hand. "Do you want to go and see her?" She took my hand and nodded. I walked her along the patch of grass towards the far corner, the dark part furthest from the building and sheltered by trees. She walked on my right. She stumbled into the hole and fell backwards. I let her hand go. Confusion pulled at her face for a moment, and then she held up her hand in defence as I stepped into the hole. I searched at the edge for my shovel, but the stumble had moved it away. The delay gave her time to stand up, but I needed her lying on the ground. I pulled her head back by a handful of hair. Her face was inches from mine. Her breathing was laboured and frantic. I raised the shovel in the air and threw it down on top of her foot. She screamed only once before falling to the ground to clutch her foot. The agony caused her eyes to roll back in her head as she briefly lost consciousness. I grabbed the sock from the other foot and stuffed it deep into her mouth. I pulled at her body until she lay lengthways in her grave. I stood to the side and threw the shovel down. It caught her on the side of the neck. The pain brought her back to life. She tried to scream, but no sound made it past the sock. Her eyes darted all around, frantic with fear. I raised the shovel even higher and thrust it down as she writhed around the hole. This one worked better. The sound of the blade ripping through flesh met my ears. The girl was a fighter. She wriggled again. I kicked her hard in the stomach. She began to choke on her own blood. I kicked her again, turning her onto her back. I concentrated hard. It was a matter of aim. I raised the shovel once more and swung at her throat. The light left her eyes, but her lower half twitched. It reminded me of felling a tree. The cut was made, and one more blow would sever it completely. I launched the shovel from above. There was a sound of metal on bone. Then the twitching stopped. Suddenly there was silence. I placed my right foot on the shovel and then my left, using it like a pogo stick. I jiggled the blade down until I felt it bed into the soft earth underneath her. Her eyes never left me as I covered her up. In death she was almost pretty. I stood back from the grave that would go unnoticed amongst the damage from the travelling fair. The girl had always been eager to help, to be of use to someone, to have a purpose, and now she had. I stamped down the grass and stood back. Then I thanked her for keeping my secret. Finally she had done something good. Chapter 35. "What do you think, then?" Brian asked as she got into the passenger seat. "About what?" "The doctor and the archaeologist." "Sounds like the start of a bad joke." "Come on, you know what I mean. Do you think they're—" "What the hell is wrong with you?" she snapped. "Half an hour ago you were acting like a little girl, and now you're a gossipy old woman." "Hey, the old hurts, Gov." "I'd rather you were applying your limited brain power to the case and not the sex lives of our colleagues." Bryant shrugged and pointed the car in the direction of Bromsgrove. Their next stop was to visit with Richard Croft at his office in the High Street. As they headed through Lye, Kim glanced out of the window, unable to rid herself of the image of a 15-year-old girl writhing around on the ground, clutching her broken foot, trying to escape the death blow of a blade. That the first two attempts may have cut through flesh, cartilage and muscle to reach the bone without being fatal sickened her. She closed her eyes, trying to imagine the fear that had coursed through the body of the child. Kim remained lost in her thoughts until they reached the outskirts of Bromsgrove and the site that had previously housed the Barnsley Hall Asylum. The mental hospital had opened in 1907 with a capacity of 1,200 at its busiest, and had been home to her mother for most of the 70s when she was released in the community aged 23. "Yeah, good call," Kim thought as they passed the residential estate that had been built after its closure and demolition in the late 90s. There was great local sadness when the ornate water tower was finally demolished in 2000. The Gothic structure, fashioned in red brick with sandstone and terracotta dressing, had towered over the facility. Personally, Kim had been thrilled to see its destruction. It was the last reminder of a facility that had severely contributed to the death of her brother. Bryant pulled into a small car park behind a pet superstore, and she focused on pulling herself together. They took a shortcut through a gully between two shops and were greeted by the smell of the first bake of the day from Greg's the Baker's. Bryant groaned. "Don't even think about it," Kim said. She looked up and down the properties. "That's the one," she said, pointing to a red door that stood between a card shop and a discount clothing store. An intercom was fixed just below the nameplate. Kim pressed it. A female voice answered. "We'd like to see Mr. Croft." "I'm sorry he's not available at the moment. We have a walk-in." "We're investigating a murder now. Please open the door." Kim was not prepared to conduct police business through an electronic device. There was a gentle beeping sound and Kim pushed the door. Before her was a narrow staircase leading to the upper floor. At the top she found a door on either side. The door to her left was solid wood and the door to her right held 4 glass panels. She pushed open the door to the right. Inside was a small windowless room occupied by a woman Kim guessed to be mid-20s, with hair pulled back so tightly Kim could see puckering at the temples. Bryant took out his warrant card and introduced them. Although small, the space looked tidy and functional. The filing cabinets filled the wall. A year planner and a couple of certificates decorated the opposite wall. The sound of Radio 2 played from the computer speakers. "May we speak with Mr. Croft?" "No, I'm afraid not." Kim looked behind her at the door onto the other side of the landing. "He's not there. He's out making house calls." "What is he, a GP?" Kim asked, irritated. What was with these assistants that felt the need to offer protection for middle-aged men? Was there a special college course for it? "Mr. Croft spends many hours visiting housebound constituents." The words captive audience came to Kim's mind, as did visions of him refusing to leave until their vote had been pledged. "We are trying to conduct a murder investigation, so I'm sure I can find a suitable appointment time," she said, reaching for an A4 diary. "How about you just give him a call and let him know we're here? We'll wait." The woman played with the pearl necklace at her throat. "He cannot be disturbed while making house calls, so if you'd like to make an—" "No, I would not like to make a bloody—" "We understand that Mr. Croft is a busy man," Bryant said, gently nudging Kim to the side. His voice was low and warm, tinged with understanding. "But we have a murder investigation to conduct. Are you sure he has no available time today?" Croft's assistant flicked back to the current day but shook her head. Bryant followed her eyes down to the diary. "I honestly can't fit you in until Thursday morning." "Are you joking?" Kim barked. "We'll take whatever you have." 9:15, Detective." Bryant nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your help." Bryant turned and guided her out of the door. Once outside, Kim turned to him, fuming. "Thursday morning, Bryant?" He shook his head. "Of course not. His diary said he's working from home all afternoon, and we know where he lives." "Fine," she said, satisfied. "You know, Gov, you can't always bully people into giving you what you want." Kim disagreed. It had worked for her so far. "Have you ever heard of the book How to Win Friends and Influence People? Have you ever watched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Because she was Nurse Ratched in the making." Bryant laughed out loud. "I'm just saying there's more than one way to skin a cat." "And that's why I have you," she said, stopping outside a coffee shop. "Double shot latte for me," she said, pushing open the door. Bryant rolled his eyes as she sat at the window. Despite Bryant's warning, she had never possessed the ability to adapt her behaviour to accommodate other people. Even as a child, Kim had been unable to assimilate herself into any kind of collective. She possessed no ability to hide her feelings, her innate reactions having a habit of claiming her face before she had a chance to control it. "You know, sometimes all you want is a cup of coffee," Bryant groaned, placing 2 cups on the table. "They have more choices than a Chinese takeaway. Apparently this is an Americano." Kim shook her head. Sometimes it was like Bryant had stepped out of a time capsule delivered from the late 80s. "So why were you getting all tetchy with Nurse Ratched back there?" "We're getting nowhere, Bryant." "Yeah, we're stalling around the onion rings." "The what?" "A case for me is like a 3-course meal. The first part is like a starter. You dive right in because you're hungry. There are witnesses, a crime scene, so you gorge on information. And then the main course comes. Let's say it's a mixed grill. You've got to work out what's important. There's too much food, too much information. So, should you just go for all the meat and leave the garnishes, or forego a sausage so that there's still enough room for dessert?" Now, most people will agree that pudding is the best bit, because when it comes, the whole meal comes together and the appetite is satisfied. "That's the biggest load of but look where we are. We've eaten the starter and we now have 2 lines of inquiry. We're trying to work out which direction we should take to get to the dessert." Kim took a sip of her coffee. Bryant loved to analogize, and now and again she chose to indulge him. "Now the main course often makes more sense if interrupted for a gut chat." Kim smiled. They really had worked together for too long. "So come on, hit me with it. What's the gut saying?" "What was our initial theory?" "That Teresa Wyatt was murdered because of a personal grudge. And then, after the murder of Tom Curtis, we surmised that it's someone connected to Crestwood. The death of Mary Andrews didn't really alter our thinking. The discovery of a body in the ground leads us to believe that someone is trying to eliminate people involved in crimes that happened 10 years ago. So, to summarise, it is our theory that the person who killed our young girl is the person who is murdering the staff so they don't get caught for their original crime?" "Of course," Bryant said emphatically. And therein lay the disparity in her gut. "I think it was Einstein who said if the facts don't fit the theory, change the facts." "Huh?" "The person who murdered our buried victim was measured and methodical. They managed to kill and dispose of at least one body without being caught. They left no clues and would have remained undetected if not for the tenacity of Professor Milton. Fast forward to Tom Curtis. The job was done with the alcohol, but that wasn't enough. There was a message loud and clear that this man deserved to die." Bryant swallowed. "Gov, don't tell me your gut is saying what I think it's saying." And what is that? That we're looking for more than one killer. Kim took a sip of her latte. What I think, Bryant, is that we're going to need a bigger plate. Chapter 36. Are you sure this is where she said? Kim asked. Yep, this is the place, the Bull and Bladder, famous for being the second pub along the Delph Run. The Delph Run was a collection of 6 pubs that was scattered the length of the Delph Road. The Corn Exchange kicked off the stretch at Quarry Bank and it ended with the Bell in Amblecote. It had become a rite of passage for groups of males and more recently females to work their way from one end to the other, consuming as much alcohol as their young bodies could contain. No self-respecting man over the age of 18 within a 2-mile radius would admit to not having conquered the Delph Run. Bryant had knocked on the door at the home of Arthur Connop to be informed by his indifferent wife where her husband could be found. The Bull and Bladder was a triple-windowed building furnished with mahogany wood and a mustard-coloured exterior. At 11:30? Kim asked. To her it looked like a place where you wiped your feet on the way out. The outer door led into a small dark corridor with choices. To the immediate left was the snug. Along the same wall were doorways to the toilets. The doors matched the dark wood on the windows outside and made the small space claustrophobic. The stench of ale was worse than most crime scenes Kim had ever attended. Bryant opened the door to the bar on the right. The room was not much lighter than the corridor. A fixed booth ran the entire circumference of the wall. The upholstery was stained and dirty. Wooden tables sat in front of the banquette, encircled by a couple of stools. In the right-hand corner was a newspaper and a half-pint of beer. Bryant approached the bar and spoke to a woman in her early 50s, drying glasses with a dubious-looking tea towel. "Arthur Connop?" he asked. She nodded towards the door. "Just in the pisser." At that second the door opened and a male no taller than 5 feet entered, adjusting the belt to his trousers. "Cheese cob, Maureen," he said, walking right through them. Maureen reached under a scratched plastic hood, examined a package and then placed it on the bar. "2 quid. And a pint of bitter." He glanced in their direction. "The coppers can get their own." Maureen pulled the pint and placed it on the bar. Arthur counted out the change and placed the money on a grungy beer mat. "Nothing for us, thanks," Bryant said, and for that Kim was truly grateful. Arthur squeezed himself between the table and the banquette and sat down. "What do you want?" he asked, as they both took stools on the other side of the table. "Been expecting us, Mr. Connop?" He rolled his eyes impatiently. "I do come over on the banana boat. Joe been digging up where I used to work. Folks I worked with and being knocked off, so it wasn't going to be long till you come looking for me." He unwrapped the cling film from the cob that appeared to be the only culinary fare on offer. The stench of onion reached Kim immediately. A small piece of grated cheese fell onto the table. Arthur licked his index finger, touched the table to retrieve the cheese, then ate it off his finger. Kim was guessing those hands hadn't been washed after his recent trip, and suddenly she was fighting down nausea. Bryant knocked her knee beneath the table. He obviously wished to lead this one, and she was more than happy to let him. "Mr. Connop, we're after some background at the moment. Do you think you could help with that?" "If you want, just be quick and leave me in peace." Kim was tempted to show him the photos on her phone, but just in time remembered a valuable piece of advice offered to her by Woody. If you can't play nice, let Bryant do it. Connop's skin was a roadmap of burst capillaries and bore the pallor of lifelong drinking. The whites of his eyes had submitted to the colour of jaundice. His facial hair was white and days old. The wrinkles in his forehead did not revert to a resting position, and judged by their depth, she guessed this guy had been born pissed off. He used both hands to hold the cob together as he raised it to his mouth, chewing noisily. Clearly one to multitask, he spoke at the same time. "Go on, ask your questions and fuck off." Kim chose to look away as his mouth macerated the food into a mixture of mashed-up cheese and bread. "What can you tell us about Teresa Wyatt?" He took a gulp of beer to wash down the sandwich. He wrinkled his nose. "A bit up herself and hoity-toity, but she didn't really interfere. She never spoke to the likes of me. Any job was written aboard and I just get on with them." "What was her relationship like with the girls?" "She didn't really have a lot to do with them. Day to day she wasn't too involved. To be honest, I think it would have been the same to her if the place was filled with a load of farm animals. Had a bit of a temper from what I heard, but other than that, there ain't nothing I can tell you." "How about Richard Croft?" "Fucking wanker," he said, taking another bite. "Care to elaborate?" "Not really. If he's still alive when you get to him, you'll see what I mean." Did he have much involvement with the girls? You're kidding, ain't you? He didn't come out of his office long enough to speak to any of them, and they all knew better than to bother him. His job was budgets and stuff, talked a lot about marking benches and performances and tomatoes or some other shit. Kim guessed he meant benchmarking and performance indicators, both of which would have meant nothing to the handyman. Arthur tapped his nose. Always dressed above his station, that one. You mean he wore nice clothes? I mean he wore nice everything, suits, shirts, shoes, ties. He weren't buying that on the salary of a civil servant. Is that why you didn't like him? Kim asked. Arthur grunted. I didn't like him for a million reasons, but that weren't one of them. His face creased in distaste. Slimy, nasty bastard, superior and secretive and... About what? Bryant asked. Arthur shrugged. I dunno. But why a man would need 2 computers on his desk is beyond me. And he always pulled the lid down of the small one when I went in. Dunno why. It ain't like I could have understood it. Did you know Tom Curtis? Arthur nodded as the last of the cob was ground up in his mouth. He weren't a bad lad, young and good-looking. He had more to do with them girls than anybody. Do 'em a sign if they miss tea, that kind of thing. He put a brave face on it. A brave face on what? Kim said. Being a Chriswood, of course. That's the thing, see? Everybody was there for their own reasons. It was a good stepping stone to wherever folks wanted to get. Except Mary, salt of the earth, that one. Kim turned away for a second, thinking about the charges and the care of this group of people, who at best had offered no warmth, guidance or genuine care, and at worst had done a whole lot more. Did you know William Payne? Bryant asked. Arthur guffawed. Oh, you mean Golden Bollocks? He asked, and then laughed to himself. It wasn't a pleasant sound. Kim turned and peered closely at the man before her. The effects of the alcohol were loosening him up. His focus was slightly off as he took another good gulp of beer, finishing off his pint. Kim stood and went to the bar. How many has he had? She asked Maureen. A double whiskey and he's on his 4th pint. That is usual. Maureen nodded as she filled up a bowl with salted nuts for communal use. Kim wouldn't have eaten one with an AK-47 at her head. Maureen turned and threw the empty bag in the bin. Once he's finished that pint, he'll ask for another. I'll refuse him. He'll call me a foul-mouthed name, and then he'll stagger home to sleep it off before coming back again tonight. Same routine every day? Maureen nodded. Jesus. Don't feel too sorry for him, Detective. If you got any pity, go and spare offer it to his wife. Arthur's a miserable old man who's been a victim for as long as I've known him. He's not a cuddly old grandad, and he's just as obnoxious, drunk or sober. Kim smiled at the woman's honesty. By the time she sat back down, the last pint was half gone. Yeah, fucking Billy this, Billy that. Everybody bend over backwards for fucking Billy, just 'cause he had a spastic daughter. Kim felt the growl rise in her throat. Bryant shook his head at her, and so she unclenched her fists. It wouldn't do any good to floor him. He was never going to change. Yeah, let's all take care of Billy. Let's give him all the easy jobs and leave all the shit for Arthur. Let's let Billy work whatever hours he wants and Arthur can have all the rest. We all have fucking problems, and if he just shoved her in home, we'd have never... Kim leaned forward, close enough to see the last ounce of clarity dawn in his eyes. Never what, Mr. Connop? Bryant prompted. He shook his head and his eyes rolled, but his hand eventually found his glass. He raised it to his mouth and finished it. He held the glass aloft. Another, Maureen, he shouted. You've had enough, Arthur. Fucking slag, he slurred, banging the glass onto the table. He stood and wobbled. Arthur, what were you going to say? Nothing. Piss off and leave me alone. You're too fucking late. Kim followed him out of the building and grabbed his forearm. Her tolerance for this embittered old man had run out. She spoke loudly as a car ignited close by. Listen, you know that 3 former staff members have died in the last 2 weeks. At least 2 were murdered, and unless you tell us what you know, you're probably going to be next. He fixed her with a look that belied the level of alcohol raging around his body. Let 'em come, for fuck's sake. It'll be a welcome relief. He pulled his arm from her grasp and stumbled down the road. He swayed into a parked car and then into a wall like a pinball. It's no good, Gov. He's not going to tell us anything in this state. Maybe we should visit him later when he's had a chance to sleep it off. Kim nodded and turned. They headed back to the car parked just around the corner. As Kim reached to open the car door, the air was filled with a sickening thud, followed by a high-pitched scream. What the hell? Bryant shouted. Unlike Bryant, Kim didn't need to ask as she turned and started running back down towards the pub. In her gut, she already knew. Chapter 37. Kim was beside the prostrate form of Arthur Connop within seconds. "Move away!" she barked. 3 people stepped to the side and Bryant stood between them and the figure on the ground. Before she turned her attention to the victim, Kim nodded to a youth across the road, pointing a mobile phone in their direction. Bryant sprinted across, and without his protection, the crowd began to converge on her again. "Folks, back off right now," she shouted as she assessed the damage. Connop's left leg was hanging in the gutter at an unnatural angle. Kim leaned down and put 2 fingers to his neck, which told her exactly what she already suspected. He was dead. A young woman with a pushchair was already requesting an ambulance. Bryant returned and looked down at her. "Gov, do you want me to get details?" she said. She would not expect her team to do anything she wasn't prepared to do herself, and she was trained, damn it. She knelt on the ground as Bryant turned to the witnesses and tried to corral them away from the area. She rolled him over onto his back gingerly. His face was mottled with gravel from the road. His eyes stared unseeing up to the sky. She heard the gasp of one of the witnesses, but she had no time to worry about the sensitivities of onlookers. It was human nature to peer at things that would later cause nightmares, but her priority was Arthur Connop. Kim gently tilted back his head, using 2 fingers beneath the chin. His zip-up cardigan had not been fastened, so she ripped open his shirt. She placed the heel of her right hand at the centre of his chest and placed her left hand over the top, interlocking her fingers. She pressed down sharply approximately 6 centimetres. She counted to 30 and stopped. She moved to Arthur's head and with her left hand pinched his nose shut. She sealed her lips over his mouth and blew steadily. She watched as his chest rose, the result of artificial respiration. She repeated the process and then returned to compressions. She knew that CPR was used primarily to preserve intact brain function until further measures could be taken to restore spontaneous blood circulation and breathing. The irony was not lost on her that she was trying to preserve a brain that the owner had spent years trying to destroy. The squeal of police sirens stopped somewhere behind her. Their first priority would be to close off the road to preserve evidence. Others would take over questioning the witnesses. Above and around her, she was conscious of the activity, but her focus remained on the lifeless figure beneath her hands. A cacophony of voices surrounded her, but one broke through her concentration. "Gov, shall I take over?" Kim shook her head without looking up. She paused compressions, sure she'd just seen the chest move of its own volition. She stared hard. It rose again. The light was returning to his eyes, and a low guttural groan escaped his lips. Kim sat back in the road, her arms dead with fatigue. Arthur Connop looked right at her. She saw an instant of recognition and the glint of understanding as the pain throughout his body travelled along the nerves to his brain. He groaned again, and a grimace contorted his features. Kim laid a hand on his chest. "Stay still, the ambulance will be here soon." His rolling eyes found her as she heard another siren in the distance. "Ended," he gasped. Kim bent her head. "What's ended, Arthur?" He swallowed and shook his head from side to side. The effort brought another groan. She heard the approaching footsteps of the paramedics. "What did you say?" "End it," he managed. She looked into his eyes and saw the light once again receding. Her aching arms instinctively moved towards his chest, but she felt herself being moved aside. 2 green uniforms blocked her view. The male felt for a pulse and shook his head. The female began compressions as the male began taking equipment from his bag. Bryant took her arm and guided her away. "He's in good hands, Gov." She looked back as the male paramedic placed the defibrillator pads on Arthur Connop's chest. She shook her head. "No, he's gone." "What did he say?" "He asked me to end it." She leaned against the wall, fatigue taking the place of adrenaline. "Whatever the hell went on at Crestwood tormented these people for the rest of their lives." Bryant nodded. "Witnesses saw a white car speeding away. No one actually saw the impact, but one swears it was an Audi, the other says a BMW. Could be unrelated, Gov." She turned and looked at him. "Bryant, he stumbles the 100 yards home every day without incident. So you're not thinking genuine hit and run?" "No, Bryant, I think our killer was out here waiting, and the bastard had the gall to do it right in front of us." He touched her arm gently. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up before we—" She pulled her arm free. What time is it? Just after 12. Time to pay our local MP a friendly visit. But Gov, a couple of hours may well make us too late, she said, heading back towards the car. Other than William Payne, Croft is the only one left. Chapter 38. Got any of those mints, Bryant? Kim asked. She'd used and balled up 3 wet wipes to clean her face, neck and hands, but, psychological or not, the lingering aroma of beer and onion would not go away. He reached into the side compartment of the driver's door and offered her a fresh packet. She took one and popped it in her mouth. The menthol aroma blazed a trail right down to her lungs. Jesus, do you need a licence for these? She asked, once her right eye had finished watering. Consider the alternative, Gov. She took a good hit of the sweet and looked out of the window as they approached Bromsgrove town centre. Bryant took a right past the old Union workhouse, which had operated until 1948. Although only 10 miles from Stourbridge, it was like entering another world. The area was first documented in the early 9th century as Bremsgruff and had grown up around farming and nail-making. Staunchly conservative, the affluent rural population was primarily white British with 4% ethnic minority. "Are you kidding me?" Kim asked as they turned off Little Heath Lane. Houses along this stretch of Licky End started at 7-figure prices. Tall hedges and long driveways protected the houses from view. Known as the banking belt, the area accommodated the corporate professionals with easy access to the M5 and M40, not the natural habitat of a local MP. The car stopped at a walled garden separated by a wrought-iron gate. Bryant wound down the window and pressed the intercom button. A distorted voice answered, and Kim couldn't be sure if it was male or female. "West Midlands, please," Bryant said. There was no reply, but a low thunk signalled the electronic gate sliding behind the left-hand wall. Bryant drove through as soon as the gap was wide enough. The gravel drive led them to a red brick courtyard and a 2-storey farmhouse. The property was L-shaped, and Kim could see a detached garage block behind that would have eaten her house for lunch. Despite the mansion space for the vehicles, 2 cars were parked on a gravel patch to the right of the property. An open canopy porch trimmed the building, and planters holding bay trees were set at regular intervals. "You wouldn't want to give all this up without a fight, eh?" Kim asked. Bryant pulled up outside the front door. "He's a witness, not a suspect, Gov." "Of course," she said, getting out of the car, "and I'll be sure to remember that when I question him." The door was opened before they reached it. Before them stood a male Kim guessed to be Richard Croft. He wore cream chinos and a navy blue T-shirt. His greying hair was damp and a towel rested around his shoulders. "Forgive me, I've just jumped out of the pool." Of course, she had that very same inconvenience all the time. "Nice cars," Kim observed pleasantly, nodding towards an Aston Martin DB9 and a Porsche 911. There was a space in between. Kim saw 2 CCTV cameras perched on top of the building. "Security overload for an MP?" she asked, following Richard Croft into the hallway. He turned. "Oh, the security is for my wife." He turned left and they followed through double glass doors into what Kim assumed was one of the lounge rooms. The ceiling was low and supported with thick beams that had been expertly restored. Caramel leather sofas and mauve walls lightened the space. French doors led to an orangery that appeared to run the entire length of the house. "Please take a seat while I arrange for some tea." "Oh, how civilised," Bryant said, as Richard Croft left the room. "He's going to make us tea." "I think he said he would arrange for some tea. I'm pretty sure that means he isn't making it." "Marta will be along in a moment," Richard Croft said, re-entering the room. The towel had gone and the hair had been combed, revealing more grey hair around his temples. "Your wife?" He smiled, revealing teeth that were just a little too white. "Heavens, no. Marta is our live-in. She helps Nina with the boys and the house." "And a very lovely house it is too, sir." "Richard, please," he offered magnanimously. "The house is the love child of my wife. She works hard and expects to relax in a comfortable home." "And she does what exactly?" "She's a human rights barrister. She defends the rights of people you may not particularly wish to spend time with." Kim got it immediately. "Terrorists." "Individuals accused of terrorist activity would be a more politically correct term." Kim tried not to let her emotions show, but the distaste must have been obvious. Everyone is entitled to make full use of the law, wouldn't you agree, Detective? Kim said nothing. She didn't trust her mouth to open. She firmly believed that the law was applicable to everyone, and so she had to concede that the defence of that same law should be made available to everyone. So she agreed with him. She just hated the fact that she agreed with him. More intriguing than his wife's profession was the total lack of facial movement when the man spoke. Croft's forehead and upper cheek area had not moved once. For Kim, there was something surreal about the process of injecting a derivative of the most acute known toxin into your own body voluntarily. For a man approaching his 50s, it was positively obscene. She felt she was looking at the waxwork dummy and not the man. He waved at his surroundings. Nina likes to live well, and I'm just lucky that I have a wife that loves me very much. The comment probably left his mouth as self-deprecating and with intent to charm. It met Kim's ears as smug and self-satisfied. Probably not as much as you love yourself, Kim was tempted to respond, but was luckily prevented by the arrival of a tray being carried by a young, slim blonde who also had damp hair. Kim exchanged a knowing glance with Bryant. Jesus, he and his wife didn't have a moral fibre between them. She feared for the two perfectly groomed young boys in the photo on the brick fire surround. Once Marta had left the room, Richard poured the contents of the silver pot into 3 small cups. Kim could see no milk and could smell no caffeine. She held her hand up and declined. I've been meaning to come and see you to offer any assistance, but I've just been so busy with my constituents. Yes, Kim was sure they insisted he indulge in a midday romp with the hired help. Even the tone of his voice sounded disingenuous. She wondered if she might have found him more believable at the office. But here, amongst the luxury of his surroundings, knowing what he'd been up to, she couldn't help the wave of revulsion that stole over her. Well, we're here now, so if we could just ask a few questions, we'll be on our way. Of course, please, go ahead. He took a seat on the sofa opposite and sat back with his right foot lifted onto his left knee. Kim decided to start at the beginning. Every cell of her being detested this man, but she would try to ensure that her personal opinion did not colour her professional judgment. You are aware that Teresa Wyatt was murdered recently? Terrible business, he said without changing expression. I sent flowers. A lovely thought, I'm sure. The least I could do. And you know about Tom Curtis? Croft shook his head and lowered it. Horrific. Kim would bet her house he sent flowers. Were you aware that Mary Andrews also recently passed away? No, I wasn't. He looked towards his desk. I must make a note to send flowers, Kim finished for him. Do you recall a staff member named Arthur Connop? Richard appeared to ponder for a moment. Yes, he was one of the orderlies. Kim wondered just what kind of assistance this man may have offered, had he managed to find the time to visit the station, because he wasn't being all that forthcoming now. We spoke to him earlier today. I hope he's well. He didn't particularly wish the same for you. Richard laughed and reached for his cup of green liquid. People rarely remember their superiors with fondness, I find, especially when those individuals are lazy. I had cause to reprimand Mr. Connop on more than one occasion. For what? Sleeping on the job, shoddy work. His words trailed away as though there was more. And? Richard shook his head. Just day-to-day corrections. What about William Payne? Kim saw a slight shift in his eyes. What about him? Well, he was the other night porter. Did he receive similar reprimands? Not at all. William was a model employee. You know of his personal circumstances, I assume. Kim nodded. William would have done nothing to risk losing his job. Would you say he was treated more favourably than Arthur Connop? Kim pushed. There was something here. She could feel it. Honestly, we probably did turn a blind eye to 1 or 2 things. Like what? Well, we knew now and again that William would pop home at night if his daughter was having a particularly bad time, or if his neighbour was unable to watch her. But he never left the girls unattended, so we let it slide. I mean, we knew about it, but he shrugged. Would you want to change places with him? Anything more than that? Arthur indicated... Really, Detective, I think Arthur Connop was born bitter. If you've met him, you'll know that he is one of life's victims. Every bad thing in his life has been the fault of someone else and not under his own control. And earlier today he may have had a point when a car drove into the back of him, leaving him for dead. Richard Croft swallowed. And is he dead? We don't know yet, but it didn't look hopeful. Oh dear, what a terrible tragic accident. He sighed deeply. Well, in that case there seems no harm in my being completely candid with you, Detective. Please do, Kim said, unable to see the wild horses that appeared to be dragging words from his mouth. Not long before the fire, it was brought to my attention that Arthur had been supplying some of the girls with drugs. Nothing hard, but drugs nonetheless. Why? Kim asked, pointedly. If discovered, his actions would have cost him his job, a criminal record, and potentially a few months in Featherstone. William was the night shift caretaker, covered by a relief guy for his 2 nights off. Occasionally Arthur would step in and earn the overtime. Unknown to the rest of the staff, Arthur was spending the first part of his shift at the pub, a fact easily discovered by a group of occupants who used the situation to their advantage. They blackmailed him? Bryant asked. That's not really a word I'd like to use, Detective. As the person in charge of the facility, Kim felt sure it wasn't. Arthur obviously kept quiet through fear of losing his job. As well he should, Kim exploded. He was responsible for the safety of 15 to 20 girls aged anywhere from 6 to 15. Anything could have happened to those kids while he was gone. Richard eyed her quizzically. You condone the behaviour of these girls, Detective? No, she did not. But she was yet to find one single person to whom these girls had been entrusted that actually gave a shit. She chose her words carefully. I do not. However, had Arthur been doing his job correctly, he would not have been placed in that position in the first place. He smiled his agreement. Point taken, Detective, but the girls concerned were not model citizens. Kim fought down the sudden rush of anger. The behaviour of the girls automatically made them amoral delinquents with no future or promise, and with role models like Arthur Connop she was not the least bit surprised. Kim wondered at Richard's sudden disclosure about Arthur. What did he have to gain? Richard sat forward. More tea? Mr. Croft, you don't seem particularly worried that all your old colleagues are dying at an unnatural rate? By my count, there are 2 murders, 1 natural death, and an accident that may or may not be fatal. What went on at Crestwood all those years ago? She asked pointedly. Richard Croft did not miss a beat. I wish I knew, but I was only there for the last 2 years of the facility's operation. And in that time the number of runaways definitely increased, don't you agree? He met her gaze squarely, but a flicker of irritation was threatening his measured composure. Her technique had escalated from general to probing. He didn't like that she was questioning the management of the facility during his tenure. Some youngsters don't like rules, no matter how well-intentioned they are. From Kim's memories, the majority of rules were set down for the convenience of the staff and not the occupants. You've spoken about Arthur, but how involved were you with the occupants of Crestwood? Not very. I was brought in to make organisational decisions to operate the facility efficiently. His constant use of the word facility made Crestwood sound more like a secure unit at Broadmoor than a home for abandoned kids. Mr. Croft, do you have any reason to believe that any of your colleagues would have wanted to harm any of the girls? He stood. Of course not. How can you even ask such a question? That's a terrible thing to say. Everyone employed at the facility was there to take care of those children. For a monthly salary, Kim said, before she could stop herself. And even people that were not, he shot back. Even the pastor could not get through to some of these girls. What about Arthur? He made a mistake. He would never have harmed anyone. I understand that, Mr. Croft, but we have the body of what appears to be a teenage girl buried in the grounds of Crestwood, and one thing I can deduce with absolute certainty is that she didn't get there by herself. He stood still and ran his fingers through his hair, the only physical reaction to her words. His facial expressions were difficult to read beneath the Botox. Mr. Croft, did you or anyone you know file objections to Professor Milton's dig on the land? Absolutely not. I would have no reason at all to do that. She stood and faced him. And finally, the last question I have before I leave you in peace. Where were you on the night of Teresa's murder? His face turned crimson, and he pointed towards the door. I would thank you to leave my property immediately. My offer of assistance is revoked, and any further questions should be directed through my solicitor. Kim moved towards the door. Mr. Croft, I am more than ready to leave your wife's home, and I'd like to thank you for your time. Kim exited through the front door as a silver Range Rover pulled onto the gravel patch. The driver did not take the available space between the 2 others, indicating that something else was normally parked there. A slim female stepped out of the vehicle and retrieved a briefcase from the back seat. She wore a black business suit with a pencil skirt that fell just below the knee. The calves were lifted by 4-inch heels. Her hair was black and glossy, but pulled back into a severe ponytail. As they passed, Kim couldn't help but notice that the woman was absolutely stunning. She was rewarded with a tolerant smile and a curt nod. "Okay, what the hell does she see in him?" Bryant asked. Kim shook her head as she got into the car. The door closed behind the married couple. There were still mysteries in the world after all. Bryant started the car and put it into reverse. "Gov, are you ever going to find a way to play nice?" "Of course I am, the very moment I find playmates that I like." She sighed as she looked back at the property and for a moment thought about William Payne and his daughter Lucy. Fate most definitely had a flawed perspective. "What are you thinking?" Bryant asked as the gates slid open to release them. "I'm thinking about his reaction to the news of the buried girl." "What about it?" "He never even asked if we'd made an identification. He wasn't shocked by anything we told him. The Botox may have numbed his face, but it couldn't control his eye movement." Kim's gut had reacted unfavourably to Mr. Richard Croft. He knew something of that, she was sure, but she was still chasing that elusive thread, that final piece of hanging cotton that once pulled would unravel the secrets of Crestwood. Chapter 39. "What did they want?" Nina Croft asked, placing her briefcase down in the hallway. "They were asking about Crestwood," Richard answered, as he followed his wife into the kitchen. After 15 years together, there were 2 things about her that never failed to amaze him. The first was that she still looked as fantastic as she had the day they'd met. He had fallen head over heels in love with her, and unfortunately for him, that had not changed since. The second was that the icy remoteness had not left her eyes for 7 years. Nina stopped at the floating island in the middle of the vast kitchen. He stood on the other side. She faced him through the Le Creuset kitchenware that had never been used. "What did you tell them?" she demanded. Richard lowered his eyes. 7 years ago, after the birth of his second son, he had been in the throes of euphoria. Watching his beautiful wife give birth had provoked in him such fierce protection and love, he had thought the bond with his wife had been unbreakable. He had felt he could trust her with anything. 2 days later, after settling Harrison into his cot, Richard had felt close enough to his wife to reveal the secrets held at Crestwood. They had not shared a bed again. There had been no anger, no recriminations, and no threat of turning him in. A freezing fog had fallen between them, and it had not lifted since. "What did they ask?" He recounted the conversation word for word. She showed no emotion at all until the final couple of questions. Only then did a muscle jump in her cheek. When he'd finished, he felt a bead of sweat forming beneath his hairline as he waited for her response. "Richard, I told you years ago that I would not tolerate your past mistakes affecting my life or the lives of my children." "Was that the night you left my bed forever, sweetheart?" Every now and again the barely tolerant tone of her voice was like a kick to the stomach, and sometimes his backbone put in a surprise appearance. "Yes, my love, any attraction I felt died after your nighttime confession. It would have been scandalous enough that an inquiry into Crestwood would have revealed your inability to keep your hands out of the facility's pockets." She raised her eyes to the ceiling as though speaking to Harrison. "To take money that was meant for those girls was reprehensible, my love," she said icily. "But what you did to cover it up, well, quite honestly, words defy me." Once more he damned his total honesty to her that night. Yes, he had taken a little extra salary for himself. He had deserved it, and the girls hadn't missed it. Their basic needs had been covered at all times. The disgust in the face of his wife found its way to a heart that refused to let her go. Croft's immediate reaction was to strike back, to hurt her in a way that would provoke any measure of feeling. He tipped his head and smiled. "Well, at least I have someone prepared to offer me love, even if my wife will not." Richard held his breath. Any reaction that contained real emotion would be welcome, anything that would indicate the remnants of what they once had. She laughed out loud. It was not a sound born of joy or happiness. "You mean martyr?" This was not the reaction he'd expected. A sly smile was creeping across her face. The room started to close in on him. You You know about Marta. Know about it, my sweet. I pay very handsomely for it. Richard stepped back as though she had slapped him. She was lying. She had to be. Oh, Richard, you ridiculous old fool. Marta has a large family back in Bulgaria that she supports with this job. Her annual salary ensures that they eat. Her overtime sends both her brothers to school. So if she seems eager to have sex with you, it's because she gets paid by the hour, and I am happy to pay because she deserves every single penny. Richard could feel the colour infusing his face as the ugly truth registered. Earlier today, Marta had been quite insistent. You cold-hearted bitch. Nina ignored the insult and turned to the coffee machine. I've told you before that I will not have even the hint of scandal attached to my name. I have worked very hard to achieve the life that I live, and because of your public standing in the community, I don't mind having you along as a passenger, as long as you travel silently. Richard felt the disgust at his life wash over him. His only use to his wife was the vicarious kudos of his standing as a Member of Parliament, a career which gave her an element of respectability that counterbalanced her unsavoury clientele. Don't look so shocked, my dear. It's an arrangement that has worked well and should continue to do so. His skin crawled at the thought of sharing a bed with Marta after what he had learned. At times Richard had felt they had a genuine connection, and yet he had been nothing more than a salary enhancement. But why Marta? He asked, still stunned from her admission. My image is everything, and I will not allow you to tarnish it. You are a man and you have certain needs, but I would never tolerate you screwing some diseased whore out on the streets and putting my children in danger. He watched as Nina took out her mobile phone. Now, run along like a good boy while I continue to clean up your mess. Richard stood on the cusp of a decision. His hands were clenched at his sides. He could turn and walk away, out of this house, away from Nina's coldness and control. He could go straight to the police and release the burden inside him. He could be free of this woman and the life he led. He considered his meagre MP's salary of £65,000. Even creative accounting with his expenses left daylight between him and a six-figure income. His monthly pay barely covered the house utility bills. The salary of his wife paid for the mortgage, the cars, and the £5,000 pocket money that landed in his account on the first of each month. Richard's clenched hands fell to his sides. He turned and walked into the study, carrying his balls on a 9-carat gold dinner plate. Only when the door was closed behind him did he wipe at the bead of sweat behind his ear. His last remaining sliver of pride had prevented him doing so in front of his wife. Teresa and Tom were dead, and Arthur on his way. Richard wanted to believe that the deaths were coincidental. He had to believe it, because not believing it could only mean one thing, that he was probably next. Chapter 40. Kim dialed Stacey's number as Bryant gave their order at the McDonald's drive-through. It was answered on the second ring. Stace, we're going to need any addresses you've got for the ex-occupants of Crestwood, because we're rapidly running out of staff members. Yeah, we heard about that here. Woody's already been down here looking for you. Woody's after me, she whispered to Bryant as Stacey tapped her keyboard. Bryant grimaced. OK, first one on the list is, actually it's two of them, twin sisters named Bethany and Nicola Adamson. This address is for Nicola at Brindley Place in Birmingham. Kim read out the address and Bryant jotted it down. OK, can you work on tracking down that pastor you mentioned before? His name came up again, so I think he's worth a visit. The girls may have talked to him. On it, Gov. Thanks, Stace. Anything from Dawson? Not to me. Kim ended the call. We really should have gone back to the station after what happened earlier, Bryant said. Kim knew full well that they should have briefed Woody about the hit and run and followed the procedure that accompanies the witnessing of any traumatic incident, but on her team they'd never get out the station. I'll do a report later and go talk to Woody, but we're running out of time. So far we've lost 4 people that worked at Crestwood at the time it closed. She took a bite of the chicken burger. It tasted like a wedge of cardboard placed between 2 slabs of MDF. She put it aside and took out her mobile phone. Dawson answered immediately. How's things? She asked. Moving along. Keris is in the pit with her hand tools, so we're not far away from whatever's down there. Kim could hear the fatigue in his voice. Did you pay a visit to William Payne? Done, Gov. I placed a check call to ADT to make sure the alarm is working. I cleaned and tested the motion sensor front and back, which work on a 15-foot arc. I got him to move a couple of planters away from the fence and change the battery in Lucy's emergency response pendant just to be sure. Oh, and I've briefed every patrolling officer to include Payne's home in their perimeter checks." Kim smiled, and that was why he was on the team. There were times that managing Dawson was like mothering a toddler. Some days he tried her patience to the limit, and others where he did his job brilliantly. "Just so you know, Gov, it came over the radio. Arthur Connop died." Kim said nothing. She had known he wasn't going to make it. "Socos still have the road closed. You never know, there might be something." Kim ended the call. "Connop," she whispered. "Dead?" Bryant asked. Kim nodded and then sighed. If she was perfectly honest, she was hard pushed to measure the loss of Arthur Connop. His wife had been emphatically disinterested in his whereabouts. No one they'd spoken to had harboured any affection for the man at all, past or present. Perhaps Maureen might feel his loss from the decrease of beer and cob sold per week, but few would seriously mourn his passing. Kim would have liked to think that the rude, insufferable man had once been a decent human being who had slowly grown bitter with age, but his blatant neglect of his charges 10 years ago destroyed the false hope. She suspected that Maureen was right, that Arthur had always been selfish and mean. But she now had to wonder if it was more than that. How far would he have gone to cover his tracks? As Bryant wiped at his mouth with a paper serviette, Kim glanced at the dashboard clock. It was just after 3 and a lot of paperwork lay ahead at the station. It had already been a long and taxing day, and she could always start working through the list of occupants tomorrow. Her body demanded a shower and some rest. "You want me to head towards that address in Birmingham then, Gov?" She smiled and nodded her head. Chapter 41. Covering 17 acres, Brindley Place was the largest mixed-use redevelopment in the UK. Canal-side factories and a Victorian school had been renovated in a range of architectural styles. The project was started in 1993 and now offered 3 distinct areas. Brindley Place was an assortment of low-rise buildings offering plush office space, retail units and art galleries, while Water's Edge housed the bars, restaurants and cafes. The residential elements sprawled out from Symphony Court. "Gov, what the hell are we doing wrong?" Bryant asked, as they stood on the 4th floor of the King Edward's Wharf building. The door was answered by a slim, athletic woman wearing black leggings and a tight sports top. Her face bore the flush of recent exertion or exercise. "Nicola Adamson. And you are?" Bryant offered his warrant card and introduced them both. She stood aside and welcomed them into an open-plan penthouse. Kim stepped onto beech wooden flooring that stretched all the way to the kitchen area. White leather sofas were set diagonally before a wall bearing a large flat-screen television. Beneath it were various electronic devices recessed into the wall. No wires or cables were evident. Spotlights were flush with the ceiling, and a couple of downlighters were fixed above a pebble fireplace. A glass dining table surrounded by teak chairs signalled the end of the lounge. Just beyond that the laminate ended and stone tiles began. Kim would guess she was looking at around 1,500 square feet of living space. "Can I offer you a drink? Tea? Coffee?" Kim nodded. "Coffee, as strong as you've got." Nicola Adamson smiled openly. "That kind of day, detective?" The woman padded into a kitchen formed of white glossy cabinets with accents of brown wood. Kim didn't answer but continued to move around the space. The left side wall was formed entirely of glass, punctuated only by a few circular stone pillars. Beyond was a balcony, and without stepping out, Kim could see the view of the Brindley Loop Canal. Further along the wall of glass, Kim saw a treadmill partly obscured by an oriental screen. Well, she reasoned, if you were going to exercise, this was surely the way to do it. It was an impressive space for a woman in her mid-20s who was at home in the middle of the afternoon. "What do you do?" Kim asked bluntly. "Excuse me? Very nice place you have here. I was just wondering what you did to pay for it." Kim's tact and diplomacy were somewhere back around 11 a.m. It was growing into a long day, and the woman would either answer or she wouldn't. "I'm not sure how it's your business, as my work is certainly not illegal, but I'm a dancer, an exotic dancer, and I happen to be very good at it." Kim guessed that she probably was. Her movements were naturally graceful and lithe. She carried a tray bearing 2 steaming mugs and a bottle of water. "I work at the Roxburgh," she said, as though that explained everything, and for Kim it did. The club was membership only, and provided adult entertainment for professional people. The stringent management ensured few visits from the local constabulary, unlike other clubs in Birmingham city centre. "You understand why we're here?" Bryant asked. Having made the mistake of sitting back on the plush sofa, he was now struggling to sit forward before the furniture swallowed him whole. "Of course. I'm not sure how much I can help, but feel free to ask me anything. How old were you when you were at Crestwood?" "It wasn't one whole stretch, Detective. My sister and I were in and out of care from the age of 2. "How old were you in that picture?" Kim asked of a photo in a silver frame on the small table beside her. The features of the 2 girls were as identical as their clothes. Both wore stiff white school shirts from the free uniform shop. Kim remembered those clothes well and the free taunts that came with them. Both wore matching pink cardigans with an embroidered flower motif on the left-hand side. Everything was identical but their hair. One had loose flowing blonde locks and the other had theirs tied back in a bobble. Nicola reached for the photo and smiled. "I remember those cardigans so well. Beth lost hers and would steal mine. It was about the only thing we ever fought over." Bryant opened his mouth, but Kim's expression silenced him. The woman's face had changed. She was no longer looking into the photo, but past it. "They may not look much, but those cardigans were precious. Mary asked for a couple of volunteers to help wipe down all the paintwork. Beth and I offered because Mary was a good woman who did her best. At the end of the day, she gave us a few pounds for our work." Nicola finally raised her eyes. Her expression was both sad and wistful. "You can't even begin to imagine how we felt. The very next morning we went up into Blackheath to the market. We spent all day roaming the stalls deciding what to buy, and it wasn't so much the cardigans, but that they were ours, from new, not hand-me-downs from the older girls or used garments from the charity shop. They were new, and they were ours." A tear had escaped from Nicola's right eye. She placed the picture back and wiped at her cheek. "It sounds silly, and you really can't understand." "Yes, I can," Kim said. Nicola smiled indulgently and shook her head. "No, Detective, you really can't." "Yes, I really can," Kim repeated. Nicola met her gaze and held it for just a couple of seconds before nodding her understanding. "To answer your question, we were 14 in that photo." Bryant looked to Kim and she gestured for him to continue. "Did you spend all your time in care at Crestwood?" he asked. Nicola shook her head. "No, our mother was a heroin addict, and I'd like to say she tried her best, but she didn't. Until we were 12, it was a mixture of foster homes, children's homes, and our mother getting clean and taking us back. I don't really remember it all that well." Kim could tell from her eyes that the recollection was no trouble at all. "But you had each other," Kim said, looking at the photo. For 6 years she had also known that feeling. Nicola nodded. "Yes, we had each other." "Miss Adamson, we have reason to believe that the body we've discovered within the grounds is possibly one of the Crestwood occupants." "No," she said, shaking her head. "You're not serious. Is there anything you can recall about your time there that would help us?" Nicola's eyes were busy as though searching through her memories. Neither she nor Bryant spoke. Slowly Nicola began to shake her head. "I honestly can't think of anything. Beth and I kept to ourselves. There is nothing I can offer." "How about your sister? Do you think she would be able to help?" Nicola shrugged just as Kim's mobile began to ring. 2 seconds later, Bryant sounded. They both fumbled and cut off the calls. "Sorry about that," Bryant offered. "You were saying?" "Maybe Beth can recall something. She is staying with me at the moment." Nicola checked her watch. "She should be home in about half an hour if you'd like to wait." Kim's phone began to vibrate in her pocket. "No, that will be fine," she said, standing. Bryant followed suit and offered his hand. "If you do think of anything, please give us a call." "Of course," she said, walking them to the door. Kim turned, willing to take a long shot. "Do you remember any of the girls having a particular fondness for beads?" "Beads? Perhaps a bracelet?" Nicola thought for a moment, then clasped her hand over her mouth. Yes, there was a girl called Melanie. She was older than me, so I didn't know her very well. She was one of the cool girls, one of the troublemakers." Kim held her breath. "Yes, now I remember the beads. She gave some to her best friends. They were like a little club." Nicola began to nod her head. "Yes, of course there were 3 of them. They all had the beads." Kim felt the sinking in her stomach. She was willing to bet that all 3 of them ran away. Chapter 42. "Shit," Bryant said as they got into the car. Kim felt sick. You thinking what I'm thinking? If it's that there's possibly another body to find, then yes. Insert the word probably for possibly and we're pretty much bang on. Kim put the seatbelt on and turned. You wrote those names down, right? Bryant nodded as she took out her phone. He followed suit. 2 missed calls and a message from Dawson, she said. Mine are from Woody. They both keyed into their mailboxes. Kim listened to Dawson's excitable voice and then deleted the message. Dawson wants me back at the site straight away. Bryant chuckled. Woody wants me to get you back to the station within the same time frame, and last I heard, talented as you are, you've yet to master being in 2 places at the same time. He turned to her. So, Gav, column A or column B? Kim looked at him and raised one eyebrow. Yeah, I thought that's what you were going to say. Chapter 43. Bryant pulled the car onto the dirt patch. It had taken 40 minutes to travel 8 miles from the centre of Birmingham. Kim opened the door. Check in with Dawson, make sure he's okay. Will do, Gov. She trotted to the 3rd tent. The site was beginning to look more like a festival concessions area than a crime scene. She paused at the entrance. She turned and looked down the hill at the middle house and the prisoner within, and gave a little wave, just in case. Keris turned as she entered. Kim looked down into the pit. Where's she gone? She asked, sexing the body without thinking. There was no sure way of knowing this second body was that of a female, except for her gut, and that was normally good enough for her. Dan has the body in the other tent. It was removed about half an hour ago. We've had the chance to sieve a third of the pit, and I thought you might like to know we found more beads. Kim finished for her. How did you know? Kim shrugged. Anything else? Keris sighed heavily and nodded slowly. We've carried out a full sweep of the site and found one more mass. Kim interrupted again. Keris placed her right hand on her hip. Shall I just go home now? Kim smiled. Sorry, I'm just tired. One of those days. Will this second area be completed tomorrow? First thing in the morning I'll get started on the excavation of Area 3. We haven't marked it yet. We don't want to give the vultures a head start, Keris said, meaning the press. We don't yet know for certain that the 3rd anomaly is another body. Kim felt the certainty in the pit of her stomach. The press are watching our every move, so I had the guys complete the sweep and then pack the machine away and keep clear of the area of interest so they don't get suspicious. How will you know exactly where to dig if you haven't marked it? Kim asked. I've pasted from the edge of the tent. Trust me, I'll know. Kim did trust her. The good news is that Site 1 can be closed down and filled in tomorrow. I just need to sign it off and the first tent can be removed. Anything else of interest? A few bits of cloth, all labelled, bagged and sent back to the lab. May help with identification. After their meeting with Nicola, Kim guessed it was only going to be the choice of 3. Anything else? Keris shook her head and turned away. Kim appreciated the woman's tenacity. She accepted that her own drive grew from something more than the need to solve the case. Try as she might to convince herself that it was no different, it was. She knew the pain of these girls' past. Not one of them had woken up one day and chosen the future mapped out for them. Their behaviour could not be traced back to an absolute year, month, day and time. It was a progressive journey of peaks and troughs until circumstances eventually stifled hope. It was never the big things. Kim remembered only ever being called child. All of them had been called child, so the staff didn't have to remember their names. Kim understood that her own motivation came out of a need to seek justice for these forgotten kids, that her pace would not slow until she had. And she appreciated anyone that tried to keep up with her. Hey, Kim said as she reached the exit. Thanks, Keris smiled. Kim headed to the utility tent. Daniel had his back to her, but she could see that he and the 2 others were busy labelling plastic bags. Hey, Doc, what you got? What, no insults, no abuse? Look, I'm tired, but I'm sure I could muster... No, it's fine. Today I could live without it. Kim noted that the doctor was more sullen than usual. His shoulders were slightly hunched as he sealed the plastic bag containing the skull. White strips of tape bearing black marker pen listed the site and the bone within. His assistant reached for the lid to the storage box, but Daniel shook his head. Not yet. Kim was confused. She'd seen bodies packed before with the heaviest bones at the bottom of the box and ascending so that the lighter, more fragile bones lay at the top. Normally the skull was the last item to be packed. She stood beside him as he reached for a container the size of a sandwich box, already lined with tissue paper. A collection of small bones was piled to the far right of the table. His hand trembled slightly. "Adult or non-adult?" Kim asked. "Definitely non-adult. I can't give you any idea of how she died at the moment. On first inspection, there are no obvious areas of trauma to her body." His voice was quiet and controlled. Kim was momentarily confused. "Hang on, Doc. Because our first victim was juvenile, I couldn't threaten you into sexing it, but all of a sudden you're referring to this one as a female before you've even taken the bones back to the lab?" He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "That's right. I have no hesitation in sexing victim number 2, Detective." He looked back at the sandwich box. "Because this young lady was pregnant." Chapter 44. "What a bloody day," Bryant said, parking the car at the rear of the station. They were the first words spoken since leaving the site. "Dawson was pretty quiet up there. Are you surprised?" Dawson had been unable to take his eyes from the small container until the bones were loaded into the larger box beside the bones of the mother. "Get off home, Bryant. I'll go see Woody and then I'll be heading home myself." It was just after 7 and they were entering the 13th hour of the 6th working day. Bryant would keep at it right beside her, but he had a family. She did not. Her last burst of energy was used as she mounted the steps to the 3rd floor. She knocked and waited. As Woody called for her to enter, she marvelled at the level of controlled rage that could be contained in 2 syllables. The stress ball was already in his hand when she took a seat. "You wanted to see me, sir?" 3 hours ago, when I called, would have been more appropriate," he growled. Kim looked to his right hand and swore she could hear the stress ball crying out for mercy. "There were developments at the site that required—" "Stone, you were involved in a traumatic incident. Bryant's driving isn't that bad," she quipped weakly. It had been a long day. "Shut up. You're fully aware of the procedure and the need for your return to the station for a debrief and a welfare check. I was fine, ask Bryant. You'll excuse me if I choose not to waste my time with that." He sat back and switched the stress ball to the left hand. Damn, she wasn't out of the woods yet. "I have an obligation, a duty of care, which you make damn near impossible for me to exercise. You have to be offered support and counselling. When I need someone to tell me how I should be feeling, I'll be sure to let you know. That you don't feel anything may well be the problem, Stone. It's not a problem for me, sir." He leaned forward, his eyes boring into her. "Not right at this moment, but eventually all the negativity will affect you and your ability to function." Kim doubted that. It was the way she had always handled things. The bad things were packed away in boxes and sealed shut. The key was in never opening the boxes, and her only question was why more people didn't do that. The old adage stated that time healed everything, and she had mastered the art of manipulating time. In real time, she had failed to save the life of Arthur Cunnop only 7 hours earlier, but the activity crammed into those intervening hours distanced the memory. In her mind, the incident could have happened last week. Therefore, the event was much further back in her past than Woody believed. "Sir, thank you for your concern, but I really am fine. I accept that I can't save everyone, and I don't beat myself up when people die." Woody held up his hand. "Stone, enough. My decision is made. Once this case is over, you will seek counselling or you will face suspension. But," he shook his head, "if not, the bad inside will destroy you." What she held inside was of no concern to her. It was locked up and contained. Her only fear was in letting it out. To release it would most certainly signal her destruction. She sighed heavily. That was a fight for another day. "There will be no further discussion on the matter, but before you go, there's something else." Fabulous, she thought. "I've received a call from the superintendent, who has received a call from the chief superintendent, who both want you removed from this case." He sat back. "So tell me who the hell you pissed off today." There was no point lying to him. Clearly someone's feathers had been well and truly ruffled. "Sir, I could give you a list, but it wouldn't be exhaustive. However, the only person I'm aware of having angered that badly would be Richard Croft, but I can't imagine he has that kind of influence." There was a brief pause as their eyes met. His wife, they said together. What did you say to him? She shrugged. Many things, she answered, thinking Croft's wife must love him very much after all. Witness or suspect? She pulled a face. Bit of both. Damn it, Stone, when will you learn that there is an element of politics when policing at this level? No, sir. There is an element of politics in policing at your level. Mine is still about uncovering the truth. Woody glowered at her. Kim hadn't quite meant it the way it had sounded. She relied on the fact that he would know that, and chose not to open her mouth to change feet. She stuck out her chin. So, are you going to follow instructions and remove me? Stone, I do not need goading from you to make use of a perfectly healthy spine. They have already been advised that you will continue to head the case. Kim smiled. She should have known. Croft clearly has something to hide, or he wouldn't have set his guard dog loose. For the first time in days, he offered her the promise of a smile. So I guess I'd better unchain mine. Yes, sir, Kim said, with a smile. Chapter 45. Kim looked from Bryant to Stacey. OK, new day. Dawson will be going straight to the site and he'll call when there's more to report. So to recap, of the 6 staff members identified, only 2 remain, Richard Croft and William Payne. Richard Croft doesn't like me very much, so I don't think we'll be getting much more from him, but he's hiding something. Gov, 2 of the objections to the Professor's project were filed by the law firm Travis, Dunn and Cohen. Croft's wife? Stacey nodded. She works under a maiden name of Cohen. So whatever he's hiding, she knows about. Worth a visit to her office, Gov? Bryant asked. Kim shook her head. She's already tried to remove me from the case, and I'm not giving her any further ammunition. She shrugged. We're not going to get any help from her. Whatever Croft's hiding, his wife is party to it, and will block us at every turn. How far do you think she'd go? Stacey asked. Depends on the level of potential damage, Kim answered, recalling the gated house, the cars, not to mention the career. Kim stood at the board that had been divided in 2. The first half had been further quartered. The details of Teresa Wyatt and Tom Curtis occupied the top 2 segments. The bottom quarters were occupied by Mary Andrews and Arthur Connop. Anything back from forensics on Arthur? Kim asked. Broken glass from a passenger side headlight and some particles of white paint embedded in his trouser leg. They're trying to match it now. Kim stared hard at the left-hand side of the board. Despite her inability to prove the murder of Mary Andrews and Arthur Connop, she knew their deaths were linked to something sinister that occurred 10 years earlier. What did you do? She silently asked all of them. The opposite side of the board was currently divided into 2, representing the buried victims so far removed. Kim knew the board would be divided again before the end of the day. 3 names were printed to the side. Melanie Harris, Tracy Morgan, Louise Dunstan. How's the identification going? Stacey asked, following Kim's gaze. Kim didn't turn. Apparently these 3 were a close little group. I'm hoping Dr. Bate can offer us more clues to identify which girl is which. Do you think there's more than 3, Gov? Stacey asked. Kim shook her head. There was a reason why a particular group had been targeted. Can you find out more about these 3 on Facebook without being detected? Oh, yeah. When I asked if anyone remembered me, one girl asked if I was that shy little black girl with thick glasses and a stutter, and I said yes. Kim smiled. What did you find out about the minister? The only minister I could find with any link to Crestwood was Victor Wilkes, the guy who did some charity work. His name's come up in a few posts. The girls all refer to him fondly as father. He used to visit the place once a month to give a short service for the girls. Background? Hard to know. So far I've got him spending a few years in Bristol, a couple in Coventry and a year in Manchester. I've thrown out some emails to see if I can get a bite. Where is he now? Dudley. Since when? Stacey tapped the keyboard. 2 years ago. Got an address? Stacey passed Kim a piece of paper as Bryant replaced the receiver. Gov, that was the front desk. You have a visitor. Kim frowned. She was too busy to drop everything for a walk-in. Call them back and... This one ain't shifting, Gov. Your visitor is Bethany Adamson, and she is mighty pissed off. Chapter 46. May I help you? Kim asked at the front desk. The woman turned, and Kim was immediately taken aback. not by how much the woman resembled Nicola. They were identical twins. The surprise was in how little alike they looked. The woman didn't offer her hand. "My name is Bethany Adamson and I want to talk to you." Kim stepped back into the corridor and motioned for Bethany Adamson to follow. A regular ka-thunk sounded behind her as she headed for interview room 2. Kim hit the key code and held the door open. The woman stepped right past her, using a walking stick in her right hand. Kim noted that Bethany's boots were flat and functional and rose up to her knees. Beneath were black jeans that hung loose from the knees to the thighs. A bulky winter jacket swamped the slender frame that appeared more frail than that of her sister. "I don't have much time, Miss Adamson." "What I've got to say won't take very long, detective." Kim was surprised by the broadness of the Black Country accent. Kim nodded for her to continue while she appraised the woman's appearance. Had she not known, she would have thought that Bethany was the sister of Nicola, albeit much older. The blonde hair was tied back tightly in a ponytail, with roots that were unwashed and greasy. The face, although identical in structure, appeared thinner, harsher than that of her sister. The apportionment of vitality and charisma had definitely not been divided in the favour of this twin. Kim noted that the woman seemed to be resting her entire weight on the walking aid. Kim motioned towards the chair, but Bethany shook her head. Kim remained standing also. They faced each other across the metal interview table. "You spoke to me sister yesterday." Kim was shocked at the harshness she saw in the woman's face. Her lips were thin and a frown brought her eyebrows closer together. Kim nodded. "Both of your names came up during a current investigation." "There's nothing we've got to tell you." Kim was intrigued. "How would you know that?" Bethany Adamson sought Kim's gaze and their eyes locked. The portals were cold and emotionless, not even angry or passionate, just dead and unyielding. If the sum of the face was formed of its individual features, then this woman had never experienced a moment of joy in her life. "I just know." Kim crossed her arms. "Your sister was a little more accommodating." "Well, she don't understand, does she?" "Understand what?" Beth sighed heavily. "Our early years was hard. We was born to a crack-whore who checked us in and out of care like library books. As we got older, our chances for any kind of life disappeared, 'cause we weren't wanted. All we had was each other." "I understand that, Miss Adamson, but—" "Our years at Crestwood weren't the happiest times, and you can't possibly understand how it feels to be born to a mother that wants you only for the child allowance." The woman's gaze had Kim and wouldn't let her go. "Our childhood didn't have any love or stability, and we don't want to keep remembering it, neither of us." Kim understood more than she would ever care to admit. Despite the woman's demeanour, Kim had the urge to try and reach out. She understood where the defensiveness came from. But she had bodies, both old and new, piling up around her. "What went on at that place, Beth?" she asked quietly. "It's Miss Adamson, if you don't mind, and that's for you to find out, detective. But don't involve me or me sister. It won't be good for either of us." "Not even if it would help catch a killer?" No emotion registered on the dead face. "Not even that. Me sister's too polite to ask, but I ain't. So leave us alone." "If this investigation dictates that I need to speak with either of you again—" "I really wouldn't if I was you. If you don't leave us be, I promise you will be sorry." With surprising speed, Bethany Adamson travelled the distance to the door. She was gone before Kim realised she'd just been threatened. Rather than warning her off, the woman's words had induced the polar opposite. Now another question burned within Kim. Nicola and Beth had experienced the exact same childhood, but were like opposing seasons of the year. So what the hell had happened to make Bethany Adamson such a hostile, hateful individual? Chapter 47. The Holly Tree housing estate lay between Brierley Hall and Wordsley. The entire council development, constructed in the early 70s, covered a 2-mile area and was now home to at least 3 registered sex offenders. On entering, Kim was always reminded of Dante's Circles of Hell. The outer layer was formed of grey prefab houses with windows that were either broken, boarded or barred. Fences separating properties were long gone. The gardens of empty houses had been used as opportune rubbish dumps for the good of the local community. Old cars with mismatched panels littered the road. The inner layer was formed of maisonettes with 12 dwellings per block. Each external wall was a competition in sprayed-on vulgarity and offered more detail on the birds and the bees than the school curriculum. It was a battle the council had fought and lost. Kim didn't need to leave the car to know the putrid smell of the hallways that dispensed more drugs than boots. At the centre of the estate, 3 high-rise buildings towered over the rest of the estate, keeping watch. Although refuted by the council, these were the homes of families evicted from other council estates in the area. A trail of years served at Her Majesty's pleasure would have led back to the Ice Age. You know, Gov, if it's true that Tolkien named the dark lands of Mordor after the Black Country, he was surely looking this way. Kim didn't disagree. It was the land that Hope forgot. She knew, because Hollytree had been home for the first 6 years of her life. Bryant parked in front of a row of buildings that had once been shops serving the community. The last one to close had been the newsagent's at the end, after being robbed at knife point by 2 12-year-old boys. The centre building, which previously operated as a chip shop, was opened one morning each week as a drop-in centre. A group of 7 girls in their mid-teens hung around the entrance. They filled the doorway with both their bodies and their attitude. Bryant looked at her, and Kim smiled in response. "Don't hurt 'em too hard, eh, Gov?" "Course not." Bryant held back as Kim stood before the ringleader. Her hair was 3 different hues of purple, and the fresh, unlined skin of her face was mottled by metal. She held out her right hand. "Entrance fee." Kim met her gaze, fighting to contain the smile. "How much?" "100?" "Nah, too much. There's a recession, you know." The girl smirked and crossed her arms. "That's why I gotta keep me prices high." The cronies sniggered and nudged each other. "OK, answer a simple question and you got a deal." "I ain't gonna answer no questions because you ain't getting 'em, bitch." Kim shrugged and began to turn. "Fine, I'll just walk away, but at least my way you had a chance." The hesitation lasted a second. "Go on then." Kim turned back and looked into a face eager for money. "Tell me how much I'd have to pay if I asked for a 15% discount." Confusion creased the girl's features. "I don't fucking know the—" "See, if you went to school, look how much more you'd be able to extort." Kim leaned in closer so that their faces were an inch apart. "Now, get out of the way before I drag you by your nose ring." Kim kept her voice low and allowed her eyes to do the work. The girl stared back for a full minute. Kim didn't blink. "Come on, girls, this bitch ain't worth it," she said, moving to the left. The posse followed. Once the doorway was clear, Kim turned. "Hey, lady, a tenner to watch the car?" The girl hesitated, but a second girl nudged her from behind. "Deal," she growled. Bryant followed her into the shell of a building. Everything of value had been removed, including the ceiling tiles. A 7-foot crack travelled from the right-hand corner towards the middle of the back wall. 3 men stood in the opposite corner. They all turned. 2 looked instantly panicked and headed past them to the door. Career criminals were like bloodhounds and could smell police from the neighbouring county. "Something we said, boys?" Bryant asked. One of the boys sucked air through his teeth as a sign of disrespect, and Kim shook her head. The feeling was mutual. The remaining man Kim recognised from the crematorium of the day they chased the body of Mary Andrews. "Pastor Wilkes, I didn't recognise you with your clothes on," Bryant quipped. Victor Wilkes smiled with barely concealed tolerance to a comment he must have heard many times, although Bryant was not far wrong. Dressed in robes, Wilkes had been an instant figure of reverence, respect, familiarity. Here, in normal surroundings, he looked ordinary, just an average man. Her initial assessment at the crematorium had put him in his late 50s, but without the uniform he dropped 10 years. The casual clothing of light jeans and blue sweatshirt accentuated a build that was more muscle than fat. "May I offer you a drink?" he asked, pointing to a silver urn. Kim noted the last 2 fingers on his right hand. They curled underneath like a hook. It was an injury she'd seen before in bare-knuckle fighters. Together with his above-average height, she was guessing he'd boxed at some point in his life. Kim looked at the urn and nudged Bryant, who responded, "No, thank you, Pastor, Minister." "Victor, please." "What the hell do you do here?" Kim asked. No sane person would enter this place by choice. He smiled. "Try to offer hope, Detective. This area is one of the most deprived in the country. I try to show them there is another way. It's easy to be judgmental, but there is good in everyone. You just have to look." "Aha, there it is," she thought, as his voice changed to sermon mode. "What's your success rate?" Kim asked, irritated. "How many of these souls have you saved?" "I don't deal in numbers, my dear." "Luckily," she said, wandering around the room. Bryant began to speak about the investigation. "We understand that you would visit Crestwood regularly, speak to the girls, conduct short services. That's correct. We also understand now and again you would cover for William Payne. That is also correct. All of us offered cover for him now and again. His situation is unenviable, I'm sure you'll agree. His commitment to his daughter is admirable. He is eternally grateful for the life of Lucy. He cares for her tirelessly. All the staff did their best to support him." He thought for a moment, then added, "Well, most of the staff." Kim completed her circuit of the room and stood beside Bryant. "Talking of the staff, can you tell us who was there during the time you were involved with Crestwood?" Victor walked to the urn, and Kim couldn't help her surprise that the metal instrument had not yet been robbed for scrap. He dropped a tea bag into a plastic cup. Richard Croft had just been installed in the position of manager. His role seemed to be primarily administrative. I think his brief was to tighten budgets and improve efficiency. He had very little contact with the girls, and that was how he liked it. I always felt that he never quite moved in, that he was in a rush to get the job done, meet his targets and move on. What about Teresa Wyatt? Well, of course there was friction between the two of them. Teresa was passed over for the manager's job and so was resentful of Richard's position. Wilkes tried to stir flavour out of the tea bag. Teresa was not a particularly warm woman and she and Richard clashed immediately. They hated each other and everyone knew it. All very interesting, Kim thought, but not explanatory of there being 2 or possibly 3 dead girls in the ground. "We believe Teresa had a bit of a temper." Victor shrugged but said nothing. "Did you see any evidence of it?" "Not personally, no." "But someone else did?" Kim pushed. He hesitated and then opened his hands. "I don't see what harm it can do now. Teresa spoke to me about an impending complaint against her. I'd heard whispers that there'd been the occasional slap or push when Teresa's frustration got the better of her, but this one was different. She'd actually punched the girl so hard in the stomach she coughed up blood." Kim felt her foot begin to tap. She placed her hand on her knee to keep it still. "And that was the complaint?" He shook his head. No, Teresa wasn't as concerned about the assault as she was about what the complainant was going to infer. Which was that Teresa Wyatt had beaten the girl up for refusing to have sex. "And did she?" Victor looked unsure. "I don't think so. Teresa was honest with me about the assault. She admitted exactly what she'd done but swore it was not about sex. She knew that such an allegation would destroy her. Such a slur would have stuck to her name like a leech for the rest of her life." Kim closed her eyes and shook her head. The secrets just kept on coming. "Who was the complainant?" Kim asked. She would bet her bike, house and job that it was one of the 3. "She didn't say, Detective. The conversation we had was for her benefit only. She wanted to talk it out to straighten things in her own mind." Of course she did, Kim thought. God forbid Teresa Wyatt would have given any thought to telling the truth. "What about Tom Curtis?" Bryant asked. Victor had to think for a moment. "Oh, you mean the kitchen cook? He was a bit of a quiet one. He didn't really clash with anyone. A bit of a sheep, I suppose you'd call him. Got himself told off a couple of times for being a bit too familiar with the girls." "Really?" Kim asked. "He was mid-20s, the youngest member of staff, so he could relate to them better. Some thought perhaps too well, but it was only a rumour, so I'd rather not comment further." "But surely you had an opinion?" Victor's face hardened as he held up his right hand. "I will not sully the name of a dead man when I myself saw no evidence of impropriety." "Inferring that others did," Kim pushed. "Not for me to say, and I will not speculate." "Understood, Victor," Bryant soothed. "Please continue." Mary Andrews was a no-nonsense type of woman who probably gave the girls the majority of attention. She was firm but loving and available too. It wasn't just a job to Mary. And Arthur? Victor laughed. Oh, Arthur Connop, I'd almost forgotten about him. A rather unfortunate individual, I always felt. I often wondered what must have happened in his life to make him so bitter and hostile. Strange little man, didn't like anyone. Particularly William Payne? Bryant asked. Victor scrunched up his nose. Oh, I don't think it was anything personal. William is a difficult person to dislike. I think Arthur resented the fact that the rest of the staff did things to help William out now and again. He didn't like anyone getting anything he wasn't. How did he interact with the girls? Who, Arthur? Not at all. He hated every single one of them. Because of his nature, he was an easy target. They would play tricks on him, hide his tools, that kind of thing. Did they play tricks on William? Victor thought for a moment. Something crossed his face, but he shook his head. Not really, because William worked the night shift, so his contact with the girls was minimal. Kim sat forward. There was something he was not telling them. What can you tell us about the girls there? He sat back. They weren't a bad bunch. Some of them were there only temporarily due to some kind of family situation. Some were placed in care following accusations of child abuse. Others stayed until another family member claimed them, and a few had no family members at all. Do you remember twin girls, Nicola and Bethany? A smile came to his eyes. Oh, yes, they were beautiful little girls. If I remember correctly, Nicola was the more outgoing of the two. Bethany often hid behind her sister and let her do the talking. They didn't mix much with the other girls, I suppose, because they had each other. So there were no problem girls? Kim asked. It didn't sound like any of the children's homes she'd been in. Of course, there were tougher girls, young ladies that could not be reached. There were 3 girls in particular. I'm sorry I don't remember their names. They were bad enough separately, but once they came together they became a tight little group. They fed off each other and caused all kinds of trouble. Stealing, smoking, boys, he looked away, and other things. What other things? Bryant asked. It's not really for me to say. Did they hurt someone? Kim interjected. Victor got up and stood at the window. Not so much physically, Detective. How then? She asked, looking towards Bryant. Victor sighed heavily. They were crueler than most, especially together. What did they do? Kim pushed. Victor remained at the window. One of the girls lived locally and knew of Lucy. One day the 3 of them offered to play with the child while William ran some errands. Being a completely trusting person, William took the opportunity to go to the supermarket. When he returned barely an hour later, the girls were nowhere to be found, and neither was Lucy. He searched the house from top to bottom. Victor turned and walked back towards them. Do you know where he found her? Kim felt her jaw begin to tighten. They had stripped her naked and forced her small body into the rubbish bin. She didn't have the muscle strength to get out. He swallowed. She was stuck in there for over an hour, covered in rubbish and food and her own dirty nappies. The poor little girl was only 3 years old. Kim felt the nausea rise within her. However far they tried to stretch the fabric of this case, it sprang right back to the doorstep of William and Lucy Payne. It was time for another chat. Chapter 48. What the hell is going on here? Kim cried as the car pulled up outside the Payne house. Both a responder and an ambulance were parked outside. The rear doors to the ambulance were wide open. As she ran around the vehicles, 2 paramedics exited the property with a stretcher. The small, fragile figure of Lucy hardly filled the narrow makeshift bed. They carried her as though she were a baby. The atrophy of her limbs was clearer out of the chair. An oxygen mask covered her small face, but Kim could see her eyes and the fear that radiated out. Kim touched her arm lightly, but the paramedics were moving with a sense of urgency to place her in the back of the ambulance. William Payne rushed out of the house. His face had been stripped of colour. His eyes were wide and frightened. What happened? Kim asked. She was breathless in the night, but she seemed better this morning. I was upstairs changing the beds, and she must have had difficulty again, but she couldn't make a sound. She couldn't alert me. They both stood at the rear of the ambulance as the paramedics fixed the stretcher into position. William's eyes reddened as he fought back the tears. She managed to press the button on the pendant, and I heard the sirens in the distance. When I came back down, she was turning blue." He shook his head as the tears began to fall. His voice was hoarse and terrified. She might die because I couldn't hear her cry for help. Kim opened her mouth to offer him reassurance, but one of the paramedics jumped out of the vehicle. "Sir, we need to—" "I have to go, please excuse." Kim nudged him towards the back of the waiting ambulance. The doors closed behind him, and the ambulance sped away with sirens and lights. Kim felt an ache in her throat as she watched the vehicle disappear from view. "Didn't look good, eh, Gov?" Kim shook her head and crossed the road to the dig site. She entered the tent of victim number 2. Kerris was on her knees in the pit. She turned and smiled. Kim offered her hand. Kerris removed a latex glove and held on to Kim as she stepped out of the pit. The hand was warm and soft and coated with the talcum powder from inside the glove. Kerris stepped to the head of the pit. "I heard sirens. Everything okay?" Kim shrugged. There was little point explaining about Lucy. Kerris had no part in that area of the investigation, and her own emotional reaction to the young girl did not make sense to Kim herself, never mind trying to explain it to someone else. "Site 1's done then?" Kim asked. The first grave had been refilled and pieces of grass placed on top. It looked like a bad hair transplant. The tent had been removed, but another had been erected. "Anything up there?" "Getting close. Readings indicate that the mass is less than 2 feet down." Unlike Kerris, who as a scientist would not assume it to be a body until she saw bone, Kim already knew in her gut that it was the third girl. Now it was just a case of which one was which. "This one will be signed off later and filled in this afternoon. Anything further?" "We have the beads," she said, moving towards a fold-up trestle table. 11 of them, and this." Kerris held up a plastic bag. Kim took it from her and felt the thickness of the fabric. "I'm guessing flannel," Kerris offered. "Pyjamas?" "Possibly, but only the top. No bottoms?" Kerris shook her head. Kim said nothing. The absence of a lower garment put a picture in her head that made her teeth grind together. Could have been a different fabric, mismatched nightwear. The material may already have decomposed. Kim nodded. She could hope. "Nothing else?" Kerris handed her a Tupperware dish full of mud-encrusted fragments. "Small pieces of metal, but nothing that I think is linked to her murder." "What next?" Kerris wiped her hands on her jeans. "Up to Site 3. Come in?" Kim followed to the latest tent. "Just in time, Gov," Dawson said as she entered. She looked down at the unmistakable shape of a foot protruding from the dark earth. 7 people within the tent stared down into the shallow grave. It didn't matter that it was what most of them had expected to find. Each body deserved a moment of respect, a silent declaration of unity, when all parties vowed to do their part in bringing the perpetrator to justice. Kerris turned to face her. Kim met her gaze. It was haunted, but firm. Her voice was low and thick, as she said what everyone else around them was thinking. "Kim, you have got to find the bastard who did this." Kim nodded and exited the tent. She had every intention of doing exactly that. Chapter 49. "Gov, I've got a message," Bryant said as they exited the tent. "Dr. Dan has something he wants us to see." Kim said nothing as she headed back down the hill. Bryant started the car and headed towards Russell's Hall Hospital. He knew when to leave her alone. A rage was building inside her. Regardless of what they'd done, these girls had not deserved to die. That someone had felt their lives were disposable sickened her. She had been one of these girls, and they all deserved a fighting chance. A poor start in life did not dictate the acts of the future. Kim was a testament to that fact. Her early years had promised a life of crime, drugs, suicide attempts, and possibly worse. Every road sign had directed her towards destruction of life, either her own or that of others, and yet she had shown 2 fingers to a predetermined existence. There was nothing to suggest that her 3 victims would not have achieved the same. Bryant stopped the car outside the main entrance of the hospital. She jumped out and started walking. Bryant caught her up as she reached the bank of lifts. "Geez, slow down, Gov. The rugby I can manage. Keeping pace with you is another thing entirely." She shook her head. "Come on, Grandpa, quicken up." Kim entered the mortuary. She could see that the bones of victim number 2 had been laid out on a table beside victim number 1. Although dead, Kim couldn't help the feeling of relief that victim number 1 was no longer alone amongst the stark clinical coldness of the lab. If they'd been friends in life, they were now together again. Any relief she felt was short-lived, as she saw a small collection of bones next to the second victim. "The baby?" she asked. Daniel nodded. No pleasantries or greetings were offered by either of them. Kim looked closer. The bones were so small they bore no correlation to an actual form, which Kim found all the more sad. And it was Daniel's job to inspect these bones for clues and pretend they were not the building blocks of a baby. A scientific objectivity was required from them all. There was a need to extract the emotion from the process. But he had to dissect clues from a life that never was. It was not something she could do. There would be no smart mouth today. "How old?" she asked. "Bones begin developing at 13 weeks. At birth, a newborn has approximately 300 bones. I'd estimate this might to be somewhere between 20 and 25 weeks. Most definitely a person, Kim thought, both ethically and legally. Abortions were not normally carried out after 12 weeks unless a significant risk existed to the mother. Be a double murder then, Gov. Both mother and child? Kim nodded. Her hand was drawn to the bones. She wanted to cover them, for what reason she had no idea. Daniel moved around the table and stood between the two girls. Don't know if it's going to help, but I have extra background on victim number 1. She was around 5'4". Her diet was poor, and I'd say she was undernourished. Bryant took out his notebook. Her teeth were not cared for, and the lower central incisors crossed over. At some stage, 2 fingers on her left hand had been broken, and her right tibia had been fractured. These injuries were not sustained close to death. Childhood abuse? More than likely, he said, turning away, but not before she'd seen a deep swallow in his throat. He turned to victim number 2. I don't have the same level of detail yet on our second victim, but I thought there was something you needed to know. He moved to the top of the table and gently moved the lower jaw of victim number 1. Take a close look at the inside of the teeth. Kim bent in closer. She could see what Daniel had noted about the lower teeth being crooked, but other than having no gums or flesh attached, the teeth looked relatively normal. Now take a look at victim 2. Kim turned and bent over the skull of the second female. The teeth were reasonably straight, and no trauma seemed to be evident, but there was something different in the colour of the overall enamel. Has one victim been cleaned? She asked. Daniel shook his head. Neither has been cleaned. Kim's tolerance for guessing games was evaporating quickly. Spell it out for me, Doc. The dirt present on the teeth of victim number 1 would have found its way into the mouth cavity over time, once the flesh had decomposed, probably 5 to 6 years after death. The dirt on the inside of the teeth of our second victim was there from the day she was put in the ground. Kim quickly joined the dots scattered by Daniel. There was only one way the soil could have become fixed to the inside of the teeth so quickly. This girl had been buried alive. Chapter 50. Tracy was the first to run away, and there were times when I wished she hadn't. The pang of regret I felt afterwards was so surprising and unknown that I struggled to name it. Retrospective thinking does not come naturally to a psychopath unless a plan goes wrong, and then it is only analytical, not emotional. The world tipped slightly on its axis as I wrestled this intruder to the ground. Upon submission I understood that the regret came not from what I'd done, but that I would not see her again, that I would not watch the swing of her hips as she moved around the room, that the regret was only in correlation to what was lost to me. The world righted itself. Despite this, I knew Tracy was different. There are females that even as young girls stand out. They enter a room and heads turn, eyes rove. It is not to do with beauty, but an inner core, a spirit that will not be broken, a resolve that ensures that the owner will achieve whatever they set their minds to. It is attractive and arousing. I knew that Tracy's 9-year-old body was sold for £35 by her mother Dinah. A week later it was sold for considerably more when Dinah understood the market value. 2 months later Dinah retired from the business completely. Tracy was removed by social services 2 days after her 14th birthday. She was brought to Crestwood and placed amongst other abused girls who had been beaten, raped, neglected. She was not thankful. She was not a victim, and she had wanted to stay exactly where she was. Having learned the hard way that she could trust no one, Tracy had been hiding earnings from Dinah for 2 years. Tracy didn't complain about life's challenges. She simply turned them to her own advantage. She told me all about her early life. It reminded me of a factual narration being read from a book. Maybe once or twice her voice faltered, but she quickly recovered and moved on. I listened, and I nodded, and I offered my support. And then we had sex. Correction, I had sex and she struggled. Rape is an ugly word and does not define what took place between us. Afterwards she stood and looked me in the eye. Her gaze was cold, calculating, and at odds with such a young face. "That is going to cost you big," she said. I had no fear about Tracy telling anyone what had occurred between us. She trusted no one, only herself. She would figure a way to use it against me that would have some benefit to herself. I admired her youthful optimism and was not surprised when she cornered me a few months later. "I'm pregnant and it's yours," she said triumphantly. I was amused even as I doubted both parts of her statement. One of the things I liked most about Tracy was her ability to manipulate any situation to her own benefit. "So?" I asked. We both knew that negotiations had been opened. "I want money," she said. I smiled. Of course she did. The real question was how much. Past transactions posted a figure in my head. It would be the price of an abortion and a little extra, the normal cost of doing business. I remained silent, using the most powerful negotiation tool available. She tipped her head and waited. She knew it too. "How much?" I asked indulgently. There was something about this girl. "Enough." I nodded. Of course I would give her enough. "Is 500 not even close?" she said, narrowing her eyes. It had been worth a low opening bid. One never knew. It had worked twice before. "What did you have in mind?" "5,000 or I'm opening my mouth." I laughed out loud. That was more than a little extra. Abortions don't... "I ain't having a fucking abortion, no way. I want money to get away," she patted her stomach, "to start again." No way in hell was that going to happen. I am a reasonable person. I knew that if she were to make accusations right now, she would not be believed. With a walking DNA match, I would never be free. The date stamp of its birth would be a constant threat. That baby could never be born. I nodded my understanding. I needed time to think, time to prepare. Later that night I was ready. "We really should part with a drink," I said, pouring a generous measure of vodka into a dribble of Coke. "You got my money?" she asked, raising the glass. I nodded and patted my top pocket. "What are you planning to do?" "I'm gonna go to London, get a flat and a job, and then go back to school and get some qualifications." She continued to talk, and I continued to top up her glass. 20 minutes later, her eyes were hooded and her words were slurred. "Come with me, I want to show you something." I offered my hand. She ignored it, stood and fell back down. It took a few moments for her to attempt it again. This time she weaved towards the door like a dog on an agility course. I stepped ahead and opened the back door. The sudden gust of fresh air sent her falling into me. I steadied her, but her legs buckled forward and she fell to the ground. She laughed as she tried to push herself up from the floor. I laughed with her as I grabbed her by the upper arms and marched her across the grass. 25 paces northwest, and I dropped her. She fell into the hole on her back. She chuckled again, so did I. I knelt in the pit beside her, my hands at her throat. The feel of her skin against my palms was arousing even as she tried to swat my hands away. Her eyes were closed and she writhed beneath me in a semi-conscious state. The move of her hips and the swell of her breasts was hypnotic and could not be ignored. The flimsy shorts were ripped away with one swift movement and immediately I was inside her. Her body was pliable in my hands as she drifted in and out of consciousness. She moved as though in a dreamlike state. There was no struggle like the first time. When I stood, her eyes had rolled backwards. I crouched beside her in the limited space and reached for the ripped shorts. They were mine to keep forever. They would help me remember. My hands once more found her throat. My thumbs hovered above her larynx, but they just wouldn't press. Her pretty face still smiled from the stupor. Frustrated, I jumped out of the hole. The first shovel of dirt landed on her torso. She still didn't open her eyes. I worked frantically, filling the hole within minutes. This method of disposal was new to me. I stamped the ground down and relaid the grass. For half an hour I stayed with her. I didn't want her to be alone. I sat beside the grave and cursed her for what she had made me do. If only she hadn't been so greedy. If she just accepted the money for the abortion, everything would have been okay. But that baby could never have been born.
Chapter 51. Bryant sighed heavily as he popped a mint. It was an immediate reaction to leaving a no-smoking environment. "Can you think of anything worse than being buried alive?" he asked, as they reached the car. "Yeah, being buried alive with you," she said, trying to lighten her own mood. "Thanks for that, Gov, but I mean, can you even imagine it?" She shook her head. It was a manner of death too horrific to comprehend. She guessed most people would wish to go quietly in their sleep. She had always favoured the idea of a gunshot. Victim number 2 would have needed to be unconscious or incapacitated in some way when laid in the hole. She would have regained consciousness surrounded by the dense blackness of the ground. She would have been unable to see or hear or move a muscle. She may have tried to scream, a natural reaction to abject terror. Her mouth would have filled with dirt, and every breath she struggled to take would have clogged her nose and throat more. The breath would have slowly left her body as her gulping mouth took in nothing but soil. Kim closed her eyes and tried to imagine the fear, the sheer panic that must have paralysed the half-dressed 15-year-old girl. It was a blackness that Kim could not comprehend. How does such evil grow in a man? I mean, where does it start? Kim shrugged. Edmund Burke called it right when he said, "All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing." What are you saying, Gov? I'm saying these victims could not have been his first. Rarely is cold-blooded murder the first sign of an evil mind. There had to have been earlier signs that were either excused or ignored. Bryant nodded and then turned to her. "How long do you think it took for her to die?" "Not long," Kim said, but her mind added that it would have felt like a lifetime. Thank God. "You know, Bryant, I can't do this anymore," she said, shaking her head. "What's that, Gov?" "I can't keep referring to those victims by numbers. Victim number 1, victim number 2. They had enough of that when they were alive. We have 3 bodies and 3 names, and I need to match them up." Kim stared out of the window. A sudden memory shouted up. Her 15th birthday had fallen between foster family 5 and 6. 2 days before that, a member of staff had approached her. "It's Kim's birthday tomorrow and we're having a collection for a present. Do you want to give?" he'd asked her. She had stared at him for a good long minute to see if he would realise that he'd just asked her to contribute to her own collection. His face had remained blank. "Where to, Gov?" Bryant asked, approaching the exit of the hospital. With the information they now had from Daniel Bate, Kim knew there was only one person who could help, regardless of the threat she'd received earlier that day. "Brindley Place, I think, Bryant. Time to go and see the twins." She focused on the road ahead. "I have to know their names." Chapter 52. Nicola Adamson opened the door on the second knock, dressed in satin pyjamas. Her hair was mussed and she offered them a wide yawn for a greeting. "Sorry if we woke you," Bryant offered. There was no if about it, even though it was way past lunchtime. She yawned and rubbed at her eyes. It was a late night at the club, got in about 5 this morning, last night, whenever. Nicola closed the door and headed straight for the kitchen. Although she herself was only 34, Kim wondered if there had ever been a time when she'd stepped out of bed looking quite so fantastic. "I'm happy to talk, guys, but let me get some coffee going first." Kim moved aside a handbag and sat on the couch. "Your sister came to see me this morning." Nicola's head snapped around. "She did what?" "She wasn't very keen on the idea of you helping us." Nicola shook her head and looked away. The jar of instant coffee landed back in the cupboard with a thud. Kim got the impression that this wasn't the first time Beth had interfered. "What did she say to you?" "She instructed me to leave you both alone and not to open up old wounds." Nicola nodded, and the tension seemed to leave her body. "She's just looking out for me, I suppose. I know she appears to be harsh, but she's just being overprotective." She shrugged as she sat. "It's just the way twins are." Yes, it is, Kim thought. "But I'm a big girl and I offer to help, so if there's anything you'd like to ask me, go ahead," she smiled, "especially now I have coffee." "Your sister recently hurt her leg?" Kim asked, wondering if it held any clues to the woman's bitterness. "No, it's an injury from childhood. She had a bad fall after climbing an apple tree when we were 8 years old. The bones of her knee were shattered. Eventually they mended, but in cold weather the injury pains her. Now, what can I help you with?" Bryant took out his notebook. "We have more information on our victims, and thought maybe you could help us with identification." "Of course, if I can." "Our first victim was probably the tallest, most likely thin, and her bottom teeth were crooked." "Melanie Harris," Nicola said with certainty. "You're sure?" Nicola nodded. "Oh, yes. She suffered a lot because of those teeth. She took a lot of abuse from girls at school until she joined up with the other two. Nobody bullied her after that. She always looked a little odd beside the other two, being so much taller, like a minder." Nicola sobered. "We were told that she had run away." Kim and Bryant said nothing. Nicola's head moved from side to side. Who would have wanted to hurt Melanie? "That's what we're trying to find out." "There's a second victim, Nicola," Kim said quietly, "and this one was pregnant." Nicola leaned across the table and reached for the handbag Kim had moved. She took out a box of cigarettes and a disposable lighter. Kim had seen no evidence of a smoking habit when they'd visited the previous day. She placed a cigarette in her mouth, but her thumb fumbled with the lighter. She got it on the third attempt. "Tracy Morgan," Nicola whispered. Kim looked at Bryant, who raised his eyebrows. "You're sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. It's not something I'm particularly proud of, but as a youngster I was pretty nosy. My school report always went along the lines of, Nicola would do well if she minded her own business as well as she minds other people's." Bryant chuckled. "Yeah, I've got one at home just like that." Nicola shrugged. "Well, I used to sneak around and listen at doorways. I remember hearing Tracy telling the other two she was up the duff, as she put it." "Any idea who she was seeing?" Kim asked. It could be another lead. "No, I heard her say she was going to speak to the father, but I didn't hang around for too long in case they caught me." Nicola drew on the cigarette as realization dawned. "There's a third, isn't there?" They said nothing and allowed her a minute to digest the news. "Is there anything you can tell us about the—" "Louise was the other one. I don't recall her last name, but she was the ringleader, the toughest. No one messed with Louise, even after the other two had run away. Sorry, after the other two had gone. No one dared mess with her." She paused for a second. "You know, now I think about it, she was insistent that her mates would not have run away. Is there anything about Louise that would help us confirm an identification?" Nicola stubbed out the cigarette in a cut-glass ashtray. "Oh, yes, Louise had a denture. 3 of her teeth were knocked out in a fight with girls from another school. She hated how she looked without it. One of the other girls at Crestwood hid it one night for a laugh. Louise broke her nose." "Do you know anything about an incident involving the daughter of William Payne?" Nicola frowned. "Oh, you mean the night guy?" She shook her head. "We never saw him very much. I never heard of anything in particular, but I remember them being on lockdown for a month for something. But they were always up to mischief of some kind. Still, they didn't deserve this." Bryant flipped a page in his notebook. "Do you recall much about Tom Curtis?" Nicola narrowed his eyes. "He was younger than the other staff members. He seemed a bit shy, and quite a few of the girls had a crush on him." Nicola's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh, no, you don't think he could have been the father of—" Her words trailed away, as though she couldn't even finish the thought. The idea had crossed Kim's mind, but she chose not to respond. Kim didn't feel that Nicola could offer anything further at this point. She stood. "Thank you for your time, Nicola. Please don't share this information with anyone until the victims have been formally identified." "Of course." Kim headed to the door and turned. "Which one went first?" "Sorry?" "Who disappeared first, Melanie or Tracy?" Kim asked. Nicola had already told them that Louise was the last. Nicola scrunched her face in thought. Tracy went first because Melanie and Louise thought she'd just disappeared because of the pregnancy. Kim nodded and was halfway out the door. "Detective," Kim turned, "regardless of what my sister said to you, I'm more than happy to help in any way I can." Kim nodded her thanks and left. "Where to, Gov?" Bryant asked. Kim's watch said it was after 3 o'clock. "Head back to the station." She took out her phone and called Dawson. "Hey, Gov," he answered. "What's the situation on site, Kev?" "Second grave is being filled in, and Kerris has the third body half uncovered. Dr. Bate is on his way. Because she's not as far down, they're hoping to have her out by tonight." Kim was aware how hard she'd been working her team. "Once the doc gets their stand down for the day, there won't be anything that we can't get first thing in the morning. Gov, I'd rather stay if that's okay." Dawson not taking time off when offered was a first. "Kev, you okay?" Attuned to his voice, she caught the sudden thickness. "Gov, I've watched the bodies of 2 young girls being removed from this ground so far, and if it's okay with you, I'd prefer to see it through." And sometimes he just shocked her. "Okay, Kev, I'll give you a call later." She hung up and shook her head. "Are you really that surprised?" Bryant asked. "No, he's a good kid, if lacking in judgment now and again. And I'd want him on my team any day of the week," Bryant concluded. The two of them did not often sing from the same hymn sheet, but Bryant could be objective when he needed to be. Kim got out of the car and Bryant locked it. "Go check in with Stacey. Put those names on the board." She wanted their anonymity erased as soon as possible, "and then get yourself off home." Kim headed towards the bike and paused as she unlocked the helmet. Something at Nicola's had been wrong. There was something gnawing at her gut, something she should have picked up on. It was as though her eyes had seen something that her brain hadn't registered. Chapter 53. For the second time in one day, Kim saw the main entrance of Russell's Hall Hospital. She pulled the bike onto the pavement area and took her chances on getting a ticket. Entering the hospital, she walked through a mixed group of patients and visitors, puffing away beneath the no-smoking sign. She approached the reception desk on her left. A woman badged as Brenda smiled up at her. "Lucy Payne admitted earlier today." "Are you a relative?" Kim nodded. "Cousin." Brenda hit a few keys on the computer. "C5 medical ward." Kim headed past the cafe and checked the directory board. She took a lift to the second floor and headed along the west wing, moving aside for a bed being wheeled back from the operating theatre. Kim stepped into the ward behind the bed. The area had a gentle buzz of machines and low voices. The prescription trolley crossed from one 6-bay ward to another. Kim could see she had just caught the back end of visiting time. Relatives sat in silence, having said everything they could think of, and now just waited for the clock to hit the hour. She approached the nurse's station. "Lucy Payne?" "Side ward, second door along." Kim passed the first door, which was a tiny kitchen. She reached the second door, and her hand was poised to knock. She caught it just before it made contact with the wood. Lucy was sleeping peacefully in the huge bed, her head supported by 5 pillows. A monitor was clipped to her right index finger. A machine beeped rhythmically to her right. Atop the tall bedside cabinet sat a single get-well-soon card and a stuffed grey teddy bear. Kim entered the room and stepped past William Payne, who snored lightly from the easy chair in the corner. She stood beside the bed and looked down at the sleeping figure. Lucy looked much younger than her 15 years, and yet she had suffered so much. This girl had not asked for this cruel disease that had slowly stolen her strength and mobility, and she had not asked for a mother who would abandon her, and she certainly had not asked to be stuffed into a bin by 3 stupid girls. Today Lucy had almost died. She had tried to scream, and all that had emerged was silence. Despite the life she led, this brave, determined girl had fought back. She had clawed her way up from the brink because quite simply she wanted to live. That she had managed to press the emergency button on the pendant was a testament to the fact. Kim also had not been given high survival odds when she was carried from the high-rise flat on Holly Tree. Silent headshakes and deep sighs had accompanied her all the way to the hospital, where she was intravenously fed with no real expectation of success. Her 6-year-old body weighed 1.5 stones. Her hair was falling out in clumps, and she was unable to speak. But on day 3 she'd sat up. Kim took a tissue and wiped a thin line of drool from Lucy's chin. Finally she understood her affinity with this young girl who she had known only for a few days. Lucy was a fighter. She would not give in to the cards that fate had dealt her. Every day she struggled to live against odds that were not in her favour. Earlier that day she could have chosen not to press the emergency button. She could have submitted to her illness and chosen the path of eventual peace. But she had not, and only one thing had stopped her: hope. Could this young lady receive a better quality of life than she had now, Kim wondered? Could her existence be made safer and more enjoyable? Kim had no idea, but what she did know was this tiny slip of a girl had a core of strength and determination that she herself was compelled to admire. As Kim placed the tissue on the side cupboard, she became attuned to a change behind her as the gentle snoring stopped. She didn't turn. "You know that we have to talk?" she asked softly. "Yes, Detective, I know," William replied thickly. Kim nodded and left the room. It was time to go home. She had work to do. Chapter 54. Beth leafed through a magazine. She had no idea what it was, but she was making a point. She could feel Nicola's anxiety. They had not spoken since Beth had returned. She knew her sister. Nicola wanted to ask her what was wrong, but was scared of the answer. The truth was, she couldn't cope with the answer. Nicola had always hated it when people were angry with her. She was a people-pleaser. She wanted everyone to be happy, and that trait had cost her. It had cost them both, and her eagerness to please was going to cost them again. Beth was so angry she could not raise her head. She stared down at the page. Nicola would not be able to hold her tongue for much longer. Beth turned a page nonchalantly. "Myra spoke to me yesterday," Nicola offered. "She said you were very rude to her." "I was," Beth said. If her sister chose to talk to her about inconsequential matters rather than address the real problems between them, that was fine with her. Nicola would break eventually. "Why do you have to be so mean? The woman has done nothing to you." Beth shrugged. "She's a nosy old cow who wants to get in everybody's business. What do you care what she thinks?" "Because she's my neighbour and I have to live here." Nicola paused. "Did you tell her I was adding you to the lease?" Beth smiled to herself. That little nugget must have kept the bitch awake for hours. "Yeah, that was me." "Are you trying to make my life difficult while you're here?" "You know, Nick, I asked you to do something and you ignored me. You asked me to be nice to the old hag and I ignored you. What's the difference?" "For goodness sake, Beth, I know you're angry with me. Will you just tell me why?" Beth smiled inside. She knew her sister so well. She always had. She turned another page. "Which reason do you want?" "Any reason you'll give me. Anything that will stop this silent treatment. You know I hate it when you're angry with me." Oh yes, Beth knew very well. "I told you not to talk to her." "To who?" Nicola asked. The question in her voice was forced. Nicola knew well and good who she was talking about. She turned another page, knowing it would frustrate her sister even further. Nicola wanted her full attention. She hated that Beth could still sit and focus on something else instead of being completely consumed by the atmosphere between them, as she was. "You mean the detective?" Nicola asked. "Uh-huh." "Jesus, Beth, how can you be so cold? They're finding bodies buried where we used to live." "And?" "We knew these girls. We spoke to them. We ate with them. How can you not even care?" "'Cause they ain't nothing to me. I didn't even like 'em, so why should I care now?" "Because they're dead, and whatever they did wrong, they didn't deserve to die. Some monster just put them in the ground and forgot about them. I have to try and help." "You're more bothered about them than you are about me." "What are you talking about?" This time the confusion was real, and there it was. They could never move on until Nicola admitted what she'd done. "You knew what they did to me, and you did fuck all about it." "Beth, I don't know who did what to you. Tell me." She flicked another page of the magazine and shook her head. "Ask the detective. Maybe she'll tell you what you did, 'cause you're hell-bent on getting yourself involved." Only because I know it's somehow connected to us. Beth's hand stilled in midair. The page fell from her grip. That her sister had made the connection was progress in itself. She wanted Nicola to remember. She wanted an apology. She wanted to hear the words she'd waited 10 years for. But not quite yet.
I'm telling you, Nick, leave it alone.
But I want it all out in the open. Beth heard the emotion in her sister's voice. She didn't look. She couldn't look. Beth, I wish I knew what I'd done to hurt you, how I failed you so terribly. You're my sister. There are too many secrets between us. I love you and I just want to know the truth. Beth threw the magazine to the side and stood.
Nick, be careful what you wish for, 'cause you might just get it.
Chapter 55. Kim had called a late briefing. The intensity of this case was getting to them all. The least she could do was offer her team an extra hour or two of sleep. By the time she'd finished updating Woody on current events, Bryant, Stacey and Dawson were at their desks. Morning, folks. I'm sure you're all aware, but media interest in our case has escalated. The erection of a third tent has provoked a frenzy. It's now front page on every newspaper, and there was a talking head segment on Sky News last night. Yeah, saw it, Gov, Bryant groaned. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that there is no talking to any members of the press, however persuasive. This case is way too volatile to be derailed by a misquoted comment from any of us. Kim included herself in that statement. She knew her own limitations when being goaded by the press, which was why she'd wisely been kept away from them. And if any of you need a reminder of how shit we're doing, feel free to pop to Woody's office and read any one of the articles. Her boss's desk was like a newsagent's, and during their earlier meeting, he'd talked her through every piece. Seriously, Gov? Dawson asked. Kim nodded. It was best they knew they were under attack. Come on, Kev, you know how this works. By day 3, it's always our fault if we've managed to get to the 5th day since discovering the first set of bones, so I'd say we're doing pretty well. Kim felt the wave of negativity breeze through the room. Kim sighed. If media attention is that important to you all, you should have chosen a career in showbiz. We're police officers. Nobody likes us.
It's a bit soul-destroying, though, Gov. Knocks your enthusiasm a bit, Stacey said.
Kim realised that pep talks were not her forte. All of you look at that wall, and I mean look at it hard. The whiteboard was much easier on her eye, now her girls had names. The board had been divided into 3 columns. Victim 1, Melanie Harris, age 15, taller than average, undernourished, tooth defect, butterfly sock, decapitated. Victim 2, Tracy Morgan, age 15, pregnant, pyjama bottoms missing, buried alive. Victim 3, Louise Dunstan, age 15, denture for top 3 teeth. Those 3 girls lost their lives to a monster. Between them they were raped, beaten, suffocated and buried. This was not a story in a newspaper to them. It was their lives, their reality. We get out of bed every day to find the person who thought they could get away with this crime. A few days ago these kids were anonymous, forgotten and silent. But not anymore. Melanie, Tracy and Louise will now have a voice because of us. And make no mistake, we will catch the bastard that did this. Kim paused and looked around the room. And if you need any more motivation than that, then you're working in the wrong job. Thanks, Gov, Bryant said with a nod.
On board,
Stacey added with a smile. Oh yeah, Dawson chimed. She took her usual position on the edge of the spare desk. OK, Kev, site progress? Dr. Dan removed the body about 2 this morning. Kerris did an initial inspection of the grave, but they're going to do the sieving this morning. Did the doc say anything about a denture? Didn't say much about anything. He's a very strange character, Gov. Mention it to Kerris, might still be in the grave. Stace, anything?
I've now got the mobile phone of Tom Curtis. He had more than 50 missed calls in the 2 hours before his death.
Kim leaned forward. Go on.
All came from Croft's mobile.
Jesus Christ, Kim seethed. Anything else?
The tape from the old folks' home is useless, so he ain't got nothing incriminating on the death of Mary Andrews.
Anything from Socko on Arthur Connop?
Paint chip analysis says it came from an Audi TT on a 5.9 plate.
Anything else?
Yeah, the actual records of Crestwood from the council are shite. I'm still monitoring Facebook unofficially and ringing round ex-residents officially. Some of the registered runaways were actually there that night, and some on the list had left weeks before.
Kim thought. Either gross inefficiency on the side of the council or a deliberate attempt to confuse the final record of occupancy. At this point, either option was a possibility.
Although Kim wasn't totally comfortable with Stace's presence in the Facebook group, it appeared to be bearing more useful information than official records. Stace, asked some questions about Tom Curtis. Find out how close he was to the girls. I'd like to know if there were any rumours about inappropriate behaviour. Will do, Gov. OK, Kev, get back to site. And Bryant, I think you and I should pay Croft another visit. Gov, there's one more thing, Stacey said. Go on, Kim said, reaching for her jacket. I've got 3 addresses. Last knowns for each of our girls. Kim exchanged a look with Bryant. It was the least favourite job of any detective. Whatever the circumstances of them being placed into care, Kim felt sure there were existing family members who would be deeply affected by the discoveries of their deaths. Bryant took the list as he walked past Stace's desk. First they would check on the living and then do the work of the dead. Chapter 56. Kim nodded towards the squad car parked outside the gate. Although West Midlands Police wouldn't authorise a 24-hour watch of Richard Croft, squad cars had been advised to carry out periodic checks via the intercom when in the area. Bryant pressed the speaker button and waited for the gate to open. He waited 10 seconds and pressed it again. They looked at each other. On their last visit, the response had been immediate. "Keep pressing," Kim said, getting out of the car. She walked back to the squad car. The officer wound down the window. "How long since you checked?" "About 20 minutes. Said he was going to work from home this morning and go to the office later. A car came out a few minutes later, the nanny, I think." Kim jogged back to Bryant. Richard Croft had been in the house alone for at least 20 minutes. "Anything?" He shook his head. "OK, we're going in." She stood for a second and planned her route over the gate. It was cast of wrought iron, forged ornately of flowers, swirls and leaves. Her eyes picked out a trail for her feet close to the wall on the left-hand side. She used both hands to rock the gate. It was steady. Kim remembered Keith telling her that years ago one of the local furnacemen got caught in his wheelbarrow while tipping a load of scrap iron into the furnace and went in with it. The local vicar was called in to say prayers over the molten liquid as it was poured into moulds. She remembered thinking that she hoped he'd been made into something nice. "Sorry, mate," she thought as she began her ascent. She cocked her right leg over spikes 1 foot high that adorned the top of the gate. "Not a chance," Bryant said from below. "Come on, you big girl," Kim said. "I bloody will be if I try that manoeuvre." As Kim descended the 8 feet on the other side, she thought that with any luck Richard Croft was listening to music too far away from the intercom to hear it, or that the high-tech entry system was broken and he was on his way down the drive to let them in. She preferred mildly annoyed to dead. She ran up the drive, her legs noticing an incline that had not been evident in the car. As she approached the property, she saw no signs of activity. Simultaneously, she banged on the door and rang the bell. She stepped back to see where the CCTV cameras were pointed. One was aimed at the front gate and the other at the damn cars. Nothing covered the rear of the house. "Keep knocking," she instructed Bryant, who had caught up with her and appeared to be intact. She ran around the side of the house and stumbled over a shovel that had been leaning against the wall. She felt the crunch underfoot before she saw the broken glass panel. She screamed Bryant's name at the top of her voice. He appeared from the other side. The entrance door to the orangery that ran the length of the house had been smashed. She almost stepped into the house but paused before she put her foot down. "Follow me," she said, running back to the front of the property. En route, she grabbed the shovel over which she'd stumbled. She handed it to Bryant. "Break that window. I don't want that back door contaminated before Socko gets here." Bryant stood as far back as he could and swung the shovel. The panel crashed through on impact. Kim picked up a brick to smash the jagged edge pieces to make the opening safe to enter. She stood on the terracotta planter and leaned on Bryant's shoulder for support. Her foot found a solid object beneath the window. She put her weight on it and it held. Only when she was inside did she see that it was an antique writing bureau and that she'd entered through the study. Once on solid ground, she held out her hand to steady Bryant as he followed her through. The heavy oak door led them into the foyer. She turned left as Bryant headed up the stairs. The next room she entered was the lounge, which she recognised from their last visit. She surveyed it quickly. "Lounge clear," she called as she once again entered the foyer. She heard Bryant's call that the master bedroom was clear. She entered the door to the library and stopped dead. Lying prostrate in the middle of the rug was the figure of Richard Croft.
an 8-inch kitchen knife stuck in his back. Kim called Bryant and then knelt down, careful not to touch anything. The pool of blood had soaked into the carpet either side of him. Bryant appeared beside her. Bloody hell. Kim put 2 fingers to his neck. He's still alive. Bryant took out his mobile phone and called for an ambulance. Kim went searching for the intercom receiver and found it mounted to the wall beside an oversized Smeg freezer. She pressed the release button and watched the monitor as the wrought iron gate began to move across. She noted that the house alarm was not set. Kim marvelled at how people used intruder alarms for the protection of possessions when absent from the home, but not the preservation of life when old colleagues were dying at an unnatural rate. She shook her head, ran to the front door and threw it open. The paramedics now had access straight into the building. She jogged around the side of the house and stopped 6 feet away from the point of entry. She turned and surveyed the rear garden. On first inspection, she could see no obvious points of vulnerability. The back of the property was enclosed not by a wall, but a 6-foot-high fence. Decorative trellis increased that height another 1.5 feet. All of the panels appeared intact. "Okay, you bastard, if you didn't come over it, you must have come through." Starting at the top panel, Kim walked the left-hand side, pushing on each fence panel in turn. The posts were wooden but sturdy, and all the panels down the left were uncluttered with shrubs. A low-level herb garden ran alongside it. An intruder attempting entry through any of the side panels would have been immediately exposed to anyone at the rear of the house. Kim studied the row of fencing that bordered the bottom of the property. Every 10 feet was a conifer tree that rose 15 feet into the air. Most of the trees stood centre panel, except the 4th tree along. Its 3 feet width hid a fence panel and post. She strode 100 feet to the bottom of the garden and used her index finger to push the panel lightly. It moved under her touch, and Kim saw that the fence panel was no longer attached to the post. Kim heard footsteps running around the side of the house. "Mom!" an officer called out. She stepped out from behind the tree, demonstrating the cleverness of the entry point and possible hiding place. "What can I do, Mom?" "Guard that back door. Don't let anyone near it." He nodded and stood before the door, facing outwards. Kim went back to the conifer and pushed the fence again. It moved easily and offered a gap that was easy to slip through. "Damn it," she said. This bastard was clever. She stepped away and moved back into the garden to ensure she did nothing further to impede any evidence collection. She climbed up on the swing set as she heard sirens speed up the drive and stop at the front door. She looked over the fence to see that the ground on the other side formed a steep bank that led down into the back end of a trading estate. Beyond that was a housing estate that was a warren of street gullies and dead ends. A bit like this bloody case, Kim thought, as she got back down to the ground. Kim slowly walked the line from the broken fence panel to the rear door, looking to the left and the right. She came to a stop 4 feet away from the police officer. "How are you doing today, Mom?" Kim opened her mouth to ask him how the hell he thought she was doing when she recognised him as the constable Bryant had spoken to the other day, and he was doing exactly what he'd been told to do, which was engage her in conversation. Kim rolled her eyes, shook her head and headed to the front of the building. Bryant stood out front, watching as the rear doors of the ambulance closed. "Well?" "Still breathing, Gov. The knife's still in him. Paramedics don't want to remove it until they get a look at what it's holding together. Perversely, it might be the intended murder weapon that's currently keeping him alive." "Oh, the irony," she said, sitting on the stone steps. "And here comes the help," Bryant said, as a Vauxhall Corsa came to a screeching halt on the gravel. The woman they knew to be Marta got out of the car. Her face was devoid of colour. What? Kim remained sitting, but Bryant moved towards the young girl. "Mr. Croft has been seriously injured. You need to contact his wife and advise her to get to the hospital as quickly as possible." She nodded and stumbled inside. 2 more squad cars squealed into the drive, followed by the Socco van. "I dunno," Bryant said as Kim got to her feet. "Coppers are like buses. 1 minute there's none and then—" "Sergeant Dodds," said a burly officer with his hands inside his stab vest. Bryant took him to the side to explain the scene, while Kim grabbed the first Socco officer that got out of the van. "Follow me," she said without introduction. She travelled around the side of the house and took the tall blonde male to the bottom of the garden. She pointed behind the tree. "Broken fence panel is the perimeter breach." She pointed to the back door. "That's the point of entry." "Got it, Mom." She walked back to the front of the house to be greeted by Marta, holding out her mobile phone. "Mrs. Croft would like to speak to you." Kim took the phone. "Yes?" "Detective Inspector, I understand from Marta that there is considerable damage to my home. Not as much as there is to your husband. I'd like a further explanation as to what you are doing at my property. I specifically requested you were to be removed." "Russell's Hall, if you're interested," Kim said, and switched off the phone. She handed it back to Marta as Bryant exited the property. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, and they headed back to the car at the end of the drive. "You building bridges with Mrs. Croft, eh, Gov?" "Oh, we're just growing closer and closer all the time," Kim said dourly. "Where to now, Gov?" "Hollytree Estate," Kim said quietly. It was a task that could no longer be avoided. "We're about to ruin one family's day." Chapter 57. Bryant wound the car through the maze of small streets to the triangle of high-rise buildings at the centre. The estate comprised a total of 540 dwellings, with 2 key gangs responsible for instilling the required level of fear into the residents. The Deltas were a group of young men who hailed from the Dudley postcode. The B-Boys were from 2 streets over, where the Sandwell postcode began. Bryant parked the car next to the playground. Although the area held a swing set, a seesaw and a few benches, the park had not seen a child in decades. It was known as the Pit, and it was where representatives from each group met and settled business. To Kim's knowledge, 3 bodies had been found in the pit in the last 2 years, and there had been no witness to any one of them. By Kim's count, almost 70 properties had a direct view of the area, and still no one saw a thing. Their access into Swallow Court was unfettered. Police presence, although unwanted, was not restricted. Their community was closed off from the outside world, and crimes that took place within the enclave were resolved in the enclave. Gang leaders were safe in the knowledge that any ordinary citizens would never speak openly to police. "Oh, Lordy," Bryant offered, placing a hand over his nose. Kim had taken a good deep breath before entering the middle block. The foyer was dark and smelled of urine. The area was small and windowless. 2 blown bulbs had not been replaced, and the only source of illumination was 1 square ceiling grid shielding a yellowed strip light. "What floor?" Kim asked. 7. "Stairs?" Kim nodded and headed to the foot of the stairwell. The lifts in these blocks were notoriously faulty, and if they got stuck between floors, it was unlikely anyone was coming to help. Knackered or left for dead, it was an easy choice. By the 3rd floor, Bryant had counted 7 syringes, 3 broken beer bottles and 2 used condoms. "Now, who said romance is dead?" he asked as they entered the lobby on the 7th floor. "Right there, Gov," Bryant said, pointing to flat 28C. A fist mark was evident in the middle of a door that was opened by a girl Kim guessed to be 3 or 4. She didn't smile or speak, and sucked juice from a baby bottle. "Rihanna, get away from the fucking door," called a female voice. Bryant stepped forward, moving the child out of his way. Kim stepped around her and closed the door. "Excuse me," Bryant called as they stood in the dingy corridor. "Please, can we—" "What the hell?" they heard amidst a commotion of activity. "Already smelled it," Kim called, walking past Bryant into the lounge. The curtains were closed but didn't quite meet in the middle. A girl with hoop earrings and a pasty expression stood and wafted the air with her hands. The atmosphere was thick with the smell of weed. "What the fuck you doing in here? You ain't no right." "Rihanna invited us in," Kim said, almost tripping over a rocker holding a newborn. "We're here to see Brian Harris. He's me dad. He's a bed." It was after 11:30. "So you're Melanie's sister?" Bryant asked. "Who?" she asked with a sneer. Kim heard a door open down the corridor. A half-dressed male headed towards them, raging. "What the fucking hell you doing?" "Mr. Harris," Bryant said, affably standing in front of her. He held up his warrant card and introduced them both. "We're just here to talk to you about Melanie." He stopped short and frowned. Kim was beginning to think that they were at the wrong address. But Melanie had clearly inherited her height from her father. He stood over 6 feet tall. Every one of his ribs was evident, and the waistband of his jeans rested around his skinny hips. His scrawny arms were busy with DIY tattoos. "What's the little bitch done now?" he said, looking over the back of the sofa. Kim followed his gaze. A dark brown Staffordshire bull terrier lay panting in a cage meant for a large Yorkie. Its teats were distended and red. A cardboard box next to the cage held 4 puppies snuggled close together. Kim couldn't tell if the eyes on the puppies were yet open, but they'd been removed from the bitch for a reason. A puppy separated from its mother too soon would suffer behavioural problems later on, problems that could be exploited as a status symbol for the Deltas. Kim looked into the eyes of the older dog, who would be bred again at the earliest opportunity. She looked at Bryant, whose gaze also rested on the dogs. They exchanged a glance.
Whatever that girl's done is fuck all to do with me. I get her away years ago.
The baby beneath them started to cry. The female sat down and placed her right foot on the back of the rocker. She took out an iPhone and began texting with one hand. Brian Harris sat beside his daughter. He nudged her hard.
Put kettle on, Tina.
Teach yourself, you lazy bastard.
Do it or sling your hook and take your damn kids with you.
Tina offered him a filthy look, but headed into the kitchen. Rihanna followed closely behind. Harris leaned forward and lit a cigarette, blowing smoke all over the baby's head. Bryant forced calm into his voice as he took a seat on the sofa opposite. Kim remained standing. "Can you tell us the last time you saw your daughter, Mr. Harris?" He shrugged.
"Couldn't say exactly. She was a kid."
"How old was she when you gave her away?" Kim asked. Brian Harris showed no emotion at the dig.
"Can't remember. It's been a while."
"Was she a troubled child?"
"Nah, she just ate a lot. Gutsy little cow,"
he said, smiling at his own humour. Neither Bryant nor she said a word.
"Look, I had 2 kids to take care of when their slag of a mother worked out, and I did the best I could."
He shrugged as though his Father of the Year title was just around the corner. "So she was just the unlucky one?" Kim asked. He scrunched up his face, showing a row of yellow teeth.
"She was a funny-looking kid. All legs and no meat. She weren't no oil painting."
Bryant sat forward. "Did you visit her at all once she'd been placed into care?" He shook his head.
"Would have just made it harder for her. Had to make a clean break. Don't even know where they shoved her. It might have been that place being dug up," he said, drawing on his cigarette.
"And you didn't think to contact police to see if one of the victims at Crestwood might be your daughter?" Kim asked, exasperated. One shred of emotion would have restored her faith in mankind. He sat forward. "Is Melanie one of the dead uns?" Finally, Kim thought, a flicker of interest in the well-being of the daughter he abandoned 15 years ago. His expression turned to a frown.
"It ain't gonna cost me anything, is it?"
Kim clenched her hands deep into her pockets. There were times she wished she could lock them in there for her own sake. Tina returned and handed her father a steaming drink. With the look on her face, Kim wouldn't trust anything in that mug. "Mr. Harris, we are sorry to inform you that pending a formal identification, we do suspect that Melanie is one of the girls recently discovered." Brian Harris attempted to look solemn, but the selfishness in his eyes won through.
"See, I gid her up years ago, so it ain't really nothing to do with me."
Kim watched as Rihanna walked around the sofa to the cage. She put her fingers through the bars and began pulling on the jowl of the dog, who had nowhere to go. Kim moved sideways and nudged the child away with her right foot. The child moved towards the puppy box, but Kim was saved from acting.
"Tina, get her away from there."
Tina growled again and stood. She reached for her daughter's hand and led her to the bedroom. With the child out of the room, Kim could bear it no longer. She couldn't use her fists, but she had other tools available.
"Mr. Harris, I'd like to leave you with a picture in your head, a final memory if you like. Your 15-year-old daughter was murdered horrifically. The bones in her foot were smashed so that she couldn't run away, while some sick bastard chopped off her head. She struggled and cried and possibly screamed out for you while the bastard hacked her into bits."
Kim leaned down into the face of the disgusting excuse for a father.
"And that information didn't cost you a damn penny."
She looked to Bryant.
"We're done."
She stepped past him and headed to the door. Bryant followed but hesitated before closing the door behind them.
"Wait here, I just want to ask him one more thing."
While she waited, Kim realised that hadn't exactly been textbook practice for informing the family of the death of a loved one. But if she had detected just 1 ounce of love or attachment, even regret, she would have stuck to the rule-book. She decided that the other families would be notified by someone else. She didn't trust herself to remain calm if she were faced with such familial indifference again. The door to the flat opened again, and Kim looked on in shock as her colleague exited the property.
"Bryant, you really have got to be kidding me."
Chapter 58. "Here, you carry the puppies and I'll grab the mother." Bryant thrust the box into her arms. The 4 puppies started moving around, and Kim could see that their eyes were open. Just.
"How the hell?
Told him I'd be prepared to overlook the level of criminal activity in his residence on this occasion if he gave me the dogs.
Bryant followed her down the staircase.
But I never said anything about social services.
Kim hurried down the rest of the stairs and paused at the car.
What now, Dr. Dolittle?
He placed the bitch onto the back seat of the car and the box right beside her.
You drive.
To where? She asked, getting in the car.
Come on, Gov, you know where I live.
Jesus, she exclaimed, putting the car into gear. She negotiated her way out of the estate and then managed to take a quick look behind. The bitch was peering over the top of the box. One of the puppies was straining to reach her nose.
Don't you ever call me impulsive again, Bryant. What is your missus going to say about this?
He shrugged.
Tell me what choice I had.
Kim said nothing. Much as they wished to, they knew they were incapable of saving the whole world, but sometimes you just had to deal with what was right in front of you. Kim paused at a set of lights.
Gav, look,
Bryant said. Kim took another look behind. The bitch was licking at the puppy it could reach. The others were trying to claw at the side of the box. 5 minutes later, she pulled up outside his 3-bed semi in Romsley. He stepped out of the car.
OK, if you get hold of... No chance, Kim said. You're on your own with this one. Chicken, he said. Damn right.
Bryant grabbed the lead of the adult dog. She jumped out of the car of her own accord and stood still. Bryant put the box under his left arm and headed to his front door. Kim said a silent prayer. Having seen Bryant's missus in a bad mood, she feared she might never see her colleague again. She'd give him 10 minutes and then she'd be on her way. She took out her mobile and placed a call to social services. She spoke for a few moments and ended the conversation. An at-risk call from a police officer galvanised an immediate response. A caseworker would be knocking on the door within the hour. Kim suspected Tina was lost, but Rihanna and the baby had a chance. Bryant's front door opened and he exited. She couldn't be totally sure, but his limbs appeared to be intact.
Still married?
She asked, moving over to the passenger seat.
Mum and Pups are reunited on a blanket by the kitchen radiator, chicken and rice is on the stove, and the missus is on the internet looking up puppy care. You going to keep them?
He nodded.
For now, until they're old enough.
How'd you swing that?
He shrugged. Told her the truth, Gov, he said simply.
Kim visualised the dogs in his home being fussed over and spoilt. She shook her head with despair.
OK, now drop me off at the station, then get to the hospital. One of us needs to be there to question Croft if the opportunity arises. You not coming?
Kim shook her head.
Probably not a good idea. It may just be paranoia on my part, but I don't think Mrs. Croft likes me all that much.
Chapter 59. The roar of the ninja died as Kim pulled onto the dirt track. She removed the helmet and placed it over the right handlebar. She surveyed the site from the top of the hill. Site 1 and 2 had been handed back to the landscape, and the utility tent had been removed. The Harris fencing no longer lined the property, and the press had left the area. The police guard was gone, and a few bits of equipment were gathered in the top corner of the site. Once again it was a piece of spare council land where the travelling fair rested annually to entertain the estate. Only a few teddy bears and weather-beaten flowers left at the foot of the hill offered any hints to the events of the last few days. This part of the investigation was over. The clues from the dead had been uncovered, and now it was up to her and her team to fit it all together. One day the names of these 3 girls would be plastered across a Wikipedia page. It would be a link from the main article depicting Black country history. The triple murder would forever be a blemish on their heritage. Readers would skate past the article describing the achievements of the Netherton chain makers who had forged the anchors and chains for the Titanic, and the 20 Shire horses that had pulled the 100-ton load through the town. The metalworking trade that dated back to the 16th century would be forgotten in the face of such a sensational headline. It would not be a record of the area's finer moments.
Thought that might be you, Gov, Dawson said, exiting the tent.
His eyes were being propped up by dark circles. His jeans were dirty, and his jumper creased, but his hours on site and the commitment to the case had earned him the right to look a little worn. Kim wanted to compliment him on a job well done, but somehow the words stuck in her throat. Normally, the day after she gave him a pat on the back, he found some new way to piss her off again.
Dawson, I've got to say you frustrate the bloody life out of me. You're a damn good detective, but sometimes you act like a 3-year-old.
She stopped. This wasn't coming out quite how she'd intended.
Look, I know this week has been difficult for you, But in spite of that, you've been a bloody star."
Dawson threw back his head and laughed.
"Thanks, Gov. Coming from you, that means a lot. I mean it, Kev."
Their eyes met. He knew it.
"Listen, take tomorrow off. We've all worked 8 days straight. Saturday morning we'll spend a few hours over coffee and muffins, Bryant's shout, analysing what we have and make an action plan for next week."
"It's been a week, Gov. You still framing me for it?" She shook her head.
"Nah, I'm thinking Bryant's a better fit."
She entered the last remaining tent to find Kerris alone at the fold-up table beside the grave.
"Lost all your friends, Kerris?"
Kim asked. Kerris turned and smiled.
"My staff are at the hotel packing up to hit the road. It's been a full-on week."
Kim nodded her agreement.
"And you?"
Kerris sighed deeply. "Not quite. This grave will be completed in a couple of hours. I don't think there's anything left to find. Our third victim was not buried as deep as the others, but I like to be thorough."
"So you'll be leaving later?" Kim asked.
Kerris shook her head. "No, I'll be here completing the paperwork until quite late." She reached for a small Tupperware tub. "Beads again, but of course you already knew that. There were remnants of clothing attached to the body, but Daniel has those back at the lab. The garment was too delicate to remove on site."
"Anything else?"
Kerris pointed to a corner of the grave about 1 foot square. Her face was drawn and weary. "Unless there is something of interest just there, then I'm afraid not."
"Did you find a denture?"
Kerris frowned. "No, should I have done? It's the final form of identification I was looking for." "It certainly hadn't come free from the body, if it was in there at all." Damn, without that final piece she couldn't be sure of the accuracy of Nicola's identification. Kim nodded her understanding and stepped out of the tent. She paused and stepped back in.
"Kerris, are you okay?"
Kerris turned, either surprised by the question or the person asking. She smiled, but it was forced and without warmth. "You know what, Kim, I honestly don't know. My body is filled with a rage that I just can't shake. See, I don't care what these girls did or didn't do. I only know that they were treated as less than human. They were tortured and put into the ground and left to rot, and they were only fucking kids. I want to be there when you catch the bastard that did this. I want to do the exact same things to him, and what's worrying is that I feel capable of inflicting the same cruelty." Kim watched as her body deflated. She sometimes forgot that Kerris had not worked many crime scenes, and one as harrowing as this was one hell of an initiation. The woman looked at her and shook her head. "How do you do it, Kim? How do you wake up to this every day without going out of your mind?" Kim considered the question. "I build stuff. I take a heap of rust and dirt, and I build it into something beautiful. I create something that balances the ugliness of what we do. It helps. But do you know what really makes a difference?" "What?" "The knowledge that I'll catch him." "Do you think so?" Kim smiled. "Oh, yes. Because my passion to do so far exceeds the energy he'll need to avoid me. I won't stop until he's punished for what he did. And everything you've done here, every clue you've uncovered, every bone you've removed will help me do that. It's bloody hard, Kerris, but it's worth it." Kerris nodded and smiled. "I know, and I believe you. You'll get him." "Oh, I will. And when I do, I'll give him your regards." Silence settled between them. Kim had nothing more to ask of the woman, who had worked tirelessly for days at great cost, both physically and emotionally. Kim moved closer and offered her hand. Although the skin was rough in places, the grip was gentle and warm. "Thank you for everything, Kerris, and have a safe journey home. I hope we meet again." Kerris smiled. "Same here, Detective." Kim nodded and left the tent. She had a denture to find. Chapter 60. Daniel and Keats were gathered around a folder on the tabletop when she entered. Daniel moved away as Keats turned. "Oh, Detective, how lovely to see you." Kim glared at him. "No, seriously, I mean it. For me, absence has most definitely made my heart grow fonder. I find that my sensitive, delicate nature might actually find your acerbic tongue almost tolerable." "Yes, you've had quite an easy week of it, haven't you?" she asked, raising her eyebrows.
I have indeed, Detective. He began to count on his fingers. I've had a double stabbing in Dudley, an elderly male who collapsed into his dinner at his 85th birthday party, and 2 medical uncertainties. Oh, and the trail of corpses you've left in your wake. Happy to fill the time for you, but did you manage to ascertain anything remotely useful? He thought for a moment and then shook his head. No, I've changed my mind. I now realise that I haven't missed you at all. Keats, she growled. I've sent the post-mortem results to your office this morning. Teresa Wyatt was pushed down under the water, as you already know. There was no major struggle due to the victim already being immersed in water. I detected no other marks on the body and no sign of any sexual assault. She was in reasonably good health for her age. I don't think the manner of death for Tom Curtis was in any question, but what I can tell you is that the bottle of whiskey would most probably have killed him. His heart was in such poor condition that it's unlikely he'd have made it to 45. Oh, and his last meal was salad and steak. Topside, I think. Kim groaned. With Mary Andrews, you most certainly did not get to the church on time, and to make any reasonable deduction about death, I usually need a body. Arthur Connop died of massive internal trauma caused by an altercation with a vehicle. His liver was on borrowed time, but his other major organs were pretty healthy for a man of his age. Keats held up his hands as if to say, that's all. No evidence, no trace, nothing? No, Detective, because you're not making a TV show. If we had an hour of titillating entertainment to make, I may suddenly find that Teresa Wyatt had swallowed a carpet fibre that can be matched to the home of your suspect. I might even find a stray hair on the body of Tom Curtis that miraculously fell from the killer with the root attached, but I am not a mini-series made for television. Kim groaned. She'd had a tooth abscess that had been less painful than a lecture from Keats. His frown told her that he hadn't quite finished yet. She leaned back against the stainless steel counter and folded her arms. How many women did the Yorkshire Ripper murder? Keats asked. 13, Dan answered. And how was he caught? By 2 police officers who arrested him for driving with false number plates, she answered. So, 13 bodies later, and he still hadn't been caught by stray hairs and carpet fibres. Therefore, I can only pass on what the body tells me. Any kind of forensic evidence will not take the place of good old police work, deduction, gut instinct, and intelligent, practical thinking. Which reminds me, where is Bryant? Kim offered him a look, and he turned back to the workbench. Kim saw the label of the white jacket protruding over the collar. She reached over and popped it back inside with her index finger. Keats turned. She raised one eyebrow. He smiled and turned back. Kim turned to Daniel. Doc, is there a denture? He met her gaze, and Kim was struck by the tiredness in his eyes. She knew he had worked on the site until late to remove the body of the 3rd victim, just as she would have done. What, no insults, sarcasm, or cutting remarks? She sensed that he was like her. Once questions were posed, he demanded answers and didn't stop until he got them. On a case like this, there was no rota, no clocking on and off time. There was only the need to know. She understood. She tilted her head and smiled. Nah, Doc, not today. He held her gaze and smiled back. Keats had turned his attention back to the worktop and was flicking through pages in a hardware supplies catalogue. There is no denture, Daniel stated. Damn. But there should be. She has 3 missing front teeth. Kim sighed heavily. She now had the names of all 3 girls. This was incontrovertibly Louise's body. Have you checked with Keris? He asked. It's not there. I've got it, Keats said quietly. Daniel moved along the work area and looked at where Keats had laid his index finger. Daniel nodded slowly. What? Kim asked. Keats turned to her, unable to speak. Kim was instantly unnerved. This man had seen bodies in the worst state of decay. He had taken in his stride horrendous crime scenes, decomposition and its subsequent life forms. She had watched him carry out a preliminary examination on a corpse while referring to a community of maggots as little fellas. What the hell could instill such horror in him now? Look here, Daniel instructed, pointing to the pubic bone. Kim could see there was a crack that ran through the centre of the bone. She raised her head. The pelvis is broken. Look closer. Kim leaned down as far as she could and saw the nicks in the edge of the bone. She counted 7 in total. The one at the centre was deeper than the others. A zigzag pattern was evident on both sides of the parted bone. Kim saw that the serration travelled for almost an inch before it met the longer crack in the bone. Kim stepped back in horror as she looked from Daniel to Keats and back again, unable to comprehend what was right in front of her eyes. "Yes, detective," Keats offered hoarsely. The bastard tried to saw her in half. Silence settled between them as they all stared down at the skeleton that had once been a young girl. Not an angel and not without fault, but a young girl nonetheless. Kim stepped to the side and almost fell into Daniel. His arms steadied her. "You okay?" She nodded as she moved away from his touch. She didn't trust herself to speak until the nausea had passed. The sound of her mobile ringing startled them all. It galvanised the room into action as though the pause button had been depressed. It was Bryant, and he was calling from somewhere in the building. Her mouth was dry as she answered the call. "Gov, I'm wasting my time here." "Is he still in surgery?" she asked, looking at her watch. If that was the case, it wasn't looking good for Richard Croft. "No, he was wheeled back to the ward an hour ago. The knife is out and I have that bagged. He's in and out of consciousness, but Mrs. Croft won't let me anywhere near him." "On my way," she said, ending the call. "Where are you going now?" Keats asked. She glanced down at body number 3 and took a deep breath. "I'm going to start a fight." Chapter 61. I sensed that Louise was on to me. She was unlike the other two. Melanie had been shy and needy, desperate for attention and validation. Tracy had been streetwise and sensual, but Louise had a mean streak that ran through her like lead. Louise wasn't like the other two. She hadn't been abused, abandoned, or neglected. She just didn't like the new rules that came with a stepfather and a new baby. Louise liked to be in charge. I saw that from the first day when she decided which bed she would take. The girl who had the bed already dared to say no and got a fractured wrist for her trouble. It wasn't hard to believe the level of violence she'd inflicted on her 7-month-old brother that had led her to being removed from the home. Unlike Tracy, Louise had no balance. She was just harsh. There was no sexuality, no humour, and I couldn't stand the sight of her. No one messed with Louise. There was a rage inside her that just ached to be freed. It bubbled amongst the hurt and resentment. But I knew something about her that no one else did. Louise was mean and she was violent, and she also wet the bed. Assisted by a vibrating wristwatch, at 4 a.m. Louise would leave her warm bed and head for the toilet. She would not return until her bladder was empty. "Hello, Louise," I said one night as she exited the washroom. "What do you want?" she asked, covering her mouth. "I think we should have a little chat. You seem unsettled lately." "D'you think?" she asked, placing her hand on her hip. "My mates are dropping like flies." I shrugged. Clearly they don't like you enough to hang around. Her face seemed to gather in the middle as her lips pursed and her eyes narrowed. "Yeah, and maybe they got no say in it." Oh, full points for me. It took a psychopath to know one. There was no reason to play games with Louise. Her fate was assured, but I took the time to have a little fun. "How so?" I asked. "I know you've got something to do with it. You pretend to be all nice to us, but there's something not right with you." I silently congratulated Louise on her perceptiveness. "You don't really have room to talk. Who would purposely hurt their baby brother? There's a nastiness in you and it drives everyone away. I bet your mates left because they couldn't stand you any longer. Even your own family hate you now." She thrust her chin forward. I couldn't give a shit. "Then why do you still wet the bed?" She lunged towards me, her closed fist en route to my face, but I was ready. I grabbed her wrist and turned her body so that she fell backwards against me. My forearm was clamped against her throat. She thrashed her head from side to side, but I wedged my chin on top of her head. My left hand covered her mouth as she tried to scream. I walked her forward as she tried to bite at my fingers. Her arms flailed but caused me no harm. Her efforts to live became weaker as I walked her outside. I placed my right hand on her shoulder and tightened the hold. I shook the last breath of life out of her like a doll. I felt the end of her existence as her body collapsed against me as though someone had sucked out the bones. I raised my right hand from her shoulder to her neck just to make sure. The skin was silent against my fingerprint. I threw her over my shoulder and carried her outside to the waiting hole. Unlike the other two, I felt nothing for the flesh that I dropped to the ground. Melanie's neediness had made me feel sick. Her obsequious face had made my skin crawl. Tracy had inspired desire in me. It was her own greed that had led to her end. But with Louise there was nothing. She was a means to an end. She was insurance. The manner of her death would be misdirection. So I opened her legs and reached for the saw.
Chapter 62. Kim walked the corridors of Russell's Hall Hospital for the second time in as many days. Because it was outside of visiting hours, she announced herself as a police officer at the intercom. The first priority of the medical personnel was the care of their patients, but they tried to be accommodating to police officers. Kim walked past the small waiting room at the top of the ward. Bryant stood when he saw her. She motioned for him to sit back down. She paused at the nurse's station. "Richard Croft?" The female in dark blue was short and round. An elasticated belt searched halfway down the uniform for a waist and failed miserably. "Detective, I don't think he's quite ready for your questions." Kim nodded her understanding, but wanted some of her own. She leaned forward and spoke quietly. "Sister, this week I have more than 6 bodies behind me, and they all need answers. Richard Croft was very nearly number 7 and may be able to help." The frown on the woman deepened. Kim held up her hand. "I assure you I will not do anything to upset his condition." That was no lie, because Kim had no intention of doing anything at all. The sister nodded towards the third open doorway off the main ward. "Just a few minutes, okay?" Kim nodded her understanding and moved quietly along the corridor. Kim stood in the doorway and looked not at the inert form in the bed, but at the figure of his wife in the easy chair, currently engrossed in the contents of her mobile phone. As Kim leaned against the doorframe, the head of shiny black hair raised. Nina Croft's fixed expression was politely tolerant. Clearly the look she reserved for the staff. When her eyes rested on Kim, any remnant of tolerance or politeness fell away. Kim was momentarily surprised at how such an attractive face could be affected by the venom within. Suddenly the beauty faded and was replaced by narrowed eyes and a thin, mean mouth. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Mrs. Croft, your husband needs to be questioned." "Not now, Detective Stone, and most definitely not by you." Nina Croft stood, just as Kim had hoped. Richard Croft moaned from the bed. Kim took a step towards him, and Nina instantly blocked her path. "Get out!" she spat. Kim tried to walk around her, but Nina grabbed her roughly on the arm and pulled her towards the door. Had she not been a serving police officer, Kim would have smacked the woman in the mouth. Sometimes the sacrifice was just not worth it. "Get out of this room and away from my husband right now." Nina marched her to the front door of the ward. As they passed the waiting room, Kim glanced in and caught Bryant's eye. She nodded backwards to the unguarded room. Once outside the ward, the woman threw Kim's arms away from her as though it were covered with leprous scabs. "I don't like your methods, Detective, and I don't like you. Trust me when I tell you that will not keep me up at night." The woman turned away to re-enter the ward. "And it's not really my methods you dislike, is it, Mrs. Croft?" Nina turned and stepped back. "Good. You are not a stupid woman. You would have researched me before you made that call to get me removed from the case. Surely it's my success rate you despise." Nina stepped closer. "No, I despise the fact that you made my husband feel like a suspect, which says to me that you are not equipped to handle this investigation. You are clearly inept. Why would you want me removed from this case when you know full well that I will solve it, no matter how long it takes?" Nina Croft continued to glower at her. "Especially when you know your husband to be at risk. Any normal wife would want the killers caught as quickly as possible to remove their loved ones from danger. Be very careful what you say to me, Detective Stone."
What are you frightened of, Mrs. Croft? Why are you so terrified that I will get the answers? And what the hell did your husband do back then?"
Nina stepped back and crossed her arms. "You will never prove that he did anything untoward."
"Interesting that you don't state he did nothing wrong, only that I will be unable to prove it. A play on words, detective. Your husband knows something about what happened at Crestwood 10 years ago, and whilst he is managing to hang on to life right now, there are others that have not been so lucky."
The woman looked unmoved. Kim wasn't sure when she'd met a woman more lacking in empathy than Nina Croft.
Kim shook her head with disbelief. "You have obstructed this investigation at every turn. You tried unsuccessfully to have me removed from the case. You used your legal influence to file objections to the dig."
Kim's own words trailed away as the truth dawned.
"You were the one who killed the professor's dog. When the legal objections failed, you decided to try anything to prevent that dig from taking place. Jesus, what the hell is wrong with you?"
Nina shrugged.
"Feel free to arrest me for inappropriate use of staples, detective."
A movement beyond Nina Croft's head told her that Bryant had exited the side room.
Kim stepped forward into the woman's face. "You are a ruthless, cold, miserable excuse for a woman. You care nothing for anyone or anything. I think you know exactly what happened back then, and the only person you're interested in protecting is yourself. And I promise you this. The day is coming whereby I will visit you again, and it will be a very public arrest for obstructing the course of justice."
Kim paused as Bryant came through the first set of double doors.
"And now you have a reason to make a genuine complaint, so please give it your best shot."
Bryant came to stand beside her.
"Get what you wanted?" she asked.
Bryant nodded and turned to Nina.
"Your husband is asking for you."
Nina looked from one to the other, realizing she'd been tricked. The colour flooded her face. Nina Croft did not like to lose.
"You devious little bitch."
Kim turned and walked away.
"Hearts and minds exercise there, Gov. BFFs now. What did you get?"
"Absolutely bugger all." Kim stopped walking.
"Are you joking?"
Bryant shook his head.
"Nope. We have a live victim. Our one survivor of a bastard that's killed at least 2 people, and Croft can give us nothing?" "Gov, he can barely get 2 words out. But by a yes and a no system, I managed to work out that he was standing up and facing away from the door when the knife was plunged into his back. He fell forward and lost consciousness immediately."
Kim blew air through her lips.
"Minutes, Bryant. We must have missed him by bloody minutes. Whoever it was knew they had a small window of opportunity while Marta was out shopping, and knew the only way to get in and out undetected."
It was dark as they stepped out of the hospital building. "Look, I've already told Kev. Take the day off tomorrow. On Saturday we'll try and piece everything together. It's been one hell of a week." For once Bryant didn't argue. Kim headed around the side of the hospital to where she'd parked the bike. She turned the corner into the darkness. As she reached for the helmet, which was locked to the wheel, her phone began to ring. Chapter 63. She hit the call button. The battery flashed red.
"What's up, Stace?"
"Gov, I've been trawling back through some old posts on Facebook, and I've come across something I think you should know."
"Go on."
"About 8 months ago, one of the girls spotted Tom Curtis of Dudley Zoo with his family. She posted on the board commenting on his weight and wondering what they'd all seen in him back then. A few childish jokes followed about him putting his hot dog in someone's bun and crap like that, but then they started mentioning our 3 girls as well."
Kim closed her eyes against what she knew was coming.
"It's clear he was having sex with one of them, Gov."
Kim thought about the pregnant 15-year-old. Was Tracy mentioned by name?
"No, Gov, that's the thing. Tom Curtis was sleeping with Louise."
Kim shook her head as the rage built within her.
"You okay, Gov?" "I'm fine, Stace. Good work. Now get off."
Her words trailed away as her phone charge ran out. She put the phone in her pocket and kicked out at the wall.
"Damn, damn, damn,"
Kim growled. The anger that ripped through her veins had nowhere to go. These bastards had been entrusted with the safety of these girls, and they had failed them badly. It seemed that every single one of them had found some way to further abuse these kids. Child abuse was categorized into 4 main areas: physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional maltreatment, and neglect. By Kim's count,
The staff at Crestwood had pretty much scored a strike on all four. The irony lay in the fact that most of the girls at Crestwood had been placed there to remove them from mistreatment. No girl at Crestwood had been there by choice. She knew from her own experience that homes like this were dumping grounds, a civic amenity like a landfill site. A place for unwanted and broken individuals where at best kids were dehumanized and stripped of identity, and at worst they were abused even further. Kim had seen it herself. Poor treatment became an expectation, and slowly, like a stump being hammered into the soil, your head could only remain above ground for so long. Kim walked around the bike, trying to expel the heat from her veins. She clenched and unclenched her hands to relieve the building tension. Each girl had arrived at Crestwood for various reasons, and none of them good. Melanie had been discarded by her father so easily, gifted to the state so there was one less mouth at his table. The selection criteria being that she was the less attractive child. How could Melanie not have known that to be the case? How did she reconcile that in her head? Thrown away by the one man who should have cared for her, all because she was ugly. The child had begged for any scrap of attention, some validation that she was a person worthy of affection, even trying to buy friendship to find her place. Happy to be the runt of the litter, just as long as the litter accepted her. That was Melanie's story. But there was not one story. All the children in the system had a story. Kim herself had a story. But hers had not started alone. A vision of Mikey swam before her eyes. It was not the picture she wanted, but it was the one she always got. She stepped back into the darkness of the corner as the emotion thickened her throat. 3 weeks premature, Kim and Mikey had both been born with fragile health. Very soon Kim's health had improved. She had gained weight and her bones had strengthened. Mikey's had not. Their mother Patty had taken them home when they were 6 weeks old, to a high-rise flat on Hollytree. Kim's first memory dated back to 3 days after her 4th birthday, and was a vision of her mother holding a pillow tightly over the face of her twin. His short legs had thrashed on the bed as his lungs fought for air. Kim tried to pull her mother away, but her grip was firm. Kim had thrown herself to the floor, opened her mouth wide and sunk her teeth into her mother's calf like a rabid dog. She applied every ounce of pressure she could muster and wouldn't let go. Her mother had spun around and the pillow fell from the bed, but still Kim didn't let go. Her mother had staggered around the room screaming and trying to kick her free, but only when they were a safe distance from the bed did Kim unlock her jaw. She remembered running over to the bed and shaking Mikey awake. He spluttered, coughed and gulped at the air. Kim ushered him behind her and stared up at her mother. The hatred in the eyes of the woman who had birthed them took Kim's breath away. She backed up the bed, keeping Mikey behind. Her mother moved closer.
"You stupid little bitch. Don't you know that he's a fucking devil? He's got to die, and then the voices will stop. Don't you fucking get it?"
Kim shook her head. No, she didn't. He wasn't the devil. He was her brother.
"I'll get him. I promise you I'll get him."
From that point on, Kim had had to remain one step in front of her mother at all times. There were further attempts during the following year, but Kim was never far from Mikey's side. During the day, she kept a badge in her pocket and pricked her lower arm to keep herself alert. At night, she took handfuls of coffee from the jar and placed them straight into her mouth, absorbing the bitter granules into her tongue. Only when she heard the rhythmic sound of her mother's snoring would she allow herself to rest. There were occasional visits from social services, an overworked individual conducting a 10-minute cursory inspection with a mental clipboard, a test she somehow managed to pass. Kim had wondered many times since just how low the pass grade would have had to have been for them to remain in the care of their mother. No evidence of crack cocaine, check. No evidence of parents stumbling and drunk, check. Children free of obvious scarring, check. A week after their 6th birthday, Kim had exited the lavatory to find her brother attached to the radiator with handcuffs. Kim looked at her mother with horror, confused for a few seconds. It was all the time her mother needed. Kim felt her hair being grabbed from behind and bunched in her mother's fist. She was dragged to the radiator and cuffed to her brother.
"If I've got to get you to get him, then that's what I'll have to do."
Those were the last words she ever heard from her mother.
By the end of that day, Kim had managed to squirm her right foot beneath the bed and dislodge a pack of 5 cream crackers and a half bottle of Coke. For 2 days she had been convinced that her mother would return, that one of her rare lucid moments would occur and they would be freed. On day 3, she realised that their mother was not coming back and had left them to die. With only 2 crackers and a few mouthfuls of Coke remaining, Kim stopped eating completely. She divided the last 2 crackers in half and half again, making 8 bites for Mikey. Every few hours she would try and force her hand through the cuffs, removing slivers of skin each time. By the end of day 5, the crackers were gone. A single mouthful of liquid remained in the Coke bottle. Mikey turned his face towards her, so thin, so pale.
"Kimmy, I peed again," he whispered.
She looked into his eyes, so distraught at one more puddle amongst the foulness beneath them. His earnest expression made her laugh out loud, and once she started laughing she couldn't stop. Even though he didn't know why, Mikey joined in until the tears rolled over their cheeks. And when the tears stopped falling, she held him close, because she already knew. She whispered into his ear that Mummy was on her way with a meal and that he just had to hang on. She kissed the side of his head and told him she loved him. 2 hours later, he died in her arms.
"Sleep tight, sweet Mikey," she whispered,
as the last breath left his battered, fragile body. Hours or days later, there was a loud noise and then people. Lots of people. Too many. They wanted to take Mikey, and she was too weak to fight them off. She had to let him go. Again. The 14-day stay in hospital was a blur of tubes, needles and white coats. The days had melded into one. Day 15 was much clearer. She was taken from the hospital to the children's home, and she was given bed number 19.
"Excuse me, miss, are you okay?"
asked a voice from above. Kim was startled to realise that she had slid down the wall and was now sitting on the ground. She wiped away the tears and sprang to a standing position.
"I'm fine, thank you, I'm fine."
The ambulance driver hesitated for a second, but nodded and then wandered away. Kim stood and breathed deeply to dispel the overwhelming sadness as she placed the memories back in the box. Never would she forgive herself for her failure to protect her brother. She unlocked the helmet from the wheel, her body now filled with fight and determination. No, she would not have it. Kim would not fail these girls because, damn it, they mattered to someone. They bloody well mattered to her. Chapter 64. Stacey leaned back in her chair and stretched. Her heat burned across the muscles in her neck. She rolled her head to the left and then to the right. Something clicked in her right shoulder blade. The Gov said go home, and that's what she intended to do. She closed down the Facebook page and her emails beneath. There were a few at the top still in bold and unread, but she would see to them on Saturday morning. All she craved right now was a long hot soak in a bubble bath, followed by a takeaway pizza and a dose of Real Housewives. She didn't care which one. The whirring of the computer came to a halt, plunging the room into silence. Her feet slipped into the shoes beneath the desk. Stacey donned her jacket and walked to the door. Her left hand hesitated over the light switch, but something nagged at the back of her mind. Something she'd seen but couldn't work out the meaning of just yet. She growled as she stepped back to her desk. The whirring seemed louder, as though it were under duress. Stacey guessed she was projecting. She keyed in without looking and went straight to her emails. It was the second unread message that quickened her heart. She read from the beginning, her eyes open wide. By the time she reached the end of the text, her mouth had run dry. With trembling fingers, Stacey reached for the phone. Chapter 65. Kim parked the bike at the side of the fenced-off building. She dismounted and stepped to the side. It was only 8 o'clock, but it felt much later. The cold night air had already dropped below freezing, driving families to lock the doors, close the curtains and curl up before a flickering orange flame and a nighttime film. It was a notion that had occurred to Kim when she'd briefly stopped by her home, a place she'd barely seen for the last week, but she knew she couldn't rest. The answers were emerging from the fog, but there was one missing piece that still troubled her. The dig site was now empty. All traces of activity had been removed. To see the site shut down was eerie. The white tents were back in storage awaiting their next victim. The equipment had been removed and would be gone the next day, along with Cerys. To the naked eye and in the darkness, the land looked as it had 1 week earlier. Even the few bunches of flowers and teddy bears had now disappeared. But Kim knew she could walk to all 3 graves and identify their exact location. And that fact would remain long after the scars of the landscape had healed. Kim couldn't help but wonder how long the girls would have remained lost had the professor not been so determined to find buried coins. But because of his tenacity, 3 young girls who had lain beneath this unassuming piece of land would now be afforded proper burials, and Kim would attend every one. She knew the case had touched them all. Cerys had removed the bodies from the ground. Daniel had examined the girls to indicate the manner of death, and now it was up to her to pull it all together. She looked over to the middle house. There was activity inside. Lucy and William were back from the hospital, and their life together would continue as normal. For now. Kim pulled her gaze away from the illuminated window. The time had come for her to have a very difficult conversation with William Payne, but he wasn't going anywhere, and there was one missing piece she had to find first. The denture was here somewhere, and somehow it mattered. That it was not on the body, and not in the grave, meant that it was still in the building. The location would tell her everything, and this time Kim had come prepared. She reached into her saddlebag and took out a hammer. She reckoned that by removing 2 fence panels she'd be able to climb through the gap. Kim removed the black leather gloves and placed the pencil torch in her mouth. She used the claw of the hammer to remove the nails that held the rough wooden panels against the vertical stumps. The first 2 dislodged easily. She tried to prise the panel away from the post, but the 2 fixed to the other side held fast. The top one came loose easily, but the bottom one wouldn't budge. She was able to swing the panel down so that it hung vertically, still fixed with 1 stubborn nail. It was clear that 10 years ago the council budget for decent workmanship far outweighed the budget for quality materials. Kim repeated the same process with the second panel, providing a space wide enough to climb through. Once on the other side, she shook her hands and cupped them to her mouth. The raw wind on her exposed fingers had made the tips numb. She had deliberately not informed Bryant or the rest of the team of her plans. She had no legal right to enter the building, and a warrant would have taken far too long. Woody's message about the loyalty of her team had been received loud and clear. Without the aid of daylight, she had to recall from memory the layout of the back of the building. She lit up the ground using her torch. The land was overgrown and littered with bricks and debris. Kim shone the torch at the open window through which she'd entered the building previously. She tried to traverse a direct path from point A to point B, but stumbled over a breeze block. She swore but carried on. She reached the window and realised she had used the bin to get back over the fence. She travelled back, taking care to avoid the breeze block, then picked up the bin and placed it beneath the broken window. She shone the torch around the outer edge of the opening to get an idea of where the shards were placed. Kim put the torch in her mouth and used both hands to ease herself through the broken window. Yes, she was in. Chapter 66. I knew I'd been right when I first saw her. Her diligence and tenacity had served her well, perhaps too well, because it had brought her back to me. I had initially thought that we would not meet, but that was no longer the case. My insurance, my clever misdirection had not been enough. For some it would have been, but not for her. Here she was, alone, late at night, gaining entry to an abandoned building, searching for answers. She would not rest until she had uncovered the secrets. All of them. It was only a matter of time before her methodical reasoning brought her to me. I couldn't take that chance. Had she not been so clever, I would have allowed her to live. People have to take responsibility for their own actions. I remember when I was 12 in the lunch hall, Robbie had a chicken salad sandwich. It looked so much tastier than my ham and cheese. I asked him to trade and he laughed in my face. A broken rib, a black eye, and 2 fractured fingers later I had the sandwich and it tasted good.
See, it needn't have happened. If he just traded, he would have been fine. I tried to explain this to the teachers, but they couldn't understand. They all made excuses for my lack of remorse. I wasn't troubled, I wasn't seeking attention, I was not acting up because my grandma had died. I just wanted the sandwich. It was a shame that the detective had to die. The presence of her keen mind and unerring drive would be missed, but she had brought it on herself. It wasn't my fault. My only fault lay in the mistake I made some years before, but it was one that I hadn't made since.
But then even the greatest minds occasionally made errors,
and as I watched her climb in through the fence, I realized that the detective had just made her last.
Chapter 67. Kim's feet landed on the Formica worktop, and the glass crunched like gravel beneath her boots. In the dark silence the sound seemed deafening. She eased herself down onto the ground and cast the torch around the kitchen. Nothing had changed in the few days since her last trespass, and this wasn't the area that held her interest. Still, she paused for a moment, visualizing the girls sneaking in when no one was around for a packet of crisps or a drink. How many times had Melanie wandered in and out of this room before she was so brutally beheaded? Kim headed forward through the room and jumped when something settled on her face. She clawed at her cheeks, dislodging the soft fibres, and raised the light to a head-shaped hole in a cobweb at the doorway. She shook her head and rubbed at her face and hair. A single thread tickled at her ear. As she stepped from the hallway to the corridor, a gust of wind howled from above, entering the building through the broken windows. A beam creaked above her head. For a second, Kim questioned the sensibility of her own choice to enter this building alone and at night, but she would not be frightened off by insects and wind. She moved along the corridor, taking care to mute the torch as she passed open doorways of rooms that were on the front of the property. Although the building was surrounded by fencing, she couldn't take a chance that the light would be seen from the road or the houses opposite. On her left she passed a utility room, and on her right was the common room. She pictured Louise in that room, holding court, rallying her troops as the group leader, until some bastard tried to saw her in half. Kim headed for the room at the bottom of the hallway, the room where the fire had been started, the manager's office. As she entered, she switched off the torch. A street light next to the bus stop cast a shadow into the room. "Did you stand in here and ask him for help?" Kim silently asked Tracy. "Did you come to Richard Croft and seek his advice before you were buried alive?" Kim suspected not. Kim shook away the thought and surveyed the room. 2 filing cabinets stood behind the open door. She opened each drawer in turn. The light from the street lamp did not illuminate that far into the room. She searched each one by hand. Nothing. She moved to the bookcase on the other side of the doorway. It was a heavy wooden structure that ended 6 inches from the ceiling. She ran her hand along each empty shelf, standing on the second shelf up to examine the top. Although her hand was blackened by dark, dusty soot, there was nothing to find. She blew away the loose blackened powder and wiped the remainder on her jeans. She moved to the desk nearest to the window and opened each of the drawers. In the bottom she found a small petty cash tin. She shook it lightly. It was empty. Kim stood and surveyed the room. The denture was here. She felt it. Where would it be placed to try and ensure its destruction? Her eyes wandered back to the bookcase nearest the door. The fire had been started in the hallway outside the office door, at the furthest point from the bedrooms of the girls. Somehow the fire had chosen its own direction and headed down the hallway, leaving Croft's office intact. She put the torch in her pocket and stood before the bookcase. This time she examined every shelf, top and bottom, and side panels. She knelt on the floor, searching for any gap beneath the lower shelf. Nothing. She sneezed as the dust and soot lifted from the surfaces she had touched. She stood before the bookcase and opened her arms. She could just about manage to embrace the whole object in a giant hug. She pulled at one side and then at the other, budging it forward by an inch at a time. After a few attempts, the bookcase and the wall were separated by about 8 inches. Not much, but enough for her to reach behind.
Kim started to move her hand across the plywood backing, sweeping from side to side. Her face was pressed against the side panel as she reached for the furthest point. The tips of her fingers glided over a smooth surface at odds with the rough plywood. She pushed as far as she could, straining at the shoulder. She touched again. Tape. Her fingers had found the edge of a strip of sellotape. With one almighty push, she forced herself into the corner. Instantly she was reminded of foster family number 3, who had used the naughty corner as a form of punishment. She would estimate that approximately 1/3 of her 5-month stay had been spent in that corner, and it hadn't always been her fault. Sometimes it had just been made to look that way. Kim froze as her hand closed around the unmistakable shape of a tooth. The word punishment flew around her head and she closed her eyes. She shook her head with disbelief. Why the hell had she not seen it sooner? It had been staring at her from the whiteboard. Beheading, premature burial, and death by sawing. All forms of capital punishment. She retracted her arm from behind the bookcase. The denture could wait. It no longer held the importance that it had earlier. She had to call for backup. She now had the pieces to finally solve this case. One last visit and her girls could rest peacefully. Too late. Kim saw a shadow in the hallway cast by the street lamp. And then she saw nothing. Chapter 68. Kim opened her eyes to find a strip of fabric jammed into her mouth, tied in a knot at the back of her head. She had been laid on her side, and her hands and feet were bound together in a bunch of limbs, her knees wedged beneath her chin. The pain throughout her body faded in comparison to the thudding in her head. It originated from the crown and spread like tentacles around to her temples, ears, and jawbone. An icy coldness from the concrete floor was seeping through her clothes and into her bones. For a moment Kim couldn't recall where she was or why. Gradually flashes of the day started to come back to her, but it was like a collage. She had a vision of Richard Croft lying face down on the floor in a pool of blood. She vaguely remembered the briefing but couldn't recall if that had happened the previous day. She sensed more than remembered that she'd returned to the site and spoken with Kerris. As the snapshots began to arrange in chronological order, Kim recalled that she had returned to Crestwood to find the denture. Through the haze, she remembered that she'd found it before the blackness descended. She had no idea how long she had been unconscious, but she knew she was in the manager's office. Dust and soot were caked to her skin. Her vision started to clear, and her eyes adjusted to the light. The room was unchanged, and the street lamp outside threw a hazy light into the room. The silence was broken only by the sound of water dripping somewhere in the distance. The noise offered an eerie presence in its continuous regularity. Kim pulled at the ties that bound her. They held fast but scored into her flesh. She tried again, ignoring the pain, but the ropes burned into her broken skin. She searched her memory for anything she may have seen in the room that might help her. Nothing came, but she knew she couldn't just lie still and wait. Something scurried past her head, which galvanized her into action. She tried to inch forward, wriggling like a scorched worm. The effort brought fresh waves of pain emanating through her skull, and bile burned the back of her throat. She prayed she would not throw up and choke. Suddenly she heard a noise and stopped squirming, her senses alert and keen. She craned her neck towards the doorway. A figure appeared. The form was familiar to her. Kim blinked through the darkness as her attacker stepped into the shard of light illuminating the room. Her gaze travelled from the feet, up the legs, torso and shoulders, right into the eyes of William Payne. Chapter 69. William Payne stepped towards her slowly. His eyes held no expression, and her head began to move involuntarily from side to side. No, this was not right. Her stomach muscles revolted at the scenario before her. This was not who she'd been expecting. He leaned down beside her and started trying to undo the knots that bound her like a piece of cattle. His fingers worked quickly but clumsily. She tried to speak, but the fabric in her mouth made her question unintelligible. He shook his head. "We don't have much time," he whispered. His mouth opened to say more, but a low whistling sound came from the top of the corridor. William put a finger to his lips and stepped back into the shadows of the room. As she couldn't make a sound because of the gag, she guessed he was telling her not to disclose his position. The humming continued and grew louder. The gait of the visitor was not similar to that of William Payne. These steps were definite, assured, purposeful. Again the doorway filled with a shadow, but this time Kim did not have to wait for the owner to step into the beam of light. This was the one she'd been expecting. Chapter 70.
"Bryant, you gotta find the gov," Tracy barked into the mouthpiece. "It's the pastor, it's Wilkes. He killed the girls and I can't get the gov on the phone."
"Slow down, Stace," Bryant said. The sound of the television in the background was receding. She guessed he was taking the phone to another room. "What are you talking about?"
"Them emails I sent out just for a punt. There was a hoo-ha in Bristol 12 years ago when a family got a metal pin in the ashes of their relative. The crematorium was accused of mixing up the funerals, but after the incident Wilkes left in haste."
"Stace, no offence, but that doesn't mean he's guilty of—" Stace held her frustration. She didn't have the time.
"I've checked the archives, and 2 weeks before a kid named Rebecca Shaw ran away from Clifton Children's Home."
"Why would that make the papers?" Bryant asked.
"Because she'd already been in the news when she got run over. Really bad damage to her knees."
"That would have required pinning," Bryant finished. Stacey could hear the slotting of pieces into place.
"That's how he disposed of them before," Stacey said, "but he couldn't risk it again."
She heard Bryant sigh heavily. "Jesus, Stace, how many are we—"
"Bryant, you gotta find the gov. Her phone died when I spoke to her earlier and she didn't sound right."
"What do you mean?"
"Dunno, she was distracted, agitated. I don't think she was going home. I'm worried that—"
"Stace, get it circulated that she's missing. It's a bollocking I'm happy to take if she's safe and sound."
"I will, but Bryant—"
"Yeah?"
"Just find her."
The word alive went unspoken between them. "I will, Stace, I promise." Stacey replaced the receiver. She believed him. Bryant would find Kim. She just hoped that he wasn't too late. Chapter 71. He stepped inside the room and placed a shovel against the wall. Kim watched as his feet moved closer towards her. She could not crane her neck to look up, although she desperately wanted to. She wanted to look straight into the eyes of the evil bastard who had tried to saw a girl in half. His voice was low and jovial, as though discussing where to dine out that evening. "So kind of your colleagues to dig a few holes for me. That last one was very easy to re-dig. I think you'll be very happy there." Kim strained against her ties and tried to spit out the gag. She felt the tie around her right wrist loosen slightly, but not enough. Victor Wilkes laughed out loud. "This must be a novelty for you, detective. You're normally the one in control, but not anymore." Kim felt the frustration grow inside her. One-on-one she could take him. She'd beat the living shit out of him. His only method of controlling her was to truss her up like a damned turkey. He knelt down beside her and finally she could see into his eyes. They were warm with triumph. "I've done a lot of reading about you, detective. I understand your passion. I understand your drive. I even understand the affinity you might feel towards your young victims." His voice was melodic, as though conducting a service for the recently deceased. "You were one of those girls, weren't you, my dear? But unlike them, you made yourself into a decent human being." Kim strained against the rope. She wanted so badly to wring Wilkes' neck and pummel the smug expression from his face. He stepped back a pace and laughed. "Oh, Kim, I knew you'd be a fighter. I could sense your spirit the first time I saw you." Kim gurgled against the rag. He tipped his head and read the rage in her eyes. "You think I won't get away with this?" Kim nodded and gurgled again. "Oh, but I will, my dear. You see, this ground will never be touched again. Certainly not in my lifetime." He chuckled. "And most definitely not in yours. This land is now the original burial site of 3 murdered teenage girls. No one will be allowed to disturb it again. Now remind me again who knows you're here." Kim squirmed towards him.
The shadow of William Payne standing behind the open door was visible to her. She needed the minister to move around so that he would not notice the anomaly in the light. The movement only prompted Victor to change the leg he was resting his weight on. He was still side on to the doorway. "And you forgot one vital detail, my dear. I have done this before, at least 3 times, so I think you'll find I'm relatively good at—" His words trailed away as the shadow to his left stepped out of the darkness. Kim groaned as she heard the rush of air. She knew that William had made his move too early. The 3 steps it had taken him to get to Victor Wilkes had offered the minister time to stand and get his footing. The first strike from William was deflected easily. Although William was younger and taller, Victor Wilkes hid pure strength behind his considerable girth. Victor seized the momentum of William stumbling backwards and was upon him in a second. He raised his fist and struck William to the side of the head. William's head flew to the side. Victor then gave him a left hook, sending William's head travelling in the other direction. The stance of the minister told Kim that she'd been right about his time in the boxing ring. William didn't stand a chance. She tried to wriggle further into the middle of the room, hoping to place herself as an obstruction that might cause Victor Wilkes to trip and give William the upper hand. Kim had never felt so damned useless in her life. "You should be grateful for what I did, you pathetic little shit," Victor said as William slid down the wall. "After what those little bitches did to your daughter, you should be bloody thanking me." William was halfway down the wall, but he lunged forward, aiming for Victor's genitals with his hand. The motion caused Victor to step backwards out of reach. His right foot kicked her in the head, causing an explosion at the back of her eyes. It took a few seconds for Kim to blink away the stars, but she watched as Victor grabbed William by the throat and lifted him back to a standing position. Victor pinned him against the wall with his left hand at William's neck. She watched in horror as William's eyes rolled in his head. Victor aimed one last punch at William's head, then released him. Kim cried out loud as William Payne clutched his chest and fell to the ground. Chapter 72. Having been felled by Wilkes's punch, William's face rested inches from her own. Kim quickly looked for signs of life, but in the limited light she was unable to tell. Victor Wilkes leaned down between them, then dragged William's inert form away from her, as though he was a sack of potatoes. She watched as he put 2 fingers to William's neck. "He's alive, for now." Kim breathed a sigh of relief. Victor came and knelt beside her. He took a knife from his pocket and rested the blade against her throat. "I'm sure your last wish is to talk to me, detective, and I'll grant you that wish, but if you scream, I'll cut his throat. Are we clear?" Kim made no movement, but continued to stare into the soulless eyes. He was no longer the affable pastor speaking softly to a congregation of mourners eager for comfort. The smug triumph had disappeared, leaving in its place the blackened heart of a killer. Wilkes pulled the gag from her mouth. It fell and rested around her neck. "You're going to pay for what you did, you bastard!" she spat. The words rasped from her throat. The gag had dried the inside of her throat to sandpaper. She swallowed 3 times to add moisture to her dry mouth. He knelt beside the body of William, the blade resting above his carotid artery. "Oh, I think not, my dear. There is only you that would get close to suspecting me. I saw it in your face the other day. Even if you didn't know it yourself, I knew it wouldn't be long until you put it together. You murdered 3 innocent girls? I'd hardly call them innocent." Kim knew she would have to delay him for as long as possible. No one knew where she was. He was right that no one was coming to help her. Her one chance for escape lay unconscious 6 feet away. But she had to keep talking. While he was talking, she was breathing. Kim cursed herself for not putting it together quicker. Something Nicola had said had not rung true. Tracy Morgan would not have said she was going to get money from the father of the child. She would have used the term baby's dad or the man's name. She had meant she was going to get money from the father. "Tracy's child was yours?"
Of course it was mine. The stupid little bitch thought she could blackmail me. She even wanted to keep the child and make a new life for herself. Did you rape her? Let's just say she played hard to get. Every cell of her being ached to take the knife and drive it deep between his eyes. You evil bastard, how the hell could you do that? Because she was a nothing detective. Like many of the others, she had no one. There was no purpose to her life. Why didn't she report you? Kim already knew the reason before the sentence was out of her mouth. Because it's what she felt she deserved. Deep down inside herself, she also knew she was a nothing. Her life, or lack of it, affected no one. Her presence affected nothing. No one cried, no one grieved. She was worthless. Kim's own rage began to build. She understood that feeling, knowing that the only people in your life were being paid to be there ate away at you. The feeling of worthlessness, once absorbed, never went away. Daily events would occur to reinforce that belief. So Tracy was first? Kim asked. She had to keep him on track while she worked out how to get herself free. Yes, Tracy was first. Her little cronies would have been fine if they hadn't been so persistent. They would keep insisting that Tracy had not run away. But you buried her alive, Kim said incredulously. Wilkes shrugged, but Kim saw something pass through his eyes. You couldn't kill her yourself? She asked with surprise. It wasn't intentional to bury her alive. You were going to kill her, but you couldn't do it. Oh, my God, you actually felt something for that girl. Don't be ridiculous, he barked. I felt nothing for her. I simply gave her vodka so she'd be easier to handle. I had already decided on my course of action. Kim felt the bile rise in her throat. A vision swam before her eyes of Tracy Morgan, intoxicated, pliable. It would have proven too tempting for the evil bastard to resist. You raped her again, didn't you? She saw his smile. See, Detective, I knew I was right about you. You certainly know how to use that head of yours. But you're a man of God. And he knows me better than anyone. And yet he has afforded me these opportunities. If he felt I was wrong in any way, he would have stopped me. The other two didn't believe she'd run away. Everyone else did. The rumour was out there that she was pregnant, so everyone just felt she'd either run away with the father of the child or gone somewhere to get it taken care of. But not her friends. No, they were persistent little sluts who just wouldn't leave it alone. Did you deliberately frame William Payne? Not with Tracy, I just wanted her gone. But I eventually realised that the same 3 girls that were a problem for me had done something despicable to his daughter, so I decided to take out a little insurance. Kim understood. From that point on, he had cleverly decided to visit on William's night shifts and offer the caretaker some extra time with his daughter. If the permanent staff knew about it, they turned a blind eye because of Lucy's illness. Victor knew that by doing so, the first finger of blame would be pointed at William Payne. Who found the denture? Kim asked. Teresa Wyatt. She knew that Louise would not have gone anywhere voluntarily without that denture. She only ever took it out to sleep, so she put 2 and 2 together and got the exact number I'd intended. She checked the night rosters and found that all 3 girls had gone missing on William's watch. Of course, they all knew about the incident with Lucy. It wasn't much of a leap to believe that he had committed the crimes. So they covered it up. Victor chuckled. Oh, yes, Detective, they certainly did that. To protect William? Not even for a minute. Oh, on the face of it, they all felt for him. His life was unenviable. He watched his child decay more every day, and there's nothing he could do about it. Without him, Lucy will have no one, but they did it for themselves. Kim didn't like how he was now referring to William in the past tense. She wondered if the grave had been dug wide enough for 2. I'm sure you already know their secrets. Any kind of official inquiry would have destroyed them all. Richard's embezzling would have been uncovered. Teresa would have faced charges of assault and sexual assault from Melanie. Tom would have been exposed for sleeping with Louise. And who would have believed that it was consensual? And Arthur hated all 3 of them with a passion. They made his life a misery. And the girls were already dead, so there was nothing to gain. Kim heard a siren in the distance, but knew it could not be for her. Her mind wondered if she could find a way to use it to keep herself alive. She forced herself back on track. Who was the ringleader? They jointly made the decision that there was nothing to be gained by going to the police. The remaining girls had to be separated as quickly as possible and incriminating records destroyed. The fire? Yes, the chaos and disbursement of girls would create an administrative nightmare. Did no one speak to William? They didn't need to. A few words from me about his state of mind and rage towards the girls sealed the deal. So the fire was set? Yes, but the girls were never in danger. The fire was started at the furthest point from the rooms. The alarms kicked in immediately, and Arthur Connop was ready and waiting to get the girls out of the building. So 3 girls lost their lives, William lost his job, and some of the staff members pretty much lost their minds, and you walked away with nothing? Like I said, I have him on my side. And was he on your side in Manchester, Bristol, and wherever the hell else you've been? He is with me always, Victor said with a smile. Are you sure about that? Kim asked. She saw doubt cross Victor's face as the siren grew louder. She knew she would not get another opportunity to live. Very shortly he was going to turn that knife on her and bury her in the old grave of one of his victims. She had to panic him into doing something stupid. The siren grew louder, and Kim had an idea. But there is one major thing you forgot, Victor. She smiled widely. And it will be your undoing. As Victor leaned in towards her to hear over the siren, William groaned and rolled onto his back. She saw Lucy's emergency pendant hanging around his neck. It hadn't been his chest he'd been clutching after all. The siren grew even louder. Her hands and feet were bound to each other. What exactly did I forget, detective? His face was beside her own. He was sure that the siren was not for them and wanted to know what tracks he had left to cover. Even trussed up, Kim now knew she had the upper hand. You already said that I know how to use my head. Kim craned her head backwards, then launched it forward hard. Her forehead met with the bridge of his nose. The fireworks shot through her head, and for a second she wasn't sure if the sound of cracked bone was from her or from him. The wail of pain that came from Wilkes's mouth told her it was most definitely him. His hands reached instinctively for his face while the knife dropped half a foot from her bound hands. He staggered to his feet and she wriggled her body towards the knife. "You fucking bitch!" he cried, staggering around the room. As her bound hands clutched the knife handle, Victor seemed to realize that he no longer had possession of it. Still holding his face, he headed for the shovel in the doorway. Breaking his nose had bought her a minute, but in her bound state, one swing of that shovel around her head and she was gone. The sound of the siren was now deafening. She turned the knife towards her and hacked at the piece of rope that William had managed to loosen. It cut through but didn't free any of her limbs, although it did offer her another inch or two of movement. Kim's hand worked quickly. 2 more steps and he'd be upon her. William's right hand shot out and grabbed Victor's ankle. He stumbled and fell but quickly regained his footing. Kim used her middle finger to pull one of the twines tighter. It tightened around all of her limbs. It was the connecting twine that held her hands to her feet. She worked harder. Her breath now came in short, sharp bursts as she put every ounce of energy she had into cutting that one connection of rope. Victor stood above her, rage burning in his eyes as blood dripped from his nose. In the light of the street lamp, the blood had formed a moustache and beard on his face. He lifted the shovel high into the air, then swung it down. She rolled to the left. The shovel landed on the ground an inch from her head. The sound exploded in her ear. She could feel the tightness of the rope loosening against the blade. In her mind's eye, she could picture the rope fraying under the pressure of the blade. But it was not fraying quickly enough. Again the shovel was raised high above his head. The rage in Wilkes's eyes was murderous. She knew the next strike would not miss. The siren had stopped, and the sudden silence was ominous. Victor readjusted the grip of the shovel in his hand, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Kim saw the head of the shovel coming down towards her head. She was out of time. She dropped the knife and put every ounce of strength into pulling her hands apart, praying she'd weakened the correct strand. Her hands and legs exploded apart, and she lunged for his knees. But the downward motion of the shovel could not be stopped. The tool hit the lower part of her back hard. She cried out in pain as she swept his legs from beneath him. He toppled backwards to the ground. His right elbow crashed against the wall as he fell. Kim ignored the pain in her back. She knew she had to make the most of this opportunity. The injuries she'd inflicted would not keep him subdued for long. She pounced on his legs and climbed up his body. He tried to lift himself up from the waist, but Kim was too quick. She pulled herself up and sat astride him. He rolled and writhed beneath her, but her knees were locked into his ribs. Kim heard activity in the kitchen as feet crunched on top of broken glass. "In here!" she shouted. Kim looked into the eyes that showed only fear for himself. She smiled down on him. "Looks like he has had enough of your crimes as well." Again, Wilkes tried to turn his body weight to throw her off. She balled her fist and punched him square on the nose, in the exact spot she'd headbutted him. He squealed out in pain. "They were just kids, you bastard." She hit him again. "And that one's from Kerris." The glare of a torch landed right on her. A male paramedic shone the light around the room. Police are en route," he said, not moving forward, obviously unsure of what had taken place. "Thank God for that," she said, reaching for her warrant card. He glanced at it. "OK, what the hell?" She pointed to William, who lay groaning beside her. "See to him first. Head injuries, both sides." "Do you need—" "I'm fine. See to him." Victor wriggled beneath her. "Oh, keep still," she said, digging her right knee into his ribs. The second paramedic came storming into the room. "Police are coming," he said, looking at her quizzically. Why were they both so quick to label her the bad guy? "She is the police, Mick," said the first paramedic with just a hint of disbelief. Mick shrugged, then kneeled on the floor on the opposite side of William's head. She recognised the second medic from Lucy's recent episode. She couldn't help but wonder just how many times they'd been called out to the poor child. "Lucy," William managed to utter. "She's fine. She managed to communicate where you were," Mick said. What a girl, Kim thought. "You'll never prove," Victor started to mutter. "Shut up," Kim said, using her knee again. Kim heard more sirens in the distance. They were travelling quickly. The sirens stopped, and within seconds footsteps thundered along the corridor. Bryant and Dawson burst into the room and stopped dead. She smiled. "Evening, boys. Thanks for coming, but 10 minutes sooner would have been good." Bryant held out his hand to help her up, while Dawson placed Victor's arms above his head. She ignored the outstretched hand and pushed herself to her feet. She couldn't identify a part of her body that wasn't sending pain messages to her brain, but the agony in her back possibly trumped it all. She grimaced as she straightened. "How did you know?" she asked. "Stacey got an email from a minister in Bristol. I'll give you the details later, but Gov, there's going to be more. Burying them wasn't his normal MO. Before that, he cooked them." Kim was not surprised. She closed her eyes and sent a silent prayer for the ones that would never be found. She took a deep breath. "Get him up, Kev." Dawson and Bryant each grabbed an arm and lifted. The animosity in Victor's stare burned into her skin. If he thought that would frighten her, he needed to think again. He'd clearly never seen Woody in a really bad mood. Now that was something else. "Victor Wilkes, I'm arresting you for the murder of Tracy Morgan and her unborn child, Melanie Harris and Louise Dunstan. You do not have to say anything, but anything you do say may be given in evidence, you evil murdering bastard." She enjoyed how he looked at her, utter hatred in his eyes. "Get him out of my sight, guys." Bryant hesitated. "Gov." She held up her hand. "I'm fine. Just get him safely to the station. I won't be far behind." She could see the concern in her colleague's eyes. If she let him hang around for too long, he'd be frog-marching her to the hospital, and right now she just didn't have the time. Kim grimaced as she leaned down beside William. The paramedic closest to her turned his head. "Miss, you need some attention." Kim ignored him and nodded towards William. "How is he?" "Severe concussion. Thinks I'm holding up 8 fingers on one hand, so he needs to go to hospital." "Lucy," William said again. Kim touched his hand lightly. "I'll make sure she's okay." She thanked the paramedics and headed out of the building. Every bone in her body screamed at her. She exited just in time to see Victor Wilkes being driven away. Kim wondered how many lives he had claimed. How many other vulnerable, damaged girls had he abused, and how would they ever know? "But no more, Victor," she said as the car disappeared. "You'll get no more." Chapter 73. Kim darted across the road and tried the door handle. It was open. She closed the door behind her and entered the lounge. "Oh, hell no," Kim exclaimed, rushing into the room. Lucy lay sprawled, face down on the floor in front of her wheelchair. Kim bent to her, and a pain ripped across her lower back. "Lucy, it's okay," she said, stroking the girl's hair. She stood and quickly assessed the fastest method of gathering up the child. Kim knelt down again and gently turned Lucy so that she was lying on her back. The young eyes were filled with panic. "It's okay, sweetheart. Can you give me the sign for yes?" Lucy offered 2 blinks. "I'm going to lift you under the arms. Is that okay?" 2 blinks. Kim leaned forward and placed a hand beneath Lucy's neck and raised the top half of her body to a supported sitting position. She knew that Lucy's muscles could not support her own weight, so she pulled her closer so that Lucy's body was leaning into her own to prevent her from falling backwards. She placed a hand under each of Lucy's armpits and hauled her to a standing position. The body was limp and offered no resistance. Although not the weight of a normal 15-year-old, the strain on Kim's injured back almost made her cry out loud. "Tell you what, for this dance I'll lead," Kim said as she turned Lucy around and gently lowered her into the chair. Kim moved the footstool so that she was sitting in front of Lucy. She took the girl's right hand and held it. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" No blinks. Kim quickly realised she'd asked 2 questions. "Sorry, are you okay?" 2 blinks. "Were you trying to get to your dad?" 2 blinks. Kim squeezed the hand tighter. Jesus, this girl had some heart. "He's going to be okay. He's got a bang to the head and he's got to go to hospital to be checked over, but he's fine." Relief filled the teenager's eyes. Lucy then motioned her head slightly towards Kim. "Lucy, I'm sorry, I don't understand." Kim saw the irritation in her face. She repeated the movement, but more forcibly. "Oh," she managed. Kim felt the frustration of this poor child's torment. Her brain worked perfectly, but her ability to communicate those thoughts was a prison worse than she could imagine. She repeated the motion and the sound together, and the intensity in the eyes gave Kim the answer. The emotion thickened her throat. "You want to know if I'm okay?" 2 blinks. Kim looked down at the fragile hand she was holding. Her vision blurred for a second, but she coughed it away. "I'm fine, Lucy, and that is thanks to your dad." Kim thought of those few seconds he'd bought her by grabbing Victor's ankles. "He pretty much saved my life." Pride shone from the expressive eyes. "Now I have to go. Is there anyone I can get to look after you?" Lucy began to blink as the front door opened. A female voice sounded from the hallway.
"Well, I don't know what kind of circus is going on over there, but—"
A rotund woman in her late 50s paused in the doorway and crossed her arms.
"And who might you be?"
"Detective Inspector Stone." Lovely." She stood in front of Kim so she could get a good view of Lucy.
"You okay, Luce?"
Lucy must have signalled yes, so the woman stood aside, but her eyes were fixed on Kim.
"Where's William?"
"He has to go to the hospital," Kim answered quickly.
"What the devil have you done to him?"
she asked sternly.
"Is he okay?"
"He's fine, but he'll probably be at the hospital for most of the night."
"Well, it's a good job I came round to check then, isn't it? Right, I'll go and get the kettle on and we'll have us a nice takeaway, Luce. I'll order pizza, your favourite."
The woman took off into the kitchen, but her presence could still be heard.
"I don't know what on earth you people think you're doing over there. Police, ambulances, machines, tents. I thought it was all done, but no, you had to start it all up again tonight."
Kim hid her smile until she looked at Lucy, who rolled her eyes. The laughter exploded from her mouth. "I need to go, Lucy, okay?" 2 blinks. "Is there anything you need?" 2 blinks. Kim assessed the situation. The booming voice could still be heard from the kitchen. Kim got it and placed a hand to her right ear. 2 blinks. Kim stood and reached for the iPod on the windowsill. She placed the earphones into Lucy's ears and the controller on the arm of the chair near to Lucy's right hand. "Got it?" 2 blinks and a cheeky glint. Kim couldn't help chuckling. She pointed to the door. "I have to—" 2 blinks. Kim touched her arm lightly and headed for the door. The ambulance was just pulling away as a second squad car pulled up. Kim walked across the road back to the girls' home. There was a gaping hole like a missing tooth where the paramedics had crashed through the fence. "Guys, in the office at the end of the hallway, there's a cabinet near the door. On the back of it is a denture. Get it bagged and logged and up to the lab." They nodded and headed into the building. Suddenly the place was silent again. There was nothing to indicate what had just happened. No marker to display that this was where she had very nearly lost her life. And the reason she hadn't was because of an emergency aid pendant. A simple tool that helped Lucy get through everyday life had been her saviour. Kim stopped dead as she realised what she'd been missing. A sickness overwhelmed her as every last piece of the puzzle fell into place. "Oh, Jesus," she whispered into the darkness. "Got the denture, ma'am," one of the PCs said as they came around the side of the building. She realised there was more work to do, and there was only one person who could help. "Constable, would you please be good enough to pass me your phone?" Chapter 74. As the bike purred to a stop on the gravel patch, Kim felt more like herself. She'd showered, changed and polished the Triumph. It sat in her garage, gleaming like a museum piece. There had been no point trying to close her eyes. Every cell of her being had willed the blackness from the sky so she could get back to the site and finish this case. She spotted Kerris at the bottom of the field, just outside the opening that had been smashed through by the paramedics a few hours earlier. The sun wasn't up yet, but it was on its way. "So you weren't lying when you called me last night. It really is just the two of us?" Kerris asked. "Yep," Kim answered. She was about to take action that could very easily cost her dearly. Woody's words rang in her ears. She would not take her team down with her. "I saw Dan as I was leaving the hotel. He sent you a report, but he confirmed that the denture you found definitely belonged to Louise Dunstan." Kim nodded her understanding. Kerris began pressing buttons on the machine and logging figures into a small notebook. "Okay, it's ready now. Just how sure are you that we're going to find something?" Kim took a breath, closed her eyes and analysed her gut. "More sure than I'd like to be. You realise that anything we found will never stand up in court." Kim nodded. If she was right, it would never get to court. Kim stepped forward and held out her hands. "Give it to me and tell me what to do. I think I've caused you enough trouble this week." "I'm a big girl and I can take care of myself," Kerris snapped. "And no offence, but this is an expensive piece of equipment that I will not entrust to you." Kim sighed with frustration. "Kerris, will you just—" "Shut up, Kim. Give me the backpack first." Kim reached down, lifted the holdall and held it while Kerris put her arms through the straps. Kerris fixed the monitor around her waist. Kim reached for the strap and hauled the metal rod onto Kerris's shoulder. She stood back. "I had you more as a Prada wearer." Kerris shook her head. "Okay, I had a look around the area and there's a lot of crap on the ground. It all needs moving. I'm assuming that's my job. See anyone else here? Okay, where? I'll survey the rear of the building first. The front of the building looks right onto the road and houses, so if we're looking for what you think we are, that area would have been too exposed. Can I help, Detective?" Kim turned to find that William Payne had walked around the side of the fencing. He looked pale and tired. Kim stepped towards him. "How are you feeling?" He smiled. "Sore, but there's no permanent damage. They sent me home a couple of hours ago." "What about Lucy?" "Take a look." Kim walked to the edge of the fencing. The curtains had been pulled back and Lucy peered through the window. Kim waved and then turned her attention back to William. "I don't think you're in any fit state." "Detective, I don't know what you're doing here today, but I know that Lucy and I have somehow become a part of this. I'd really like to help." Kim was torn. They were just kids, Detective. Hardened, abandoned, neglected kids. What they did to Lucy was wrong. I know that, and so did they. All three of them came back the next day of their own free will and apologised for what they'd done. "And you accepted their apology?" He shrugged. "Doesn't matter. Lucy did." Kim shook her head in wonder. "You know that your daughter is a true inspiration." "Oh, yes," he smiled proudly. "She's what gets me out of bed every morning." Kim tipped her head. "And you're not so bad yourself. Last night, if you hadn't managed to loosen that rope or grab Victor—" "It wasn't brave at all, Detective. I saw you go into the building and just came to see if you needed any help. Then I saw Victor Wilkes digging a hole." His words trailed away as he blushed. Kim understood that he was an accidental hero, but he'd saved her life all the same. "Even so, enough," William said, holding up his hands. "Now please tell me what I can do to help." Kim smiled to herself. This was a man who wanted no thanks, no praise, and no sympathy. "Okay, see that bin by the window. We need to fill it with anything on the ground that might interfere with the machine." William started on the left and Kim on the right. They worked their way from the fence perimeter into the middle, picking up anything that got in the way.
Folks, the machine works much better if there's less grass, Keris called from the perimeter. Kim looked around. In some places the weeds were knee-high. She bent to start pulling when suddenly the machine made a sound. Kim straightened and focused on Keris. She walked back 10 feet and moved forward slowly. Again the machine cried out. Keris looked towards Kim. Looks like your gut called it right.
Chapter 75. Keris looked from her to William and then back again. Kim covered the ground between them and took the weeds from his hand. William, I have to ask you to leave the area now. He looked pained as his eyes rested on the area of ground that held Keris's attention. He nodded. She took his right hand. William, none of this is your fault. You have to know that. No one died because of you. It was just made to look that way by an evil, devious man with no conscience. His gaze met hers. It would take time for him to believe it. I'll leave you to it, Detective. She squeezed his hand. My name is Kim, and I want to thank you for everything you've done. William coloured with embarrassment. She let go of his hand. Now get back to your wonderful daughter. He smiled widely. Thank you, Kim. I will. Kim waited until he'd gone and stepped over to where Keris had laid down the machine. Keris turned to her. Whatever's down there is not very deep. Kim nodded and swallowed. Keris passed her the keys to the van. There are shovels in the back. Go and fetch them while I mark it out. Kim sprinted to the van, grabbed 2 shovels and ran back down the hill. The painkillers she'd taken earlier were starting to wear off. The pain pounded across her lower back. Keris had marked out the area. Kim saw immediately that it was smaller than the rest. Keris took one more look at the readings regurgitated from the magnetometer and pointed. You work that side, but don't go too hard. Kim threw the shovel into the ground. A pain speared the width of her back, but she ignored it and focused on what she needed to do. The 2 of them worked without speaking for the next half an hour. OK, Kim, stop and get out, Keris said suddenly. The pit was approximately 5 feet long, but 3 feet wide, with a depth of no more than a foot. Family pets were buried deeper. Keris walked around the perimeter of the pit twice before she got in. She used the hand tools to remove small mounds of dirt and placed it to the side of the pit. Kim didn't speak. Her eyes were on Keris. Keris continued digging. The mounds of earth got smaller. She used the edge of the small trowel to scrape along a section in the middle of the pit. On the 3rd scrape, sections of white began to appear. Keris took a soft brush and dragged it along the surface. More white emerged. Kim's stomach turned, as she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was looking at bone. That, Kim, is most definitely an arm. Keris continued to dig and dust until she revealed what looked to be a shoulder joint. Kim stared as more and more bone was revealed. Keris, what's that? Kim asked, staring at something protruding from the shoulder joint. Keris dusted it once, and Kim could see that it was fabric. Kim's heart began to hammer in her chest. Keris, dust it again. She did, and Kim swore. Keris turned and their eyes met. Is this what you were looking for? Kim nodded, her feet already moving slowly towards the bike. Keris, I have to. Go, she said, taking out her phone. I'll call it in. Kim sprinted up the hill as fast as her legs would move. Chapter 76. Kim knocked on the door and took a deep breath. The door opened. Detective, good morning. Please come in. Good morning, Nicola, Kim said, entering the flat. Nicola closed the door and stood in front of it. You're alone today? Kim nodded. I have to give my team some time off. But not yourself. Soon, Nicola, very soon. Please sit. Kim did so. As she lowered herself down, her eyes rested on the edge of the sofa, and her mind now fully registered the significance of what she had glimpsed on her last visit. How can I help? Nicola asked. Kim took a second to analyse Nicola's expression. It was open and earnest. Kim detected no deceit at all. Damn it. We've uncovered another body. Nicola's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, God, no. The shock was genuine. Nicola, do you have any idea at all who the 4th victim could be? Nicola stood and paced back and forth behind the sofa. I can't even begin to imagine who... Nicola, was there a 4th member in that group? Nicola frowned. Her eye movement indicated she was searching her memory. No, Detective, I'm sure there were only 3. Kim sighed and stood as though to leave. Oh, perhaps Beth might recall another girl. Kim asked hopefully. Nicola shook her head. Beth's out shopping at the moment, but when she comes back... Are you sure? Kim asked. Of course I'm sure, Nicola said, smiling. Kim nodded towards the edge of the sofa. Then why didn't she take her stick? Nicola's eyes rested on the walking aid hooked over the back of the sofa. Her expression was one of genuine confusion. Kim took the momentum and strode across the room. She headed for the first door and just hoped it was the right one. Perhaps she hasn't left yet. Perhaps she will... Detective, don't go in there. Beth doesn't like... Her words trailed away as Kim pushed open the door. Nicola was beside her, and they surveyed the room together. The single bed was a box spring and mattress. There were no sheets or a duvet cover. A 2-drawer cabinet sat beside the unused bed. Kim strode to the wardrobe in the corner and opened it. 7 empty coat hangers stared back at her. Kim looked back at Nicola, who stood horrified in the doorway. Kim waited for a response, but Nicola continued to stare into the empty room. A single tear rolled down her cheek. She's gone again, and she never even said goodbye. Kim ushered Nicola out of the doorway and closed the door behind her. She guided Nicola to the sofa and sat beside her. Has Beth done this before? She asked gently. Nicola nodded. She's been doing it ever since we left Crestwood. A fresh wave of tears rolled down her cheeks. She wiped them away with the sleeves of her jumper. She's always so angry with me, but she won't tell me why. This is what she does. She comes back and then just leaves me again. It's so unfair. She knows I have no one else. Kim went to the kitchen and retrieved a few squares of kitchen roll. She sat and handed the tissue to Nicola. The tears were not over yet. Can you remember when she last came back? Nicola stopped crying and thought. She sniffed and nodded. It was 2 years ago, when I had glandular fever and was taken into hospital. I woke up and there she was, sitting beside the bed. And the time before that? I'd had a minor car accident, just a shunt really. I wasn't badly injured, but it frightened me a lot at the time. I hadn't been driving very long. So she's been in and out of your life since leaving Crestwood. Do you have any idea why she might be angry with you? Nicola shook her head vehemently. She won't tell me. Kim heard the exasperation in Nicola's voice and realised this was going to be even harder than she'd imagined. Kim reached for Nicola's hand. I need you to think back to the day of the fire. I think there's something there that you may have forgotten. Do you think you could do that if I'm right here with you? There's nothing, she said, confused. Kim squeezed the hand. It's okay, Nicola, I'm right here. Tell me step by step what you remember from that day, and we'll see what we can piece together. Nicola stared forward, her eyes focused on the opposite wall. I know it was cold, and Beth and I had argued about something. She had given me the silent treatment, so I went to the common room. Who was in the common room? Kim asked gently. Nicola shook her head and then frowned. No one. They were all outside, building a snowman. So what did you do? Nicola tipped her head. I heard voices, shouting. It was coming from Mr. Croft's office. What did you hear, Nicola? Kim was holding on to Nicola's hand, but her thumb rested on the slim wrist. The pulse had quickened. They were talking about William, about covering something up. They were saying he would get into trouble, that he'd go to prison. They were talking about what would happen to Lucy. Do you remember who you heard in there? Mr. Croft and Miss Wyatt were arguing. Father Wilkes was talking quietly, and I heard Tom Curtis and Arthur Connop in the background. 5 of them, Kim thought. What about Mary Andrews? Nicola shook her head. She'd been off sick with the flu. What happened next, Nicola? Father Wilkes opened the door and saw me. He looked angry. I ran away. Kim could feel the palm of Nicola's hand turning clammy. Where did you go? I went to find Beth. She was in our room. I was sick of people being angry with me. Kim's voice was barely a whisper. So what did you do? I told her. I told her. Kim squeezed the hand, but Nicola's head was already shaking from side to side. Her eyes were darting around, searching her own memory, hoping to rearrange the past. No, 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 no. Kim tried to hang on to the hand, but Nicola broke free easily. She paced around the room like a caged animal, looking for somewhere to hide. The panic was rising in her. Her movements were quick and frantic. No, it can't be. I couldn't have... Nicola's hands thumped down on the breakfast bar. She turned and started banging her fists into the wall units and then punching herself in the head. Kim ran over and grabbed Nicola from behind, forcing her arms to her sides to prevent her from any further damage to her own body. "What did you tell Beth?" Nicola struggled to free herself from Kim's hold, but she had interlocked her fingers and she wasn't about to let go. "Please stop, I can't." Kim's voice grew louder. "Nicola, you have to remember. What did you tell Beth?" Nicola's head thrashed from side to side. Kim craned her own neck to avoid being struck. Kim was shouting in her ear, "Tell me, Nicola, what did you tell your sister?" "I told her she could have the damn cardigan if it would make her happy," Nicola screamed. Silence fell between them. Suddenly the fight left Nicola's body and she fell to the ground, taking Kim with her. Kim refused to let go. She sat on the floor holding Nicola close. Kim knew the events of 10 years ago were finally playing in her mind. "She took it, didn't she?" Nicola nodded, and Kim could feel the tears dripping onto her hands. "So they all thought she was you, didn't they, because of the cardigan?" Nicola nodded again. "One minute I looked outside and she was playing with the others, and then I couldn't find her. I kept asking people and they all told me she was somewhere else. In the end I went to my room to wait for her, but she never came. Later, just before the fire, I saw them out of the kitchen window. They were all standing around a hole, and I knew. I didn't know what to do. I was scared they were going to come back for me, so when the fire started I was just relieved that they couldn't get me anymore." Kim knew that Beth wouldn't have been able to run away. Her knee wouldn't have allowed it in that cold weather. "When did Beth come back, Nicola?" "About 2 weeks ago," she answered hoarsely. When the announcement was made about the dig, and once again Nicola felt frightened. "You know that you brought her back, don't you, Nicola?" "No." The sound was that of a keening animal, a poor wounded soul that was writhing in pain. Kim held fast, while Nicola tried to escape the events in her own head. The knowledge of what she'd done as Beth was not to be shared now. It was a realization Nicola would reach eventually, in the care of a good psychiatrist. As she sat rocking the young broken girl, whose guilt had gained control of her, Kim doubted that Nicola would ever be fit to stand trial for the murder of Teresa Wyatt, Tom Curtis, and Arthur Connop. After a few minutes, Kim gently eased herself backwards. It was time to make the call. Chapter 77. William added a drop of cold milk to the porridge. He bent his little finger and touched the knuckle to the food. Perfect. He smiled. Lucy's favourite. His daughter had been washed and changed and now awaited her breakfast. After that he would clean the bathroom and change the beds. Following lunch the oven was in for a deep clean. He smiled again. He knew people felt sorry for him and the life he lived, but, he reasoned, those people did not know Lucy. His daughter's spirit inspired him every single day. She was the most courageous and thoughtful person he had ever known. He understood that her biggest frustration was her inability to speak clearly, and some days the effort of communicating all that occurred in her head through eye movement tired her. But between them, they had a pact. On the darker days, he would ask her if she'd had enough. William had told her years ago that he would always respect her wishes and that he would never prolong her life through his own selfish needs. On those days, he would ask her the question and hold his breath while he waited for the answer. The hesitations had grown longer, while the breath in his chest grew fuller, but so far he'd always received one blink. He dreaded the day it all got too much for her to bear, and he received 2 blinks. He only hoped he had the strength to keep his promise, for her sake. William pushed the thought away. Yesterday had been a good day. Lucy had had a visitor. William hadn't recognised her at first. The young girl introduced herself as Paula Andrews, and after studying her for a few seconds, he had remembered her as the granddaughter of Mary Andrews, who had used to visit with her grandmother to play with Lucy. He had been genuinely saddened when Mary had recently passed away. She had been a great friend to him during his years at Crestwood. Her burial had taken place a few days earlier, and although he had not attended, he had watched the funeral procession from his bedroom window. Lucy had recognised Paula instantly and had been delighted with the visit. Within minutes they had formed their own method of communication from which William had been excluded. He had never been happier. To her credit, Paula had shown no reaction to the physical change in her old friend. He had skulked away to the kitchen for a few moments, nervous for the well-being of his daughter. He would never stop anyone visiting with his child, but he was powerless to bring about their return. But he accepted that he could not protect her from every disappointment life had to offer. Somehow the two girls had found a way to play a board game. He had heard Paula exclaim, "Lucy Payne, you haven't changed a bit. You were always a little cheat." William had heard Lucy's gurgle, which he knew to be a laugh, and his heart had leaped. He had ventured outside for just half an hour and pulled out a few weeds from between the slabs, safe in the knowledge that his daughter was okay. Just those few minutes in the cold morning air had revitalised him for the rest of the day. 2 hours later, Paula had sought his permission to visit again. He had given it gladly. He took the porridge through to the living room and sat on the footstool. Lucy's complexion was rosy and bright, her eyes alert and focused. Today was a good day. Paula's visit had been good for both of them. "Don't you ever get bored of porridge?" One blink. He rolled his eyes. She copied. He laughed out loud. He brought a spoonful of oats to her mouth. She took it and scrunched her face in appreciation. The second spoonful was on its way when the doorbell sounded. He placed the dish on the windowsill. He opened the door and panic rose in him immediately. Before him stood a male and female, both dressed in black trouser suits. He carried a briefcase, but she had a shoulder bag. He immediately thought of social services, but they were not due for a visit and they always let him know first. In the early days following the departure of his wife, William had been forced into battle with the authorities to keep his daughter. He had jumped through hoops and performed like a circus animal to show that he was capable. Sensing his determination, social services had started to work with him to keep the two of them together, and the job at Crestwood had sealed the deal. But still, the fear lived within him that one day he would lose her. "Mr. Payne, Mr. William Payne?" He nodded. The female smiled widely and took a business card from her pocket. "My name is Hannah Evans from Enterprise Electronics. We're here to see Lucy." "But I don't... what?" She rubbed her hands together and blew into them. "Mr. Payne, may we come in?" William stepped aside. Hannah Evans stepped into the lounge and stood before his daughter. The man sat and opened his briefcase. "Good morning, Lucy. My name is Hannah and I am very pleased to meet you." Her smile was open and warm, her tone friendly and calm, unlike the condescending tone used by most adults. "Are you well today?" Lucy blinked. "That means yes," William offered. Hannah remained where she was and smiled in his direction. "I know that, Mr. Payne. The language of blinking is quite common in people with communication limitations." Hannah Evans smiled at his daughter, who gurgled in response. Excuse me," William said, bewildered, "but I don't understand who you are or what you're doing here." "It's really quite simple, Mr. Payne. We specialise in the most advanced technological systems that can be operated with the least amount of physical activity. We as a company exist to make life far more exciting and interesting for people with physical restrictions." William's mind was spinning. "But I don't get it. I haven't spoken to. I have no money for... My understanding is that the cost has been taken care of." She held up her hands. "That's not my area of the business, and I have my instructions." William felt as though he had been transported to an alternate universe. His mind scrambled for answers, but he found none. Hannah turned her attention back to his daughter. "Lucy, I have only one question. Do you have control of at least one finger?" 2 blinks. Hannah smiled widely at William. "Then I think there is much we can do here." Chapter 78. Kim looked at the offering before her and decided that Aunt Bessie was a damn liar. She placed the ingredients box next to her own attempt just removed from the oven for comparison. Nope, no amount of icing or glittery embellishments would save them. Kim threw the box in the bin. She felt betrayed. She raised her eyes to the ceiling. "I try, Erica. I promise I try." She heard the sound of a knock on the front door. "It's open," she called. Bryant entered wearing jeans and a sweatshirt, carrying a pizza box. "Missed you at work today," he said, placing the box on the countertop. She rolled her eyes. "Woody's order, and I dare not ignore any more 'cause this cat's on its last life. Is that what he said?" She nodded and counted off her fingers.
Apparently I notched up 2 formal complaints about my attitude, I disregarded direct instructions on 3 occasions, and failed to follow correct protocols. She counted off the rest on her fingers. Well, at least that many times. Bryant's head fell into his waiting hands. Oh, Lord, was it brutal? Kim thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, pretty much. He had quite a lot to say. And what did you say? I told him that his model was missing the cantilever springs from the rear axle. Bryant roared with laughter, and she joined in. She supposed it was kind of funny in hindsight. But it was her way of saying thank you. She was under no illusion that she should have lost her job, and Woody had been clear that it was only the results that had saved her. Had even one of her hunches been wrong, the bowl would now belong to someone else. This case had brought her closer to losing the most important thing in her life, and yet it had been worth it. How long has he given you for the other thing? Kim growled as she took down 2 mugs from the cupboard. A month. Geez, how are you going to get out of that? Kim shrugged. She had 4 weeks to speak with a psychologist or face suspension. You don't think he'd actually go through with it, do you? Kim recalled the resolute expression on Woody's face. Oh, yeah, he'll do it. Well, you'll be pleased to know that Richard Croft was looking much better earlier. He was. Well, he was until I read him his rights. Kim would have liked to have been there for that. Oh, do tell me that Mrs. Croft was present. She most certainly was. For a few seconds she bore a resemblance to a constipated camel, but she recovered quickly enough to gather up her laptop and paperwork, stating that her lawyer will be in touch. With us? With Richard. I smell a speedy divorce somewhere in his future. What did he say? Oh, he confirmed that Victor was the one that killed Beth. The rest of them just helped bury the body. He said it was the idea of Teresa Wyatt to start the fire to cause confusion with the records and the runaways and the girls who had already been relocated. Did you believe him? I dunno, doesn't really matter. He'll get a decent lawyer, but he'll do jail time without a doubt. More importantly, his life as he knew it is over. His wife, house, career, and probably his kids are gone. Kim didn't speak. There was nothing to say. She felt nothing but revulsion for Richard Croft. He had escaped with his life. Bryant looked thoughtful. Do you reckon Victor Wilkes is all bad? I mean, I know what he's done, but he worked the estate and stuff, so maybe there was some good in him. Sometimes Bryant seemed younger than his years. She was just sorry that she was the one who had to tell him that Father Christmas wasn't real. She shook her head. No, Bryant. He was attracted to places devoid of hope and filled with despair, where he could project himself as a beacon of hope amongst the misery. That was his true gratification, his true power trip. Sex with frightened, vulnerable young girls fulfilled a physical need within him. He placed himself in environments where accusations of rape would be far harder to prove, and anyone who became problematic was disposed of. He killed them and enjoyed it. He did it because he could, and because he felt justified in ending the life of anyone who obstructed him. There will be victims of Wilkes's that originate from Hollytree, and however hard it is to swallow, we may never uncover them all. The sprawling estate had notched up 18 runaways since Victor's return 2 years earlier. Add in the disappearance of girls unreported by family members who had not noticed or didn't care, and that figure probably doubled. Bastard, Bryant muttered. Kim agreed, but she consoled herself with the thought that Victor Wilkes would never walk free again. Did you find the car? She asked. He nodded. Garage behind the apartments registered to Nicola Adamson. White Audi with a dented front wing. Kim shook her head. Try as she might, she could not muster any sympathy for Teresa Wyatt, Tom Curtis, Richard Croft or Arthur Connop. Together with Victor Wilkes, they had hidden the deaths of 3 young girls and denied them justice for a decade, all to hide their own sordid secrets. Every single one of them had found a way to abuse them some more. Even worse, they had been instrumental in the death of another innocent, whose only crime had been wanting to wear her sister's pink cardigan. I'm curious, Kim. What made you first think it was 2 separate killers? Manner of death, she answered. As we uncovered the girls, it was obvious that they'd been killed with a great deal of physical force, and yet the current murders were not. No effort was required to push Teresa under the water. Tom's throat was cut from behind, Arthur was knocked over with a car, and Richard was stabbed in the back. All methods that call for cunning, patience and stealth, not physical strength. What about the fire at Teresa's house? What was the point of that? There was a very thin layer of snow on the ground, Bryant. There would have been a lot of forensic evidence to find with footprints and even the walking stick, but 8 firefighters, 2 tenders and a high-powered hose soon destroyed that. Clever. Exactly, so it had to be a woman. Yeah, but she got caught. Yeah, by a woman.
Bryant rolled his eyes and groaned all at the same time. He sobered.
How do you think Nicola will react when she realises the truth?
Kim shrugged.
It really wasn't Nicola that did it. It was Beth.
Bryant looked doubtful.
You really believe that?
Bless him. He was a meat and potatoes man.
Oh, yes, Bryant, I do.
It's all a bit X-Files for me. Kim sighed. Beth only came back in Nicola's time of need, when she was ill or frightened. Nicola's subconscious used her like a security blanket. Nicola never fully accepted that her sister was dead. Her subconscious mind blocked the memories so that she could live. It protected her from the guilt. Now imagine that as Beth, Nicola's memories were readily available. She had access to the overheard conversation in the office. She had access to the knowledge of what occurred. So although Nicola couldn't access the memories, her alter ego could. Kim fully believed that Nicola's conscious mind was oblivious to the fact that her subconscious mind had brought back Beth. And after meeting Beth, she was in no doubt that it had not been an act. She turned to Bryant. Try and imagine someone's psyche splitting in half. Nicola had control of normal day-to-day activities. She was able to function adequately, but someone else had control of her subconscious mind. He shook his head. Nah, still not buying it, and I don't think a jury will either. Kim suspected Bryant was right, but she doubted that Nicola would ever be declared competent to stand trial. For Kim, the internal struggle between Nicola and Beth had been evident at the crime scenes of both Teresa and Tom. The arrival of the police had been expedited on both occasions. Some part of the split psyche had wanted to be stopped. Nicola was not a bad or evil person, and her punishment would come as the memories returned to her. Kim knew firsthand that survivor guilt had the power to shape a mind, and that was why she prayed her own boxes never got opened. How do you think Wilkes managed to stay alive? More luck than judgment, Kim said. He would have been next and she would have got him. Bryant shook his head. One thing I don't understand is how the hell did it go unnoticed that there was only one twin? The records were a mess, Bryant. Remember, the place was already being emptied. The records of the runaways were not up to date, and on the night of the fire just about everyone was producing lists. The ambulance service was removing girls to hospital to be checked. It was chaos, and that was the intention. No two lists from that night match up. But why didn't Nicola speak up? The kid was terrified. She was convinced they would realise their mistake with the cardigan and come looking for her. What about Mary Andrews? Do you think that was Nicola or Beth or whoever the hell it was? Kim shook her head. There was no evidence to suggest that she died of anything other than the disease. Mary was the only one not present or mentioned that day, so Nicola had no reason to target her. Kim sighed heavily. I think Mary Andrews was the only person any of them could trust. Except for William, who worked nights, every single one of them found some way to exploit these girls even further. Is it any wonder they weren't Girl Scouts? That's a charitable way of putting it, Bryant offered. She opened her mouth to argue the point, but closed it again. Bryant believed that a moral code was ingrained into the conscience at birth. He believed it to be as genetic as eye colour or height. Kim knew it wasn't. Conscience and use of it was a learned behaviour. It came from good examples and strong role models. The inherent difference between right and wrong is perfected throughout life and not pre-printed on the brain. The social background of Tracy, Melanie and Louise dictated that those codes would forever be warped, just as abused children often go on to abuse. Bryant would never be convinced, but Kim knew, because she had been there, and a 3-year interval had saved more than her life. Bryant took a sip of his coffee. So what was going on between you and the doc? There was definitely a meeting of the minds. Bryant, she warned. Oh, come on, Kim. Given more time, there would have been sparks. And what do sparks cause? Fire, he said, opening his eyes wide. And have you ever known a fire without damage? Bryant opened his mouth, thought for a second, and then closed it again. There really is no answer to that. Precisely. Probably a good thing, Bryant said thoughtfully. The doc was a bit too much like you. He smirked. Jesus, imagine the kids you would have. Bryant, I think you should mind your own damn business, she snapped. Sometimes he knew her a little too well. And yet, if she met Daniel again, who knew? Yeah, I probably should, but it's unlikely that I will. Kim smiled. How's life at Battersea Dogs Home?
Pups are doing well, they're all taken, my niece is having pebbles, Bam Bam is going to the neighbour, Yogi has been reserved by my daughter's best friend, and Boo Boo is going to Stacey's sister. You haven't saddled the poor things with those names for life, have you? Bryant shook his head. Nah, just so we can tell 'em apart for now. What about the mum? She'll be staying with me. She's only 4 and the vet estimates she's had 3 litters already. Her work is done. For a second, just a fleeting second, Kim had the urge to hug this bear of a man with the warmest of hearts. He was her colleague and her one true friend. But she let the moment pass. He stepped off the bar stool. So I'll cut to the real reason for my visit. It is finished, isn't it? Yes, Bryant, it's finished. He rubbed his hands. Can I? Kim laughed at his childish excitement. He darted through the adjoining door to the garage. She took the cakes and emptied them into the bin. She immersed the cake tin into hot soapy water. Bryant returned to the doorway. Kim, it's not there. Oh, really? How about that? He leaned against the doorframe with his arms folded. You sold it, didn't you? Kim said nothing. Bryant was deflated, confused. But you love that bike like a child. You've been working towards riding the damn thing for months. I just don't get it. It meant the world to you. You know, Bryant, some things just mean more. She wiped the cake tin and put it away. Bryant's expression was puzzled. He didn't understand. But Kim did, and that was all that mattered. This has been Silent Scream, Detective Kim Stone Crime Thriller Series, Volume 1. Written by Angela Marsons, narrated by Jan Kramer. Copyright 8 by Storyfire Limited. Production copyright 2015 by Storyfire Limited.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.